Today's episode is going to be so important for you as a perfectionist entrepreneur. So, what I have done is I have put together an epic episode for you. This episode is a 3-part series combined, all in one place, on getting your work done early and easily. I documented my own journey as a perfectionist entrepreneur when I was having a PGSD launch and wanting to finally be able to get all of my content and everything done ahead of time instead of leaving it until the last minute and rushing and just, you know how it goes. So, what I wanted to do was become the kind of person who could do it early and easily. And there was growth to be had for me to become that person. And that is what I documented along the way. Throughout that period, I picked up my microphone and real time recorded updates, my self coaching, the numbers, the results that we had from the launch. This is a very raw and real and honest series of episodes. And I know they're going to be incredibly helpful for you and incredibly important for you in your business. So I wanted to give them to you all together so that you can really dive deep and get to learn from my mistakes and also get to see what it's like to be a perfectionist entrepreneur. So I really hope you enjoy and cherish this series that I have put together for you. And I also want to share, very excitingly, that I am back on YouTube. And if you love this style of content where I am sharing the ups and downs and the real stuff, then you are going to love my YouTube channel. So if you go to samlaurabrown.com/YouTube, you will get taken to my YouTube channel. And I just released a business vlog, my first business vlog since 2018, where I am sharing about rebuilding business momentum after having 4 kids in 4 years. So I hope you enjoy that. And I hope you enjoy this series of episodes on getting your work done early and easily as a perfectionist entrepreneur. I am so excited to be sharing this 3-part series with you where I am taking you behind the scenes of our most recent PGSD launch and the work that I personally had to do on my perfectionism handbrake to get out of my own way and get all of the content completed for the launch early and easily, which was something I truly hadn't done before. I have probably launched at this point, I want to say 20 times plus for PGSD and then other courses I used to have in the past. So I have been doing this for a while. And I had always left different elements until the last minute. And there were a lot of emotional reasons for that and perfectionist reasons for that. And I go into that in this series. So I have decided to divide it up into 3 parts. Initially, I was just going to do 2 parts, which is why in some of the updates, you might hear me mention that. But we're doing 3 parts. So this episode is me sharing what went on in the pre-launch period. So just so you're aware, the pre-launch period is before the podcast series went out, the podcast series that I created on procrastination. The pre-launch period is when that podcast series was going out and we were talking about the doors to PGSD that they were going to be opening very soon. And then the open cart period, the launch period, is when enrollment for PGSD was open. We do open and close enrollment and we are strict with closing enrollment. It isn't a program where we say it's open and close, but then actually you can always get in. You can't always get in. We've had people emailing us since the cart closed saying that they regret not signing up and they want to join. So we've said, join us for our next opening. So that's at the end of July. We'll be open for enrollment for 1 week. If you are not yet on the PGSD waitlist and you're not yet a PGSDer, then make sure you go to samlaurabrown.com/PGSD. If you can relate to what I talk about on this podcast, if you want to plan properly as a perfectionist and get out of your own way, then you are going to love being with us inside PGSD. So I really want to invite you in our next enrollment period. But yeah, this episode and the 2 following this are really sharing so much of myself, as I always love to on the podcast, but I really feel like I shared some things that are potentially embarrassing, a lot of my raw and real thoughts. And I really wanted to do that in the moment because I think maybe I even mentioned this in the first part of the update. So sorry if I'm repeating myself. I recorded that like 2 months ago. I haven't really listened to it all, trusting my past self that it's good enough to just put out without having to really listen to it all. So yeah, I love sharing these things when I'm doing an in the moment update. I did this for the last launch as well. It was episode 316 and 317. If you want to go back and listen to that, if you enjoy these episodes, because when we're reflecting in hindsight, like it's so helpful to do that. We do want to be evaluating and reflecting, but there are so many wins and highs and lows along the way that if I was just to get on the podcast and share what I do share at the end of the 3rd episode, like my full debrief of the launch and the wins and the lessons, that's great. But it's so helpful to really get a sense for what it actually feels like to be working on your perfectionism handbrake and getting out of your own way, like what that looks like in practice, the day-to-day of that, and also the evolution of that, and that it can often feel like 1 step forward and 2 steps back. It's not this linear journey, and it's not meant to be. So I really hope that by sharing this style of podcast episode, it really helps to normalize your own journey with your perfectionism handbrake and gives you some permission for it not to just be this experience that's in a nice little box wrapped with a bow and is just, you know, this perfect experience that we want to have, that it is going to feel messy and uncomfortable, and that's part of it. So anyway, I will finish this little intro so that you can begin listening to my updates from this episode. So as I mentioned, there are 3 parts. This is the very first part. In the next episode, I will be sharing what I worked on after I created all the content for the launch. And then in the 3rd episode, the 3rd part, I will be sharing what happened, all the numbers, everything that happened during every single day of the launch period. And if you are like, regardless of what kind of business you have, I know these episodes will be helpful, but if you are doing any kind of launch or promotion, you definitely don't have to be a coach. But if you're doing a promotion or anything where there's maybe a week, like it was for me, or a set period where you are expecting there to be sales and you have created some hype around it and you've been talking about it, and then there's a period where it's kind of like feels very vulnerable, often this period where we're like, okay, did it work? And we really get to have our ideas meet reality and see that that's often during that period there can really be some highs and lows. And so I really wanted to make sure, some days I even did 2 updates. I wanted to share like that experience day to day. And so I really hope that's helpful. So anyway, I hope you enjoy this. And yeah, let's get into it. This episode is going to be a compilation of recordings to share the behind the scenes of the PGSD launch in April 2022. So today I'm recording, it is the 1st of March, and I'm really in these episodes wanting to capture something that I'm particularly working on with this launch. So I did a launch behind the scenes episode thing series for the podcast, episode 316 and 317. I shared a behind the scenes look at the self-coaching that goes on, and just, I guess, more of a top level overview of what my process is and how I work on my perfectionism as I'm launching. And for this one, which is about procrastination, the content of the launch itself is about procrastination. The work I'm doing personally with this launch is creating the content ahead of time, and well ahead of time, not just doing it a couple of days before it goes out, but I'm creating everything for the launch by the 27th of March, 2022. And the launch will really begin at the end of April. So the podcast series will start on the 18th of April. So that's the beginning of the pre-launch period. And then the launch period, which is when the doors to PGSD are open, will be starting on the 27th of April. So there'll be a full month between when I finished creating the content in terms of podcast episodes, emails, Instagram content, anything like that. and when it actually goes out. And my brain does not think that's a good idea. And that is exactly why it's the work that I'm doing. In the last PGSD launch, I did a lot of the work ahead of time, and then I could really just feel myself dragging my feet towards the end and not being as diligent with my power planning. And that's another thing I really want to talk about in these episodes is power planning during a launch and how I'm doing that. And yeah, I guess a behind the scenes look at that as well. But I could feel that last launch, I was just not wanting it to be done ahead of time. I think it felt too calm not to do that, too easy, and that there was a bit of overworking or trying to create the feeling that I was overworking so I could feel deserving of things. And also, I think my brain has been making a connection for years now between doing things at the last minute and getting a great result. And it feels vulnerable to do that work ahead of time. Like it feels like there's less control over the result if I do things ahead of time and just let them be done. And then the emails go out and the podcast episodes go out. Like it feels a bit disconnected from my experience of it. And I've just really been investigating those thoughts and getting coaching on them. And the best coaching is when you take the coaching you get and apply it. And so that's what I'm going to be doing with this launch. Is it's really going to be a vehicle for me to create safety around doing work ahead of time, like create that emotional safety around it, and to also let myself feel the resistance that comes up and notice myself probably trying to self-sabotage that, and then doing my best to just keep to my plan and dealing with the discomfort of that rather than avoiding the discomfort by letting myself do things at the last minute. I've done that in different ways, shapes, and forms over the years. I have really made some dramatic improvements with that. And I'm so proud of the progress that I have made when it comes to procrastination and doing work ahead of time. I'm so proud of that. And this is just that next layer, is really working towards my growth goal for this year, which is $1 million Australian dollars, 750,000 US dollars. And doing that in 3 work days a week, and doing that with the work being done in a calm and orderly manner, and just noticing myself, one, to add chaos, one, to add drama to that, and just being onto myself about it. So that is a big thing. The other reason I'm really excited to be working on this is it's really going to help me achieve a goal that I have for the next time that I take a break when I have a baby. So at this point in time of recording, I'm not pregnant, but God willing, we do hope to have more children. And for the first child, Lydia, when she was born, I was so proud that as a team, we were able to keep the business running and serving our PGSDers fully, I think even better than before, with me being able to take a break completely. And it turned out that because I took a break completely, I wanted to get back into things because I didn't feel like I had to, but I had that space and freedom, and we were able to keep the business fully operating. And for the next one, my goal is that we will not only be able to keep the business fully operating and serving, but that we will also be able to continue selling during that period. And that to me is really motivating, and just thinking about the possibilities that are created when I can be creating such incredible things in my personal life, like a child, and also the business can continue to thrive during those periods as well. So that is a big motivator for me to do this work and to deal with the discomfort, and not just deal with it, but get comfortable in that and really help my brain see that it is safe to do the work ahead of time, that I'm going to create even better results. I love this idea of it's not that I do my best work at the last minute. It's that I'm yet to experience my best work. So that's really what I'm going to be doing with this. Also, part of this as well is knowing that I'm going to be giving this a full effort. And if the result of it isn't what I had hoped it would be, then I really need to be onto myself about blaming me having done the work ahead of time, because that isn't the cause. It's so easy. And I know I did this as a university student. It's easy to blame preparation for lack of results when you have been in the habit of doing things at the last minute and say, well, if I'd done it at the last minute, I probably would have done better. It reinforces this story that we have, which is of course a self-fulfilling prophecy, that we do our best work at the last minute under pressure and all of that kind of thing. And so I know that my temptation would be to say, okay, well, it was because I was doing things ahead of time, and maybe next time I'll just try and stay in the energy of doing it during the moment and be more organized about that. But I know really to achieve that goal that I have of being able to take time away from the business and have the business continue to sell and have new PGSDs join us and all of that kind of thing, that I need to learn the skill of selling ahead of time, of selling without having to be in that launch energy in terms of getting DMs from people and that kind of thing, that I can manufacture and create that state myself with my brain. I don't have to rely on external circumstances in order to create that. So yeah, that's really what I am focusing on. And I'm really going to be, I'm really excited about this, but I'm really going to be planning, using my power planning and following through with that. So in PGSD, the PGSD process, we plan properly as perfectionists, follow through with our plans 80% of the time, rest without guilt, and repeat. So that's what I'm going to be doing. And I'm recording this before I do the power planning for the launch, which I'm about to do. So I'm about to get everything launch related. And I don't know yet at this point every single task. I'm working with Daisy on our team to take the process that we followed last time and make adjustments to it so that things run even more smoothly behind the scenes. So I haven't yet got a full list of every task, but I know that I'm going to be writing combined for the whole thing, 30 emails. I'm going to be recording a 5-part podcast series and publishing, it was either 2 or 3 episodes during the launch period as well. So those are the main items that I have. So I'm going to be adding in buffer time to account for tasks that I haven't yet determined. And also I'm going to be adding in quite a lot of buffer time to add in for time to create new ideas and super think and all of that kind of thing. And at the moment, before recording this, I have done a thought download this morning, which was really helpful to see where my brain is at, and that I'm currently in a state of belief that this is a great plan and that I'm going to be able to do it and that it's going to achieve a great outcome. And even if that outcome isn't in terms of signups, and by the way, our goal for this launch is 60 signups. So, and I guess maybe I could talk through why it was 100 for the last launch and why it's 60 for this one. So just briefly on that, I really did some self-coaching and got coaching on after the last launch that the goal was 100 and that I was kind of telling myself like I'm committed. I really experienced that commitment. But in the back of my mind as well, like I also had this other belief going on about, well, we could still achieve our annual goal without having 100 PGSDs sign up. So it wasn't full commitment. And so what I'm doing for the remaining launches, so there are going to be 4 launches in total for 2022. They're all going to be very simple, very basic in terms of how they're set up, so that me and the team are required to grow and we're not getting lost in all of this change that's going on. And this is something I think I was talking about, I think it was on the most recent PGSD coaching call that I did, that when I was doing a lot of Bikram yoga, I loved that the sequence of postures stayed exactly the same every time. And the teachers that all have their own little spin on things, but the main dialogue would be exactly the same words. And that every time you were the only thing that was different. I was the only thing that was really different. And so it really allowed me to explore that and really notice it. It became so obvious when the process was the same every time, how I was different every time. And so that's really the approach that I'm taking with this year with the business, that the launches are going to be pretty much the same process. We're going to be refining things on the back end so that it's even easier to run and even easier to communicate with each other and all of that kind of thing. But it's going to be a very simple format, and we're going to be keeping that the same so that as a team, it becomes really obvious where we need to grow. For myself personally, it becomes really obvious the mindset work that I need to do. It's very easy to get caught up in staying busy with looking at the latest launch trends and what content to do in terms of formats particularly, and all of that kind of thing. And I just want to keep it so basic. So that is something that's going to be a real focus for this year. And for this launch, that's going to be something that really influences things. So with that said, in terms of the goal, so the goal is $750,000. That's my growth goal for this year. And I think it goes without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway, with our growth goals, we are always achieving them in a way that's in alignment with our values. And I'm going to be doing a podcast episode soon on how to pursue your growth goal and make long-term decisions while also pursuing quarterly milestones and an annual goal, because it's so important to be making long-term decisions. And a few of the PGSDs I've coached recently have really been in this kind of goal panic, in a sense, around like, well, I need to just achieve my quarterly milestone and be so focused on that they're thinking that there isn't a time and place for a long-term decision. So anyway, I don't know if by the time this episode comes out, that one might have already been recorded and come out, or it might come out later. But all of that to say that when I'm thinking about this year and my growth goal of $750,000, it's in US dollars in my mind. Well, it's kind of in both US and Australian, but I'm in Stacey Bateman's 200K mastermind, and that is all kind of run in terms of how people talk about numbers in US dollars. So that's why my goal is set in US dollars. But to achieve that goal, in terms of revenue and the number of launches that we have planned, 60 signups per launch would be achieving that goal. And that is something that, like, being committed to that 60 is something that I hadn't realized is really important. And now I'm really sold on, like, really just being committed to the goal. And yes, you can overachieve on it, but just being so committed to that is what I'm aiming for, not like, oh, but I could achieve less than that and make up for it later and all these different things. Like, it's not to say that's not true, but just being so committed to this is the goal and this is what I'm focusing on. So 60 is the goal. I'm going to be mentally thinking about selling to 120 people, and in terms of having 120 PGSDs sign up, and 60 will sign up in this round and 60 will sign up in future rounds. And that was another lesson from the launch that I did, that I had underestimated not what it took as such, but I guess I don't know, I'm saying I guess a lot, but what I recognize is that I was really focusing on being committed to 100 and doing that work. And you can hear me go through that in those episodes. And the result of that was it produced 51 signups. And so this time I'm really focusing on selling 120 spots in PGSD and having 60 of those sign up in this round and 60 sign up in future rounds. So I did a whole thought download about this month and what my focus is. And I think it's really powerful. This is my hypothesis. I guess anytime we say, I think, that's what we're saying. This is my hypothesis, that this month for me is really about creative output. And I feel very excited when I think about it in that sense. I've really noticed myself lately, like this isn't anything new for me, but really noticing it has been so helpful that when I get a high level view of things, I can really allow myself to go into the weeds of it and feel safe doing that, and really create a lot and do it confidently from that way. But when I'm not giving myself that top level view, then I find it challenging. So for example, with the launches, for this year, once I mapped out the exact dates and decided how many signups for each launch and the format for each launch and all of that kind of thing, which PS, I'm like 8 or 9 years into business at this point. So don't put pressure on yourself for that to be the case for you. And yeah, when we have our PGSDs with our growth goal, we're really just focusing on the revenue, because a lot of times the how will change along the way because you're learning so much. And really at this stage of the business, it's about deciding on something and then really rinsing and repeating again and again and again to create mastery. So when I had that top level view of, okay, these are the launches and this is the plan and of when things will be happening, I could really just see the year and felt so calm about it and that kind of thing. So thinking about this month as about creative output is really powerful for me. And so I did some journaling about it and journaled about what my inputs are going to be. And these are things that I have learned from, at this point, multiple years of power planning. I really know myself well when it comes to how I work best and what really sets me up for success. And that doesn't mean there aren't times where I do things that aren't in alignment with that. But I really have learned so much about myself. And so my focus in terms of inputs are rest, which includes clean rest and sleep. And I could feel myself when I wrote down sleep because I have an 8-month-old baby that feels like, well, that's not really in my control. But the sleep that I do get, I can do my best to make it high quality sleep, eating healthy food 80% of the time, drinking a lot of water. I think this is so important because our brains need water to be able to think at a high level. They need to be hydrated, as do our bodies. And yeah, over the last month or so, I haven't really been drinking a lot of water. I haven't been drinking as much as I would like to. So drinking water, feeding my mind with that which fosters creative output. So for me, that means I'm constraining myself in that area. So I'm only consuming long form content, which could be a general rule that I adopt going forward, because that's why this podcast is long form. I really thrive on long form content and going deep into an idea rather than getting lots of little spurts of all these little things. So there are going to be two kinds of long form content that I will be consuming. And this is what I have noticed really serves me best over time. So first of all, in terms of the specific business strategy side of things, I will only be consuming content that is consistent with what I'm doing. It's not going to be introducing any kind of new marketing or selling ideas or anything like that. So I'll be listening to my coach, Stacey Bateman, her podcast, Make Money as a Life Coach, and also the calls that we have in the mastermind, attending those. And then if I feel like it, I really enjoy, I don't think I've mentioned it very much, but Simone Soul, she's also a student of Stacey. She has a podcast, Joyful Marketing, that I love. And a lot of what she teaches is consistent with what Stacey teaches. She has things that she teaches that are different as well. But I really find that listening to her helps me apply even better what I'm learning from Stacey. And also Brooke Castillo, who is the mentor of Stacey. So it's like Brooke, Stacey, Simone, but they all teach in a relatively consistent way. But the focus for me will be on Stacey's content and what she creates, as she is my coach. And then in terms of other content, it will just be high level stories that really get my brain thinking, that I find in terms of inputs for creative outputs. Like I get asked about the Perfectionist power-ups, how I write those, and how I get ideas for things. And it's often listening to something that seems unrelated that I will then be able to think of it in terms of, and I'm not even doing this intentionally, my brain just does this, but think about it in terms of what I teach and what we do in PGSD. And it comes from listening to podcasts that are really just sharing like a high level look at things. As you can tell, my brain likes this kind of high level bird's eye look. But The Diary of a CEO by Stephen Bartlett is a podcast I'm really enjoying and have been for maybe a year now. And the Tim Ferriss Show. So those are two that do really great interviews, and also Armchair Expert actually, with Dax Shepard and Monica Padman. So those podcasts I find really give me a lot of creative inspiration, and they're very long form. All the episodes of those podcasts are at least an hour. So I'll listen to those typically when I'm going for a walk. And then the marketing podcast, I tend to listen more to when I'm doing things around the house. So that is something that I have intentionally decided for this month. And I'm really thinking about creating for my best client on their best day. I've written, it's not about perfection as a creator or my viewpoint on my work. It's about them holding the vision of what's possible for them in their business. And I'm explaining it in a way that's more simple, clear, and doable than I ever have before. I'm selling 120 on PGSD and 60 will sign up for this next round. If you can hear me kind of reading slowly, it's because I'm trying to read my writing. I hadn't intended to read this out when I wrote it, and it's kind of a bit scribbly. I have more than enough time to create what's needed / what I want to create. This month, I'm flexing my brain and exploring what is possible for me as a creator. 250,000, so that's in Australian dollars, worth of value will be created this month with my brain. What a joy, what a contribution. I know that this will happen because the PGSDers who join will get all their money's worth and then some. This process works, as in the PGSD process, and my job this month is to live that process and lay out the path so they know that it's safe to walk along it. My brain is now in high gear and I'm capturing all of that value, knowing there's overflow and knowing it doesn't need to be perfect to me. There's also an abundance of ideas, so it's safe for me to share my very best ones because they won't run out, and it will only help me create higher level / more impactful ideas in the future. So that's kind of where my thinking is at pre-doing the power planning for the launch. I can see that my brain is still like, well, we're not going to have enough time. So I'm working 3 days a week and that's it. As in, I'm not letting myself kind of have that creep. And I can tell already in my brain, I'm like, well, I could add in an extra day in the last couple of weeks if I need to and do 4 days a week so everything can get done, because I really want to, I'm committed to getting everything done by the 27th of March. I can just see myself kind of negotiating with it a little bit. So I have some self-coaching to do on that and to really just test myself in terms of like a fun kind of test, what I can create in. So how many days have I got? 1, 2, plus 3, plus 3, plus 3. What's that? 11 days after today for creating everything in terms of mainly 30 emails that I'm writing and then about 8 podcast episodes that I'm recording. And it takes me about 45 minutes to write an email. So I need to get this in my calendar because my brain's like, well, we're not going to have enough time for that. But I know sometimes I can write a really quick email, and other times it takes a bit longer. And I've been recently exploring, I did an evaluation last week during the week of my copywriting and how to really set myself up for success for that. Like what thoughts make it easy to do my best copywriting. And that was a big breakthrough and made that so much easier. But yeah, I'm excited to get it in my calendar. So at this point, I'm thinking there is enough time, but I'm also like, well, but if there's not, then we can work around it. So I will report back once I've done my power planning. And then in terms of, after that thought download, what I did was I just wrote down obstacles that might come up that would make it challenging to have this month be about creative output and that kind of thing. And it's all just external things that could happen, a lot of internal like thoughts I could have that could stop me. And then I wrote, I can and will create a solution for all of these obstacles. And so that is the mindset in which I'm going into this launch. And I was also thinking a lot about different industries where people really don't have the option to do things at the last minute, or even if they're doing it at the last minute, there's still a significant period of time between when something was created and when it's delivered to the consumer of it. So as an example, in the fashion industry, a piece of clothing won't be physically created the day before you buy it in most cases. And even if those people are working to the last minute, there's still then this delay between when they conceptualize the idea and even when they finalize the garment. And then there's time obviously for it to be created and shipped and all of this kind of thing. Also thinking about, I love Harry Potter. So J.K. Rowling, she wrote Harry Potter, and then there were lots of edits and that kind of thing. And then it needed to go to the publisher, and then there was a launch date, and then hype around, especially for the later ones, hype around the launch date, and then it, getting shipped to different bookstores and all. Like there's a delay, and that doesn't make it less valuable. And the coaching that I got on this in the mastermind, when I put my hand up for coaching, was really about how my brain has been seeing this as like, if I do it at the last minute, I feel like I have more control over the result. But really about how I'm going to be able to create my best work when the launch isn't going on and I'm not in the thick of that. And I know that to be true because like the last launch, I was creating the thick of it, but my story was predominantly that it's going well, the launch. So that was okay to do that, in the sense that my experience was that was okay. But in other launches I've done where my story has been that it's not working, that it has been really challenging to create at the highest level with this story. And even though you can see it's a story, it's still hard not to be consumed by it, that it's not working and no one's going to sign up and all of that kind of thing. So I know that doing my best work ahead of time is the reality, that is what has been true that I've been ignoring, and really allowing myself to do my work ahead of time is the only thing that will help me create the new belief for me that doing my work ahead of time is safe, and doing my work ahead of time is what creates my most powerful, impactful results. Because if I'm always doing things at the last minute, even if I'm mainly doing some things ahead of time and then a few things at the last minute, like I did for the last launch, I'm still not allowing myself to really see the power of doing it ahead of time. And it wasn't Stacey who was coaching me, it was one of her students, and who's in the $2 million group. And she was just saying that for her launch that she'd just done, she didn't even check during the launch what the signups were. Like it was really, everything was created ahead of time, and then it just goes out and you just live your normal life and you don't even know the result of it until it's all completely done. And that to me feels like the next level. So this one, I will still be checking in during the launch. I'm planning to do what I did last time, which is 1 check per day. And that really worked well for me. And then the next level after that, I'm just trying not to make myself do everything at once in terms of, I'm just kind of like ripping the Band-Aid off halfway and then fully. But the next launch after that is when I'll be thinking about, okay, let's again create it all ahead of time. And now let's not even check in on it during the launch and still have an incredible result created. So that's the next level. So that is where I'm at. And I will report back once I have done my power planning and give you a bit of an update on how that went and what my thoughts are. And then after that, so basically a plan for this episode is that I'm going to be documenting different times along the way during this creation process. And then I'm going to do another set of updates that will be during the pre-launch and launch periods after I've finished my creating and just my experience of like having that already be created and what's going on. I'm assuming there's going to be a lot to talk about. There might not be. Who knows? I might have no mental drama about it. But that is my plan, and I really hope that me sharing a behind the scenes look of these launches and the specific work that I'm doing with the launches is helpful for you. And this is like in PGSD. So we do the 3-month commitment, and that's a commitment that we make again and again, but it's so much easier to be committed when you're not like, well, I'm committed to all of this for the rest of my life, and our brains just freak out. But 3 months by 3 months by 3 months, that's why we have our growth goal. That is 12 months long. We break it down into 3-month quarterly goals. We focus for the first 3 months in PGSD. You're going to be focused on planning properly as a perfectionist and learning how to set your growth goal, setting that and pursuing it with power planning and clean rest. And then after that 3 months, and you've really started to master that and really understand that and understand yourself more, you will then choose a focus for each quarter, each 3-month commitment. And so essentially for me, for my 3-month commitment at the moment, it's really about focusing on doing my work ahead of time. And I love that I hadn't even thought about the connection between like my work and the content itself, like the topic for the launch, which is procrastination, how connected they are. But I love that it's really at the same time that I'm teaching on procrastination, that I am taking my mastery with that to the next level. And really being focused on being the PGSD process, like being the result of that, and creating possibility in that way alone, and also through the content that I share, but just in how I'm showing up and how I'm planning properly and following through 80% of the time and taking my clean rest, that alone is going to be so beneficial to our PGSDers, past, present, and future. So yes, I'm going to wrap it up here. And also, just as a side note, if you're not yet in PGSD, you can get on the wait list at samlarabrown.com/PGSD. That is where you'll find out more about the program, and you will also find out when we're next opening and everything like that. So I just wanted to mention that there as well, in case you're not yet on the wait list and you're not yet in PGSD. Okay, I will talk to you soon. Okay, so it is the afternoon of the 1st of March, and I have done my power planning as much as I could for the PGSD launch. So I'm going to have to make some tweaks to it. Every week when I do my power hour, I'll also be reflecting on it all in the weekly review. And once we have confirmed all the tasks that are needed, at the moment, I just have one buffer day right at the end, and pretty much every day has buffer time. And I've been generous with the amount of time that I have given myself for writing the emails. And I think the biggest thing was that when I was doing my power planning, this is why it's so powerful to do it, I realized that I need to do the podcast series first, and that pretty much I'm going to have to start the podcast series, recording that tomorrow, and to do that tomorrow and the next day. And then next week I can focus on all the emails. Basically for 3 weeks, I'll just be writing emails. And I didn't want to see that because it feels like one of those tasks that just feels like a big deal. And that's just because of the thoughts I'm thinking about it. And I found last time I was having similar thoughts, perfectionist kind of thoughts about the outcome of the launch, depending on how perfectly these podcast episodes are put together. And so I did a bit of self-coaching around that today as well, and really just got clear on exactly what's going to be in each episode. And when I did that, it was really fun because I created a few new concepts that I haven't really spoken about before. They're just better ways of articulating things that I've already taught. So I'm really excited to share those in the episodes, and just having it on my calendar for Wednesday and Thursday with a bit more time to flesh out the notes. I don't ever read, you probably know this from listening to the podcast because of how I talk, but I don't read from a script or anything like that. I just chat, but I do like to have some dot points to guide me. So I've outlined each episode very, very roughly and written a few dot points. But before I start recording tomorrow and the next day, I'm going to do 2 episodes tomorrow and then 3 episodes the next day. I am going to just go over that. So yeah, that was the main thing, just realizing that to get it done by the deadline, I'm going to need to get a move on with that. It just made me think of an analogy that it probably isn't very powerful, but anyway, the analogy that came to my mind was it feels like with these podcast episodes, and they feel different to normal ones, again, because of my thoughts, not because they're actually different, but it's almost like going to the gym and looking at the rack of weights and just being like, oh goodness, those weights look really heavy. Those weights are going to weigh a lot. That's going to be hard. Like all this mental chatter. And the other option is to just go and pick up the weights and let your muscles flex and let that be okay, and deal with any emotions you have after it about how well you did and all of that kind of thing. So I don't know, that just flashed in my head when I was thinking about it earlier, that my inclination is that I would spend time kind of dreading lifting up the weights instead of just lifting them. So that's what I'm doing. I outlined it, as I said, today, so I can just dive in tomorrow. And I knew that by outlining it today, it would get my brain thinking so that when I'm taking my clean rest, my subconscious can be working on it. And yeah, so I've done that. And I wanted to mention a few things as I was going through the power planning that I wanted to mention in the first part, but I didn't, or just different things that came up. So the first is that I'm really going to be selling myself on the 27th of March as a deadline for this and not having any extra work days. And as I was doing my power planning, thinking about, well, I could add a work day. Like there's a lot of just pure clean rest days. And when I say pure clean rest, I am on a lot of those days looking after Lydia, and I'm also at the moment planning a wedding, decorating a house, doing all of those things as well. But in terms of non-business time, there is a lot of that. And I can just feel myself, as I was saying in the first part, kind of negotiating that. And well, I could add an extra day or whatever. And I realized as I was doing my power planning that that's so similar to what I was saying before in terms of what I did with the last goal for the January launch of PGSD, that I was like, well, the goal is 100, but it's totally okay if we don't hit that. And it's not that it's not totally okay if we don't hit that, but it's so important to be committed and to not hit it because of lack of commitment, rather than it being, basically we want it to be that we're fully committed, and then if we don't hit the goal we set, that's totally okay, and we are compassionate with ourselves in that. It's not an excuse to let ourselves off the hook, and it's kind of like we give ourselves this sneaky compassion ahead of time, which is really just not being committed. I don't know if that's making sense, but anyway, that's how I was thinking about that. So I'm committed to the 27th of March, no extra work days. I had a chat with Steve about the hours that I'll be working. Typically I've been working from like 7:30 till 4:30. I'm still breastfeeding Lydia. So every 3 hours, pretty much 3 to 4 hours, I'm pumping or feeding Lydia. So I had some thoughts as well about how interrupted my work days will be for this, but I did some self-coaching on that. And I also have really got into a rhythm with that too. So that's totally okay. But yeah, I had a chat to Steve about what I would need to do if I needed to work, like start earlier or work later. Not that that's a goal, but just having a conversation with him. And he was just like, just tell me when you're starting and when you're finishing. And like the most important thing is that I stick to that, which is what I do. So yeah, that was really helpful to just see that he was already on board. I wanted to mention too that when I was starting to prep for this launch and creating the content, that my inclination and temptation, and I was really like for a couple of weeks working hard to try and figure out how to do this, was to create all the other non-launch content first. So podcast episodes that go out before the pre-launch starts, emails, for the PGSD waitlist, for all our email subscribers, the Perfectionist power-ups. Like I wanted to have all that done and squared away with a nice little bow on top. And then I could turn my focus to the launch content. And I caught myself on that and realized how all or nothing that was. And that actually the best thing to do was to just treat it all together. And I created an Airtable system to really lay out what emails are going out and when they're going out, and making all the decisions around that and being super clear about it. So when it came to my power planning, it was really easy to slot in the different emails and to set things up so I could put a little check mark next to it in Airtable, which if you don't know what Airtable is, it's a really cool platform. And now Notion has pretty much replaced that, but we're still using Airtable. But yeah, I could just tick in that and have a view where I hadn't ticked that it had been calendared, so I could see what was left to put in. So that made it super easy. Also, I wanted to mention in terms of my motivation. So I talked about when I have my next baby, God willing, that I want to be able to have the business continue to sell while I'm not working or while I'm just dabbling in different things. But actually, another big piece of that related to having a baby is being able to sell through all stages of pregnancy, just because the first trimester with Lydia, I just felt so flat and so unmotivated and mildly nauseous, and I just really struggled to get anything done or feel like I had any kind of personality. So I'm really motivated to have things organized so that that can happen again. And every pregnancy is obviously different. So there's a lot of unexpected things that can happen along the way. You could feel more unwell, less unwell, all of that. So basically just having the business set up. And when I first got pregnant, I'd started prepping the business for that about 6 months before, basically from when we decided that we were going to try to have a baby soon. I started prepping the business. So basically I'm just in that mode again. And I find it so helpful, like regardless of whether or not you want to have a baby, it's really helpful to see how you could remove yourself from the business and what needs to be set up, because that tends to create a business that runs really smoothly and isn't dependent on you feeling motivated or things like that. So that's another big motivation for me. I wanted to mention too, so power planning, which obviously you'll learn inside PGSD, the full process for that. So with that, I want to make sure that like here I'm talking about power planning for a month at a time. And this is something that you will be able to do once you've at least done 3 months of power planning. It might even take you a bit longer, but I don't want you to be thinking that you need to plan out everything for an entire launch, like a month's worth at a time. Just let yourself plan a week worth at a time and trust that that's going to be enough, because I have been power planning for so long now that I know how long it takes me to write an email, how long it takes me to record podcast episodes, how much buffer time I need, what time of day I work best, all those different things. And so I'm at a point now where I can plan a month at a time, or in other launches I've done 5 to 6 weeks worth at a time, and I still do my power hour and my little tweaks. That's so important. It's especially important. And I think that is why my recommendation is to just continue doing a week at a time for at least 3 months, because you really need to be a master at the little tweaks so that you don't just ditch your plan altogether. It's really a lesson in keeping plans workable. I know these plans that I made today are going to look very different once they're all ticked off, but everything will be ticked off. And yeah, then the weekly review. So I'll still be doing that as well. So just wanted to mention that this is kind of a glimpse into the work that I'm doing now with power planning. And I love the tool of power planning and the growth goal and clean rest and all that, because there's new levels to it and new layers. And in PGSD, everyone in there is so into personal development and the journey of it. And even though sometimes we're in a bit of a rush and we want to be done already, that we do love it. And that's something I personally love as well. So it's not surprising that we attract a lot of PTSDers like that. But it is really a tool that will help you at every level. And I'm just really wanting to show you what it looks like for me in the hope that it helps you. So there's that. And also, I wanted to mention, so I'm just reading off a list of notes, the thoughts that I had today, this morning, that I was reading out to you about this launch and all of that, those thoughts I was having were because I have come off 3 days of clean rest. And like last night I was saying to Steve, like, I'm so excited to work tomorrow. And even though I know I'm going to be doing challenging things, I just am so ready to get back into working. And the last 3 days that I had off, I had my 31st birthday, and actually I did a PTSD coaching call on that day. But besides that, I had that day off. But it has been flooding in Brisbane, severe floods. And yeah, that's been kind of crazy to witness. And we've spent time helping friends out and checking in on everyone and making sure the house is okay and all of that kind of thing. We had a minor leak downstairs in our laundry and mudroom and garage. And I say minor, like it is significant, but compared to the devastation that so many people have experienced in Brisbane in the last week, it is very minor. But with that aside, just having time with family and doing Peloton classes or whatever, I just really felt so keen to get back into everything. And this is why clean rest is so powerful, because I know that if I hadn't had any proper rest that time, or even if all those days I've been telling myself that I needed to, I should have been working. And actually I had planned to work on Monday, but I ended up changing my plans given the flooding and things that we had going on, so that I'm working today, Tuesday instead. If I'd just been telling myself I should be feeling guilty about resting and I should be more productive with my time and whatever, it's not productive to read this fiction book, then I don't think I would have been having the quality of thoughts that I have had today. So just wanted to vouch for clean rest in that sense. Another thing is that in terms of my month of creative output, in terms of books, I have chosen 2 books that I'm already in the middle of reading, and I've just put them on the bookshelf in our reading nook. At the bottom, they're with all of Lydia's books, just so I can really easily grab them when I'm feeding her or when I'm having a minute to read. And I've just been feeling that lately. I'm like, I want to read more. Classic. I want to read more, but what I want to read and all of that kind of thing. And I was like, no, these are the books I'm reading until they're finished. And mind you, I'm not someone who finishes a book just for the sake of finishing a book. So that could change. But I've already been loving these books, The Inner Game of Tennis and also Truly Madly Guilty by Leanne Moriarty. So I am going to be finishing them. So that's just another part of the long form content. And I'm not telling myself I should be reading all these books on marketing or different things like that. I've also been planning, when I did my power planning, for my unmotivated / sleep deprived self. So that's something we talk about a lot inside PGSD, that when you are doing your power planning, it's not for your ideal self who apparently never needs a lunch break and doesn't need any time to switch between tasks and doesn't need to sleep and doesn't have a social life and all these things. That it's really planning for your unmotivated self. If you have a young child like myself, you might also be planning with your sleep deprived self in mind. So that is where as well little tweaks really come in, not just for children, but health issues, a whole lot of other things. Almost all of us have different situations where we might need to change a day that we're working or scrap a block of time that we had for work and move it to a different time. So the little tweaks in power planning really make a difference. I also today did a 30-minute Peloton class with Leanne. I really loved it.
But I had given myself 45 minutes to do a 30-minute class, and I ended up taking a break for an hour and 15 minutes because I did the class. I had to get changed, got set up, needed to cool down. Then I had lunch. Then I hung out with Steve and Lydia for a bit. So that's just something already that I know I'm going to need to go into my power planning, make little tweaks about, because I had given myself only 45 minutes for a 30-minute Peloton class, or I might choose to do a 20-minute class. It's really just to get my brain firing again. I find that works really well if I did that at lunchtime. And I've already mentioned my final note, which is the other things going on in my personal life during this time, planning a wedding for the end of June. That wedding is my wedding to Steve. And that's really exciting. So that's happening, family time, also navigating like every new month with Lydia. It is really learning what to do and what she's experiencing and all of that kind of thing. And I might have talked about this previously on the podcast, but I had planned for each month that I would decorate a different room in the house. And it ended up that in February, I had planned to do the office, and I did little bits and pieces, but I didn't fully commit to getting it done. So it didn't get done. So I'm just letting it be okay that it happened. No shame in that, no guilt. And March is when I'm going to be getting the office together. So that is going on, as well as exercise, seeing friends and family and birthday parties and all those different things. So that is all for now, and I will talk to you when I have another update. It is time for another update. Today is the 3rd of March. It is 9:54 a.m. and I just have a weird little pocket of time as I'm waiting for Lydia to wake up for me to feed her. And then after that, I'm going to be recording podcast episodes. So I thought now would be a great time to just give a little update on how I'm going so far with following my power planning and getting the work done ahead of time. So on the 2nd, so yesterday, I wrote out notes for the first 2 episodes in the planning series. That was the last one, the procrastination series. And then I recorded the first 2 episodes. So the episode on the 3 types of procrastinating, and then the episode on why zero procrastination is not the goal. And it was so interesting that after I recorded those episodes, I had the same kinds of thoughts that I did when I did the planning series. I recorded that in December 2021, and that went out at the beginning of January. When I recorded a couple of those episodes, I really felt this overwhelming urge to re-record them, that they weren't good enough, and really this all or nothing thinking that every element of the launch needs to be perfect in order to get any result. So if there's just one little bit of imperfection, then I'm not going to be able to achieve anything. And I think this is one of those subtle ways that the all or nothing mindset shows up that can be a bit more challenging to notice. And at least that's my own experience, that when it's this idea of doing things perfectly or not at all, then it's kind of obvious to see it sometimes. But when it's this thinking, this all or nothing thinking of, well, everything needs to be just right or I won't create any of the desired result, that is that all or nothing mindset. And yeah, it was just fascinating to see my brain have the same thoughts that I had last time. And to know that last time I coached myself on not re-recording, and I'm so glad that I didn't let myself re-record. And so what I did is, after I finished recording those episodes, Steve's just tapped on my door to say that he's ready to have a feed. So I will wrap this up. I won't give too much of an update. I'll save it for the next one. But when I was finished with recording those episodes, I listened to them back. So I adjusted my power planning to add in time for this. And it was so interesting to notice that I just recorded about procrastinating and the different types, being busy work, underwork, and overwork. And that here I was editing my power planning to add in this period for procrastinating, which was re-listening in order to see if it was good enough and to decide if I should re-record, which would be procrastinating. And I love that that is the work that I'm doing as I'm creating the procrastination series, and that it's just proof that you don't need to completely eliminate procrastinating in order to achieve a lot with your business, to help a lot of people. And that's why zero procrastination isn't the goal. So I re-listened to those episodes at double speed, and I was really thinking about someone who is listening to it rather than critiquing myself as a creator. And a thought that I had yesterday morning that was really helpful, and this came out of the self-coaching that I did in the morning before doing those episodes, was that the easier I let my creative process be, the more value I create. That actually in the ease of creation, there is, by virtue of that, more value created than if I overcomplicate it, overthink it, make it super hard. And also, I am practicing what I'm preaching when I am doing that. I am embodying the PGSD process, the work that we do in the program, and that gets our clients even better, even quicker results when they're working on getting out of their own way in their business. So I re-listened to those episodes and I decided to keep them knowing that was just my brain freaking out. And I really listened back to them, which is something I don't normally do when I record a podcast episode. And I normally just put it out. But doing all this work ahead of time really gives my brain the opportunity to overthink and overcomplicate, because there's time to do that. It's not at the last minute. And I think that I've really had this story before of, like, I've done the work on my belief and my story about doing my best work at the last minute, though there's obviously still layers of that work to do. But also this belief of I just do my best work when I'm teaching live, and that I love the energy of that. And I think really what it is, when I was reflecting on it last night, is that when I am recording something live, I have a lower standard for myself in terms of what I can create, because it is a live format and you aren't able to redo it. And so I'm kinder to myself in that. And so what I'm wanting to do, instead of just doing everything live, is to practice doing the work ahead of time and being kind to myself while doing that, and letting my work be good enough without needing to redo it. Anyway, so I listened to those episodes. I decided to keep them. That I wrote my Perfectionist power-ups. I wrote a month's worth, and it took me 15 minutes to write each week. So it took an hour in total. And that was half the time that I had allotted. So that saved me some time in my power planning, so I could adjust that. And then last night I could tell I was still thinking about these episodes. I feel like they aren't the best. And to just know, I'm just sharing this because it's so normal to have those thoughts. And just because we're having those thoughts doesn't mean we need to listen to them. It doesn't mean they're correct. And so this morning, I didn't get much sleep last night. Lydia woke up at about, I think it was about 1 a.m. Steve settled her for about half an hour, and then I settled her for a half hour. And then there was a storm, and Cotton just really wanted to be in bed on top of us, like literally lying across both Steve and I, which was kind of cute. And I'm a sucker and just a big softie, and I can't say no to that. But I had a call in my mastermind, a group call, and I really went into that knowing that I was going to hear exactly what I needed to hear. So that was at 6 a.m. And before that, so I woke up at 5 a.m. and I listened to a podcast episode that I recorded. It was originally an Instagram live. I recorded it after I did the first 2 episodes in the planning series, and I shared my decision-making process for why I wasn't going to let myself redo those episodes. And so I was just reminded of all the reasons that I don't want to let myself redo the episodes. And I don't want to let myself keep entertaining that either, because that's wasted energy. That's energy that isn't spent thinking about my PGSDers, thinking about how we can better serve them, that's where I want my energy to be going, or towards my family, or towards different things other than like having made a decision, but still second guessing it even after that decision's been made. So I was like, I just want to make a strong decision about this. So when I listened back to that and heard my own wisdom on that, I was like, okay, I get it. It's like exactly the same thought process. And I really feel that by letting myself keep those episodes, it is really going to teach me how to like really just be open to my work ahead of time being my best work. Because if I'm always redoing work, I never actually get to experience the result of the first bit of work that I did. I'm always trying to control the result by redoing and reworking, and doing that overwork. And when overwork is always there, we never get to experience what it's like not to have it there. We never get to experience that our best work, our best results are created when we are not overworking. And then on the call, there were so many notes that I wrote down, hearing others getting coached on their business. And something that really stood out to me was someone was getting coached on their plans for their business, what they had planned out for the year, when they'd planned to do launching, when they had planned to take a holiday. And basically there was a change in their plans. And Stacey was saying that, and this is what I had said as well in that episode I listened back to of myself talking about this. So I was like, okay, I get the message, that the best way to, how can I articulate this? The best way to really bring up the work you need to do and to learn how to stick to the plan is to stick to the plan and then do your coaching on what comes up as you stick to the plan. So as an example, with this person who was being coached, they were saying that they wouldn't be able to coach their clients. They're still doing one-on-one coaching. They wouldn't be able to coach their clients when they are away. And they were kind of seeing it as, I either need to not coach them or maybe not take a holiday, or what do I do about this? And Stacey was saying, like, if you just are committed to sticking to the plan, then you can start to see all these other options of maybe you could hire a coach to coach your clients for you, and brought up an example of another person in the mastermind who'd done that with success. And just really getting that when I am sticking to this plan, because I can feel myself still like, oh, I might need to add a day, and I feel like I'm 95% of the way there with just sticking to the number of days I had. But I caught myself this morning thinking like, oh, well, if I haven't given myself time to really do super thinking on the emails that I'm going to write and the content. So maybe I need to add in an extra day for that. And to just really be committed to, this is the number of days and I'm going to see what I can create in that number of days and be focused on the growth from that, rather than, oh, well, I'll just do whatever I've done in the past, because that feels like it's more likely to create the results that we want in terms of the goal that we have for the launch and the number of signups. That my growth is sticking to this plan and working it to the best of my ability, and then doing a reflection after that. And then in the next one, I might decide, okay, I actually need an extra week, or an extra 3 days, or whatever it is, to create the content I want to create at the level that I want to create it. But I'm not going to get to learn that unless I create a plan, I stick to it. That doesn't mean sticking to it perfectly. I'm following the process that I teach in PGSD, which is plan properly, follow through 80% of the time, rest without guilt and repeat. That's what I'm doing. So it's about following through more often than not, but also within that, the weekly review part of power planning, being onto myself with why I'm changing my plans, and really recognizing, yes, there is a time and a place to do that, but making sure that I like my reasons. And that's what I spoke about in the previous episode. I think the title of the episode, I think it's maybe episode 315. It's on when redoing your work is self-sabotage and when it's not. But in that episode, I was just really talking through, like, it's okay to redo an episode, but I need to like my reasons, and me not feeling articulate enough, or like I explained it well enough. They're all reasons focused on me. If I want to change it, it needs to be for a reason that I like, which would be in the service of my client and my listener, not in service of my perception of myself as a creator. And so that's a really important distinction, because we can be like, oh no, it's best to do my best work and that's going to help everyone. But a lot of times it's just us being super self-critical, and we're not really thinking about the experience of the other person. Because when I listen back through that lens, I'm like, oh, there's so many things I'm sharing in this episode that I know are going to be such a revelation. And even though they feel obvious to me, and like I kind of stumbled through explaining some of it or teaching some of it, that doesn't matter. And my best client is going to love those episodes. And so, yeah, I've just been going through that. So I've prepped for the next 3 episodes that I'm going to be recording today after I feed Lydia. And I've really just been in letting it be easy. That mantra of the easier I let my creative process be, the more value I create. Really creating for the people who are already a yes, who already want to join PGSD, who are already in PGSD. These episodes are going to help our PGSDs as well. And I'm really excited to record them. I found myself thinking like, I want to record these other kinds of episodes, but not these episodes. And I was like, no, I'm going to let these episodes just be like my normal episodes, take the pressure off. And that doesn't mean I'm not prepared. That doesn't mean I am being reckless or anything like that. I think we think that if we take the pressure off, then we're going to do something reckless or irresponsible or miss something. And that's not the case at all. So I'm just going to let my best work flow through me. It's safe to be in flow. That is another part of the mantra that I adopted yesterday. The easier I let my creative process be, the more value I create, and it's safe to be in flow. So that is what I'm going to be doing and focusing on. And I'm really excited to record those episodes. I'm really excited to keep sticking to the plan and doing the work that comes up along the way, and sit with the urges to procrastinate work and to change the plans, and just see what I can create, see what we as a team can create with sticking to this plan, and then reflect, evaluate, iterate from there. So that is my update for you today, and I will be checking in again soon. Well, this is exciting. It is the 24th of March, so a while since I have done an update. I have been in my work hours so focused on getting shit done and doing all of the content for the launch that I haven't done any updates since I think the beginning of when I first started creating the content. I have been keeping notes on so many different breakthroughs I've had during this process. It has been incredible, like the best personal development experience ever. And I am going to record a full update about what went down next week. At the moment, it is 5 p.m. I need to go and pick up Lydia, but I have just submitted to my team all of the content for the PGSD launch. Interestingly, I noticed that today I tried to add an extra task to my plate, which would constitute overworking, in terms of recording some Instagram stories ahead of time for the launch. And I just like an hour ago had to be like, okay, we didn't actually plan to do that task. It was like, it was so interesting that it felt really important to do that. And then when I looked at Asana, which we use for our task management, and saw that I didn't have that as a task to do, and I just added it almost as a way so that I couldn't get it all done, and I needed something to drag over and like add extra time or something. Just noticing that habit to do that, past habit, was really interesting. So anyway, I just wanted to record this. I have officially got it all done within my work hours that I had determined ahead of time. No late nights. I actually started a little bit earlier the other day because Lydia woke up really early, and so I just got stuck into it. But I have stuck to my planned work hours, my planned work days, and I added one extra work day in the end. In the next update, I will go more into why that was. But basically, I had a friend that I wanted to help out with something that it came up on a work day, and that took about half a work day. And then I also had some interviews with PGSDers, which you will have heard by now, to record, and that it wasn't worth stressing over jamming it all in, and just to give myself an extra day. I was proud of myself for asking for the childcare that was needed in order to get that done, and then getting it done. I just gave myself one extra day and everything has been completed. It feels so good. It feels so good. I can still feel in the back of my mind being like, oh, but we could have done this extra thing. But I'm just letting it be done. That is such a big lesson from this. Letting things be done. There have been so many things I have wanted to go back and rework, like pretty much everything when it comes to the podcast episodes, the emails, like at every stage, I have wanted to go back, especially as I'm learning so much as I'm doing this and really evolving how I want to talk in the emails and about PGSD. I'm like, okay, I need to go back and fix that, and just like not letting myself go back and rework. And really in my mind, kind of pretending that it's going out live, in the sense that if I was doing it at the last minute, I wouldn't be able to go back, and just noticing how I think part of the reason we like doing things at the last minute is it kind of removes any urge to go back, because it's not even possible. And so part of this has just been sitting with the urge to rework and to just keep going. And I'm so grateful to have power planning, and that I was able to just not be overwhelmed about it, not be stressed about it, just sit down each day, know exactly what I need to work on. My calendar now at the end of it looks very different to when it started. Still the same work hours, but tasks have been moved around. I realized that I needed a day to actually really think intentionally about things at a higher level in terms of mindset, and how I wanted to be thinking about the launch and myself as it related to the launch and all of those different things. And I just kind of was in such a rush to get started that I just jumped in, and I didn't give myself the time to do that mindset work that I did at the beginning of the last launch and that I would typically do. I just was kind of like, shit, gotta go. So I gave myself that time, but I worked it all in. So anyway, all of this to say, I'm so fucking proud of myself for getting it done. This is normal for me, and I will record an update next week to fill you in on all the aha moments, the lessons. There have been many, and how I was able to do it as well. Okay, I'll talk to you soon. Today is the 18th of April, which means it has been a while since I got everything done. And yeah, I still wanted to come to you with this update about my reflection on letting my work be done, getting my work done early and easily, because I learned so much about myself from going through that process, and also so much about the business as well. So I'm just going to get straight into it, though I do want to mention in full transparency that I have already recorded this last bit of the episode, and it went for an hour, and I just kind of felt like I talked around in circles even more than I normally would. And so I'm just going to record it again and just be to the point, and as much as I like to be, and then let this be done. And then I will be recording the beginning of the next part of this series, the second part, which will be all about the launch period and all of that, which I'm really excited to get into. So let's talk about some of the biggest lessons that I learned during this experiment, this commitment to getting my work done ahead of time. So one of the things that happened and was very helpful during that period was that I got coached a few times in the mastermind that I'm in, and I had a few important revelations. Well, a couple. So the first one was about getting my best work done ahead of time. I had gone to this coaching call, and I had my self-coaching curriculum, so I knew what to get coached on. And I was talking about the launch and really trying to get to being in belief about creating my best work ahead of time, and the possibility that my work done early could be as good as my work done at the last minute. And on that call, a thought that was presented to me was that it could be even better to get my work done early. Like the quality of the work I could produce ahead of time when I'm not in the throes of the launch, in the sense of I'm not in the drama of it. I'm just able to create for myself a little bubble and really be in belief and not have any external circumstances that might make it easier to believe that it's not working. And then from that belief to stop writing the emails and doing that kind of thing. And for sure, it sounds so obvious. A lot of the best coaching is stuff that sounds really obvious, but I had never considered that it could be a higher quality of work. It was more, if I got it done early, it was more that I wanted, in a practical sense, to be able to have the ability to do it early and to be able to create ahead of time in the business. But I was still in this belief that I hadn't really picked up that it could be as good as my work done at the last minute, but it couldn't be better. So that really just opened up a whole world for me to really intentionally think about how my work done early could actually be higher quality. And I think having it presented to me in that way really allowed me to step into that and to lean into that and to not just see it as a substitute, a poor substitute for getting it done at the last minute, but actually really asking my brain to find all the ways that having my work completed early would mean that I was creating higher quality. And I already mentioned, for example, that like in previous launches that I've done, especially like some of these, I'm thinking about ones particularly in say 2019 and 2020, that if I did a launch and everything was done at the last minute, if it was going well, like meeting these unwritten expectations that I had in my mind about what success looked like, then I could write the emails and show up. And this makes me think of the launch that I did in 2018 when I had my first 10K month for my Get Out of Your Own Way program that I sold at the time. And I was able to really easily keep showing up and writing the emails and doing it at the last minute because it was meeting my unwritten, like made up expectations that I had about sign up numbers. And I had at the time really thought I was in belief, but after doing other launches after that experience, I realized that it was more that the result I wanted to have was happening. And so it was easier to be in that belief and to think I was believing regardless of the result, even though that wasn't the case. So there have been launches that I've done where I have, I'm thinking of one that I did in 2020, where I did a webinar and then I had left myself to do the emails and everything after that. And I was thinking like, I'm going to be on such a high after the webinar. And like, I love presenting things live and doing that. And I was just like, it's going to be so easy to write the emails. And I had created all of these expectations for myself about how many signups we would have for PGSD. Like during that, I was so proud of the presentation and like all these different things. And I think we had one person sign up, I want to say within 24 hours. I can't remember exactly now. And maybe 4 or 5 sign up in total, which was much less than I had predicted. And we didn't have anyone sign up during the actual presentation. And I was in such a shame spiral about it that I could barely bring myself to write any of the emails. And so there's reasons like that for getting it done early, and that I could really, like, I had the story too that I need to be in the energy of the launch, and that is created by other people and me interacting. That is created by me getting DMs and us getting emails and that kind of thing, that it's kind of like this dance, and I need the other partner to be in the dance so I can be dancing. And what I really learned from doing this all ahead of time was that I can actually just think all of the thoughts and create that energy and that experience for myself. And during this period of time where I was creating all the launch content, I was able to feel like I was in the launch. And the weeks following getting everything done, and now the day of recording this, we are starting technically the pre-launch period where the podcast series goes out. And it's like getting myself to warm up back into being in that mode, because I was able to really create that energy of being in the launch and really be thinking at a high level about it. And then I had a few weeks not creating launch content, and now it's in the delivery of the launch that I'm going to be going into it more in the upcoming episode that will be released next week. But really my work is being able to lean in and be engaged with the launch without then needing to be controlling or micromanaging or meddling and that kind of thing that I've been finding. I either want to lean back and like let go just by being disengaged with how things are going and like waiting and seeing, or be fully leaned in and micromanaging every little thing in terms of what goes out and is it at the right time and what are people asking. And my work, I know for this, is to find the middle point with that, to be leaned in and engaged and to not micromanage and meddle. So that's my work. I'll be talking about it more in the next episode. But yeah, that was one of the big things that came out of that coaching for me, was like, oh, actually it could be possible that I could do better work ahead of time. And then I also got coaching again on a different day about another thought that I had around this, which was, if I am getting things done early, then like, how do I know that the questions that people ask during the launch, like, I don't know how people are going to respond to the content or what questions people will have about PGSD and that kind of thing. And the coaching I got was actually like life-changing, in the sense of I'd never even thought to do this. And it had me creating such a higher level of content, like much better quality. And that was that, yes, I do know what questions people are going to ask, which is true. And my work was to use my brain instead of just responding to what questions people have, which tend to not be the questions we get asked tend to not be the ones that my best client is actually thinking. And so it means we're answering a lot of questions that people might have, but they're not the ones that are going to really sell them on getting out of their own way and signing up for PGSD and all of that. So to write down all the questions that someone would have and to really be present with that and to create the content from that point, instead of just not thinking about their questions and then waiting to see what they are and then responding and maybe, working it into the content later on. So yeah, that like forever changed the way that I will think about there being questions asked during a launch or promotion. And even if you're not doing a launch, this is so helpful to think about when it comes to your customer, your client, whoever you're helping, what questions they have, instead of just relying on them to ask them. And it didn't even take that long to do it. But what I realized when I did this was that the major groups of questions fell into who, what, where, when, why, how, which makes sense because that's what our brain wants to have answered in order to feel safe taking the next step, whether that is doing something like signing up for PGSD, whether that is, I don't know, going to a movie or whatever. Like our brain wants to know those things, and it doesn't need to have crystal clear clarity on that. It's not saying that we never do things unless everything is completely mapped out, but we at least want to have a sense that either ourselves now have figured that out or our future self, like that everything is considered. And so anyway, at least that's how my brain works. So I went through all those questions and grouped them into who, what, where, when, why, how. And then when I was creating the emails for the launch period, I pulled out some of those key questions that we hadn't actually explicitly been asked before, but I know 100% that my best client is thinking about them. And I could create emails on those topics and really consider a lot of different things. So for a few examples, one of them that I hadn't really addressed is, how do I know that this is the right time? So this is kind of like a when question. How do I know this is the right time for me to do this? Because I want to do this, I want to get out of my own way, but how do I know that now is the right time? Or should I be spending my time now doing a marketing program and then coming back to this later? Or like, how does this fit in to the bigger picture of my business? And I was thinking back to really the questions that I had when I was in like 2018 and I was investing in different things. And a lot of those questions were like there was no question around investing in myself. I was sold on that. I knew the transformations that came from getting coached and being supported and all of that. So I wasn't asking any of those questions. I wasn't asking any questions about like when coaching call times would be, because I just knew that I would get the result regardless, because that is what I had created a self-image around, that it always pays off because I make sure it does. And so it was more like, will the other people that are in the program be at a similar stage of business to me? Like, I wanted to not know 100%. I didn't need to have any kind of clarity necessarily around what would be taught in the program, but I just wanted to have a glance so that I could just mentally check off that box in my mind. And so just a few different things like that I hadn't considered previously when it came to questions and answers and that aspect of a launch. And it was really interesting to be able to think about it doesn't matter if I'm there live during the time to answer questions that come in, but I can use my brain. And at this point, I have, had the PGSD program for a few years. It's not a new offer. I know the questions that people have about it. It's not to say there won't be some that are actually questions we need to address, but I can get 98% of them just by thinking about it and tasking my brain with that. So that really informed then the emails that I was writing, the way that I was writing, and as well, talking to 2018 me. I hadn't realized this before this launch, that I was, without realizing it, talking to 2013 me, who had not yet started or just started and was completely paralyzed, or 2016 me, who had just started investing in myself but hadn't made any money yet, and that kind of thing. And that's when I think about our best PGSDers and who is served best by the program. If I think about my 2018 self, I know that I am talking to them, and it's really when you know what to do and you're just not doing it, but you are doing things, and this is like what I talked to in the procrastination series. You're doing a lot of stuff in your business. You're committed to it. There are things you're doing that are working. Like, you are making some money, but you are just not doing the needle movers, or you're jumping from them before they are complete, or you're spending too long on them. And it's really about, what issues and things coming up at that stage of business, and recognizing that is something I hadn't thought of before. And it just really helped me to get so clear on like, what are the questions that people will have and what kind of problems am I talking to? Because with perfectionism in business, there's stuff that comes up at every stage of business. And so it's like I could talk to any stage. And that's why when you sign up for PGSD, you get lifetime access, because we are going to be there to help you release your handbrake at any stage of your business. But really talking to we've found that our PGSDers who are at that stage get the best results and are the most successful with the PGSD process. And I hadn't recognized that before. So yeah, that was one of the things that came out of doing this, and it provided so much clarity to me. And that was, for example, I was like, oh, now I realize this. I want to go back and re-record the procrastination series, because I didn't realize who I was talking to, and I want to go redo it now that I have more clarity. And I just let them be done. I know I talked in an update on this episode about how I had that urge to redo the episodes, the first ones that I did. And I kept having that urge come up again and again. as I was going through this process of creating the content and having realizations about who we're helping and all that kind of thing. And I wanted to share that too, because we can be all or nothing about it and think that, we need to do all of this thinking and meditating around who we help and what we help them with and how we word it and the messaging and all of that. And then once that's perfect, we can go out into the world. And it's really about recognizing that that doesn't have to be perfect for you to be able to help people and to make a lot of money and to achieve your goals and all of those things. So I just let it be done, but it was very uncomfortable when I was like, oh, but I feel like maybe some of the things I said in that isn't going to be talking to 2018 me, and I just let that be okay. And that was my growth with that. So I highly recommend using your brain. And it's not going to want to do it, but to sit down and write out all the questions someone could possibly have. I think before, when I'd done that kind of thing, I kind of was writing down maybe like 5 questions in terms of like, how much time will it take and when are the coaching calls? And I wasn't really thinking about questions that someone would have. I was thinking about where the holes were in terms of what I had shared, or very basic surface level questions that I'd seen on other people's sales pages. But really stepping in the shoes of the person who is buying and thinking like I wrote maybe 50 different questions. Some of them were repetitive, like had been said in a similar way, but I just really sat down and thought about and typed about what are the questions that someone would want to know. And it's someone who wants to join PGSD. They want to get out of their own way. Like someone who, it's not convincing someone and answering the questions and coming up with them from that stance. It's really someone who is a yes and now who just needs to be sold on signing up. What questions might they have? And creating the content for the emails from that really had me creating things that I hadn't shared before, and also thinking about the emails as being basically onboarding for PGSD, because I'm talking to someone who's already a yes, so they're going to be signing up. So things like the video that I shared with Kristen Kane, which was just from a PGSD coaching call that it was completely unplanned. But on that call, I pulled Kristen on to talk about how she thinks about the coaching call so that other PGSDs could learn from how she was thinking about the calls and when she submits a request, like what she's thinking about and how she knows it's the right time and that kind of thing. And then during the launch period, or when I was creating the content, I realized actually that would be a great onboarding content. I want our new PGSDs to see this. So I made it an email going out during the launch. So things like that. I also did a walkthrough of the PGSD website, a little video of, hey, once you sign up, here's what you're going to see. Here's where you need to go. Just because for me, that's when I was thinking about signing up for things, and even still now, I don't need to see what it would look like, but also it does tick a little box in my brain when I do, and it was super easy to create. So that's that. But yeah, that alone was worth doing this whole experiment for, because I learned so much. Adding a day, I did end up adding an extra day to my calendar for work, and I got I did some self-coaching around the reasons for that, and I was happy with the reasons for that. So I think I added a full day. And I figured out how to get childcare for Lydia. I asked for the help that I needed so that I could add that extra day. And it wasn't just a day to do whatever. I was very clear about what was getting done on that day. And that day was added to accommodate that I had overlooked needing to have a day for basically thought work and mentally prepping, doing up a list of beliefs, my self-coaching curriculum. Sorry, let me go back. The list of beliefs is really identified beliefs that I have had the last launch, which I'd already done a debrief on that last launch, but the beliefs I had that really served me well, the beliefs I had that didn't serve me well, that would need to be changed, what my growth is for this launch, different things like that, and identifying what I needed to believe and be focused on as I was creating, because I think I just felt there wasn't enough time to get all the launch stuff done. So I just dived into it without actually taking a minute to do my mindset work. And so once I realized that, I just created the space for myself I did that day on the 10th of March. So that was before I had written any of the launch emails. I shuffled around my power planning. So my power planning by the end looked very different to how it did at the beginning. And that is by design. That's why little tweaks is the second step of power planning, because we are making those adjustments and having it be workable. And yeah, that's the whole point. I got it all done within my work days. I added an extra day, but besides that, I got it all done. And a lot of the emails took me way less time than I had planned. The Perfectionist power-ups took way less time. And when I added that day, basically there are a few things I didn't have. I did have some buffer time to interview PGSDers for the podcast, but actually adding in when those times were, and then having that mindset day to just, as I said, look at the beliefs I wanted to be in, create for myself my self-coaching curriculum, and to really outline the launch content, having been in the place of being in that belief, and how I was going to celebrate, and the vision for the launch, and then updating the team on that and all of that. So I was happy that I added that extra day and that I was really able to make the most of it. It wasn't, as I said, just a day to do things that weren't needle movers. I really did things that, not particularly on that day, but within that period, I was able to get things done that were important. And on that note, interestingly, on the last day, when I was like, I've actually done, like the 24th, I've actually done all of this early, and I've not allowed myself to rework it and all this stuff. And I found myself wanting to put on my plate like these Instagram related tasks that weren't in the plan, and that I can't remember if it was going to be a bunch of stories, like little recorded things that we could upload as stories. I think it must have been. And I found myself wanting to add that. So basically then I was behind, and I was like, you know what? This was not the plan. And I am just going to, like, if I want to have that stuff created as part of the launch and something that I do, then that's what I can learn for next time. And next time I am going to put that in my calendar when I'm doing the launch content, but I'm not going to add it at the last minute. And so I can see in my in my power planning, I have a task that went from 12:15 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. on the 24th, where I reviewed all launch emails and finalized, reviewed all the show notes, basically like brought everything together. And it's one of those things that you think, oh, just take me a couple of, half an hour to review everything. But I had to read all the emails, read all the show notes. What I did actually in Airtable, where we have all the content laid out, I set up a view so that I could see basically what order things went out in terms of what email someone would receive. It was like a waitlist email, then an email newsletter, and then this email and that email and that email, and then see this, and like all in order. And then I read it all in order, as if someone was receiving it, and just identified if anything needed to be made more clear or more simple or more compelling. If there was anything I'd missed out, like I just gave myself that bird's eye view look at things. And it was so powerful to not let myself add in a whole lot of extra tasks just because it felt so uncomfortable to be done. And I wanted to feel, it's like that addiction to feeling behind that I've talked about. Like I wanted to feel like I didn't get it all done, even though that's what I've been working to and committed to. That when I got there, it was like, oh, is this it? No, this isn't dramatic enough. Like this isn't interesting enough. I want to go back and add something new. So I'm really glad I caught myself with that. So those are the main updates that I wanted to give about my experience. And also the final thing I wanted to mention is what really came up for me during this as well was being with that feeling of vulnerability. And it was almost like a feeling of not being in control, that if I just got it done early and easily, then I wasn't in control of the result, which is so interesting because that's not how it works. Like I know that intellectually, but it really feels like unless I'm overthinking things and manhandling them and that kind of thing, then it's not going to work. And just exploring being with that feeling and what that feeling was about. And it really led me as well to have a huge breakthrough around feeling helpless, and that I have been avoiding like for so many years. And just avoiding like anything where I would feel helpless and not in control. And that I just had a realization around during that time that I may have felt helpless at times, but I've never been helpless and I never will be helpless. And it was just a really liberating realization to have that I had been, I think a lot of times when I'm trying to control things, it's really trying to avoid being in a position where there's nothing I could do, and just recognizing that I may have felt that way. That may feel true and be true emotionally in terms of like that feeling is that feeling is valid in a sense. I don't know if this is making sense what I'm trying to say. The feeling is a real experience that I had, but that doesn't mean that it was true that I was helpless. And so, yeah, that really just opened up a lot of things for me. And I think that a lot of it had been underlying doing things at the last minute because it gave me that sense of control. So I know that going into the launch and having everything be released, that is my work to, as I was saying, to be engaged and leaned in and really be like in belief and doing that work without meddling and trying to control and micromanage, especially when I have time to do that. that really is what I'm going to be working on. And yeah, just not being kind of checked out or checked in a meddling way or like checking things, but just leaning in and self-coaching and yeah, just really letting myself feel safe in things going out that don't feel perfect to me. So with that said, that is my update for what was technically like the pre-launch period. So the way I think about launches, there is the pre-launch, the pre-launch and the launch. So the launch is the open cart period when people can enroll for PGSD. The pre-launch is from the beginning of the podcast series till open cart till the launch period. So that lasts about 10 days. And pre-launch is anything before that. And basically from the end of the last launch, once that's done, to the beginning of the next pre-launch. And it's been so helpful actually to even think of it that way instead of just thinking, oh, there's time where I create free content and then there's times where I'm launching. It's like, it's all connected. It's like, it's all in service of having people sign up for PGSD so we can actually help them get out of their own way, because I love this podcast. I really, 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 truly do. But there's only so much that you can learn from listening to a podcast. You can definitely intellectualize. You can have a lot of small wins, be more consistent, be more brave and all of that. But really, it's when you join PGSD, that is when the transformation truly begins. And so it's not like, and I'm saying this because there might be times where you're thinking like, well, I love doing like free content and I hate doing times where I'm selling. And to just really see that it's all selling, and that's beautiful and in service of your customer. And I was actually having a conversation about this with my brother yesterday, and he was talking about how it's so great that some like there are Instagram accounts that are really giving you a lot of great advice, and his words were that they're not peddling anything. And I just thought that was so interesting. And I was saying to him, like, the reason that they are asking you or inviting you to sign up for things is because those things will be more helpful than an Instagram post. And so it's just like being mindful of that when you are a creator, if you have a business where you are creating content, that it is really your program or service or whatever it is, like that is the best thing for your best client to be in. And so, yeah, why not invite them, sell them, have them actually create that transformation? So anyway, that is it for this update, and definitely tune in next week to hear about the pre-launch and launch period. Okay, so this is part 2 in a 2-part series on getting your work done early and easily. If you haven't yet listened to episode 335, I highly recommend doing that because I talk about the experience that I had with getting all the launch content for the PGSD launch in April, getting that all done well ahead of time. I got it done basically 3+ weeks early when I had been in the habit of doing things at the last minute when it came to the launch. I talked about the lessons learned, the discomfort experienced, and yeah, it's going to set everything up for this episode. So just wanted to point you to that one if you haven't yet listened. So in this episode, I'm going to be talking about the pre-launch and launch period. So basically, in the last episode, I covered the pre-launch period, which is basically just a fancy way of saying the period of time before the launch began. In my mind, the launch is really the pre-launch, which for me is the podcast series going out. And then the launch period itself is when the doors open to PGSD, when it's open for enrollment. So in this episode, I am going to be chatting through and sharing in real time with all the numbers as well, because I love sharing that stuff, what it is like for me having done all the work early. Like I've already done all the podcast episodes, written all the emails, all the Instagram posts are being created, like everything's done. So normally during a pre-launch and launch period, I would be doing that stuff. And in this one, I'm not, because it's done. And so actually, when I was thinking about it the last few days, I was like, what am I even going to be talking about in this episode? Because everything's done and, you know, I'm just then waiting to see how it goes. And this morning I went for a run and I was listening to one of Stacey. So she's my coach, Stacey Bayman. I'm in the 200K mastermind. So I was listening to a call or whatever it was. And she was talking about like, just be onto yourself if you don't feel like you're having much drama about something, and just be real with yourself. You might not think of it as being drama, but if you are doing big things and working towards something big and scary and uncomfortable, and you're just feeling kind of neutral about it, or, you know, feeling great about it, just be onto yourself, and might there be something going on there. So anyway, I was thinking about that as I was running along. I was like, yes, I have been doing that. I think that I realized that I had been in a bit of an all or nothing mindset with things when it came to like having the work done. And so now what am I going to do? It was either this question of, and I hadn't even thought of it this way intentionally, but when I reflect on it, this is how I've been thinking about it, that I have 2 options. So classic all or nothing theory, there are all or nothing thinking, there are 2 options. Option A is that I just need to sit back, like let the work go out, let the emails, let the podcast series go out, empower the team, let them handle anything that comes up, and just self-coach myself on just sitting back and waiting and seeing what result is created by what I created a month prior. Or I can be checking in on everything. I can be doing Instagram stories that didn't get done. I can be basically troubleshooting, checking in, checking stats, and just kind of be basically, that's all a nice way of saying, micromanaging and meddling and trying to control the result through my last minute actions. And what I recognized when I was self-coaching on this morning is that my growth, I really feel, because I was like, I feel like my growth is just to sit back and wait and see. And I feel like waiting and seeing when it's posed like that is never the growth. But anyway, I was self-coaching on this, and I recognize that for me, my growth is to be leaning in and engaged with the launch without meddling and disempowering my team and trying to add extra things on top, like Instagram stories and posts that we hadn't planned and that kind of thing, in order to compensate for any lack of belief, or in order to make myself feel busy and like I'm doing something. And so the last few weeks, like since I created all of the content for the launch, I have been working on the content that is going out after the launch finishes. So I've already actually recorded all of the podcast episodes pretty much until July. And yeah, I'm working on the Instagram posts and the emails that are going out in the pre-launch period for the next launch. And so I was like, okay, this is what I was thinking before this morning, that I'm going to be just working on getting that content done, again, getting it done easily and early. And that is what I need to be focusing on. And I had in my calendar, in my power planning this week, that I was going to be creating that content for after the launch. And I had in my calendar that the open cart period, I just had a big block of time. Like I hadn't fully power planned it yet, but I have just big blocks of time on my work days that I am going to be like having that time open for things to come up or to be engaged. But the pre-launch period with the podcast series going out, I've been like, well, everything's done and I'm just going to focus on my other work and stay busy with that. And yeah, I just recognize that is me kind of like disengaging and checking out. And I was reflecting on how I have been able to delegate and let things go in the past, or not let things go, let go, though sometimes that involves letting things go, and having something go out not exactly the way you'd want it to, but just recognizing that that's okay and that's safe for that to happen. And I'm proud of myself with how I'm proud of myself with how I show up as a leader. I know I have a lot of growth to do, but that doesn't mean we can't feel proud just because we know there's room for improvement. But that there have been times where I have felt like my experience has been that I'm delegating and empowering and letting go, when actually it was me kind of like doing that, but then not even looking at things, so that I didn't have any thoughts about it not being done the way that I wanted it to be done, and just kind of delegating fully, which is important to do, but delegating and then just being disengaged. And what I really want to learn to do is how to delegate and let go and still be witnessing what's going on, experiencing what's going on, like the work, the response to the work. And yeah, to just find that balance isn't really the right word, but that middle point between being disengaged and waiting and seeing, and then being like controlling and meddling, and doing that under the guise of being like engaged with it. So I don't think it's even the middle point now I frame it like that. It's something completely different, which is doing the self-coaching and getting coached. I'm planning to do a lot of peer coaching during this period, and self-coaching every single day, non-negotiable, because it's just so funny. I thought before this morning, like there's going to be nothing to even self-coach on. And I know that it's really to be in belief. So to not be in this like waiting and seeing, but still believing that I am and my team is the creator of our goal, so we have our goal of 60 signups for PGSD, and so excited to welcome those PGSDs in. And if you want to hear how the last launch went, I did a similar series, just giving a general behind the scenes look at things. And that was episode 316 and 317. So for this launch, what was I saying with that? Yeah, the goal is 60 signups, and I could definitely feel that I was just in this kind of like, okay, now we just need to wait and see if it works. And it's like, yes, and also be engaged and reviewing things. And my rule that I have created with myself from my self-coaching this morning is that I will not communicate anything to the team if I see something that didn't go out the way I intended it to go out or whatever, that I'm going to self-coach before I get in touch with any of them, because it's so important for me to be able to have the skill set of being able to see things not going how I wanted them to go in terms of little pieces of the puzzle, and just letting that be okay, but also having the discernment to know when something is like I do need to communicate to the team about something versus when I don't, because maybe it didn't go out the way I wanted it to, but it's not actually going to impact the result, and it might impact my ego or my perceived ideas that people have about me and how I want to be perceived and whatever. But being able to be in that or develop that skill set, because it is a skill set to be developed in an ongoing way, of either this is something that didn't go the way I had imagined or wasn't shared in the way that I had imagined or whatever, and that's okay. And I can communicate with that about the team at a later date in the debrief and, you know, whatever. And also giving people the chance to self-correct and notice things. Or actually, this is really important that this is communicated now, and then doing that from a clean space where I have done my self-coaching first on any, you know, personal attachment I have to the work and my ego wanting myself to be perceived a certain way in terms of being smart and intelligent and put together and whatever. So that is something that came up for me this morning when I was self-coaching and realizing like it's made me excited about the launch in a way that I wasn't, because I was like, I've already done the work, and my goal is to be able to do the work ahead of time and it just go out and the team execute it. Like they get all the content from me and then it all gets published and shared and whatever when it's meant to. And so thinking that like, cool, this is just a practice run at that, but I am able to be engaged with the launch. So why not actually use this opportunity to practice being engaged and leaning in without meddling and micromanaging and taking tasks back and that kind of thing. I have done a lot of intentional work on this before and I have made progress with it, but I still find myself wanting at times things to be done my way, even though another way would be just as good or even better. And I'm just stubborn about it or being a perfectionist about it. And that this is, as a leader of a team, my next layer of growth. And just also to share at the moment who is on the team, just so you have some context around that. So Daisy, who you will know if you are a PGSDer, Daisy is the main person helping me with the back end. We also have Neha, who is doing a lot of the tech setup. There hasn't been much of that for this launch or the previous one, because we've kept things so simple on the back end. And then also Michelle, who is one of our PGSD coaches, is jumping in to help out when there are a couple things needed. But really it's Daisy and Neha. So huge shout out to them. And also Eloisa, who puts up the podcast episodes and does all of that. So let me also share what I have also given myself some self-coaching on this morning. So something Stacey teaches is a high value cycle and a low value cycle, and just recognizing them for yourself. So basically a high value cycle is when you are, in my words, not in hers, I'm not sure exactly how she words it, but in my words, that's when you are doing the things that will get you to your goal in the way that you want to get to your goal. And a low value cycle is when you are getting in your own way, pretty much. So I wrote down the actions that would indicate to me if I'm in a high value cycle or a low value cycle. And it's not either all or nothing. And there will definitely be times where I'm kind of maybe in a midpoint between the two, or I'm going to, for sure, I know it'll be a mix of things by the end of it, that it's not like to achieve your goals, you have to be in a high value cycle 100% of the time. And being, in my words, that would be like having your perfectionism handbrake release and being out of your own way, or you're in your own way. There are shades of gray between that. But I'm just going to share with you some of the actions that I wrote down that would signal to me that I'm in a high value cycle, and some of the actions that I might experience myself doing that would just ring a little alarm in my mind that I am not in a high value cycle for myself. So this is the high value cycle. So I'm self-coaching every day. I'm doing intentional thought creation, which is a tool Stacey teaches, talking to my future self, which is something we talk about a lot in PGSD, and being in belief, like really practicing my belief in being able to create a result without needing to control or like go in and do stuff, and just to really have like work on in my self-coaching all the reasons that I can believe that we will achieve our goal, even if it wasn't to do a single thing in terms of like an Instagram story or adding an extra email or editing an email or whatever, that I could not do any actions and we can still create the result, and that the result was created like pretty much, and you can see I've still got some work to do with this, but the result was created when I was like from the beliefs and feelings that I was in when I was creating the content of the launch. But practicing that belief and not having that belief be dependent on control or the illusion of control, micromanaging, meddling, doing things at the last minute, being busy, or any of that. Another sign that I would be in a high value cycle is showing up for my peer coaching, like organizing that, showing up for it vulnerably and prepared. So vulnerably in the sense of I'm actually sharing what I'm thinking and experiencing and doing, even if it's embarrassing, even if I know better, even if I don't want to admit to someone else or even myself that I'm doing a certain thing or I'm not doing a certain thing, to share that and to implement that coaching courageously. That I am doing designated check-ins at designated times. So I talked about this in the last series I did like this, where during the launch period, I had specific times that I would check in on stats. So for me, that was once a day. I would check the number of signups, and that was it. I wasn't, because in some launches for sure, I have been like refreshing Stripe or whatever, or I have been just logging in. However, I was getting, so some launches it had been like email notifications or whatever. So I'd go to my inbox and refresh and refresh and refresh, or like if I happened to stir during the night, then I would look at my phone and see if anyone had signed up. And then I'd look again as soon as I woke up. Like it was just all consuming. And so I found it to be really helpful for me to just have a designated time that I will check in, and I check in, I do my self-coaching, and then I don't need to keep checking and rechecking. And yeah, a big thing that's come out of basically the last few months of self-coaching is anytime I'm checking something, I need to check in with myself and how I'm feeling. Like if I'm in that energy of just needing to check, it's just that sign that I'm lacking some self-trust. Maybe I'm lacking trust in another person or in a result or whatever. And I'm just feeling like I need to control. So yeah, anytime I'm trying to check something, to check in with myself. But having the way around that, not around that, but you know what I mean, is having a designated time to check in. So I've talked about this before, like with Instagram, for example, to just check in at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. and you know they're your times you check in, and when it is that time you do it, and then that's that, instead of telling yourself, I'm not going to check it all and having to be on these detoxes or whatever. And I've done a whole episode on all of that, and I will just quickly have a look and see what episode that is, because if you I was just searching a keyword that didn't come up with anything. Episode 293, 5 surprising tips to stop mindless scrolling. So I talk about some of this in that episode, which might be helpful for you if, especially during a launch, you are checking and rechecking. That can be a really helpful episode with that. And yeah, those behaviors can really, like where we are doing something vulnerable that might involve rejection and shame, like launching something, promoting something, selling something, that we can buffer with using scrolling, or just checking. Maybe you're checking likes and comments and DMs and story views, and then likes and comments and DMs, and just on and on and on. So that episode might be helpful for you. So I am going to, after this, create for myself, like, when are the times that I am checking in? What am I checking in on? and being clear about that, so I can tell as well when I'm deviating from that. Because if you don't have a clear plan, you can't actually tell when you're going off the plan. This is why we plan properly inside BGSC. We have our growth goal, we have our power planning, we plan in our clean rest, because there's so much to learn and to learn about yourself when you have a plan and you see yourself deviating from it. If you don't have any clear plan, like if you have a vague to-do list or a vague idea of like, I'll just check once per day, then you can't actually tell easily when you are deviating from that. It's very easy to self-sabotage and make excuses that you don't catch. So another action that would tell me that I am in a high value cycle is holding space for the emotions I'm feeling and processing them. So naming the feelings is a great starting point. Being with them, just like being present to that and not trying to action my way out of feelings. Power planning and following it with all the steps, power hour, little tweaks, weekly review. That's always a sign to me that I'm in a high value cycle. Listen to a call from the mastermind or something every morning. I found that really helpful the last launch, just to kind of like during this time to not be consuming a lot of other things, to just be in the energy and the mindset of just the strategies and mindset that I'm learning in the mastermind. So just being surrounded by that. So listening to that, going for a run on work days in the morning, because the last few weeks I've just felt like my work days, I haven't had enough time. That's been the story. It hasn't been the reality, just the story. And so it means that when I have started my work day, I've just kind of jumped straight into it. Like I've woken up, fed Lydia, and I know as well this has been impacted by her waking up a few times in the night and me feeling like I just haven't had enough sleep and all of that. But anyway, that I would just kind of get into my work day, and I've found it much more challenging mentally than I know that I work best when I exercise in the morning on a work day. And so just doing that, like doing what I need to do. Then another one, if I feel I need more time, like more time on a work day or another work day or something, to self-coach and then ask for the help I need in order to have that work day. Because if it hasn't been planned ahead of time, then I will most likely be looking after Lydia. Putting my hand up for coaching in the mastermind, experiencing the launch content as if I'm a consumer, which is one of these, is a great example of an advantage of creating all the work ahead of time. And this is something I talked about in the previous episode of, I hadn't even realized how it could be true that it could be higher quality to get things done early, and that at best it would just be the same level of quality as if I did it at the last minute. And this is an example of that when I have been creating launch content during the launch period, that I haven't actually got to experience what it would be like to be on the other end of it, because I've been too involved in it and too close to it. Whereas I realized when I was writing all this out this morning that I could actually listen to the podcast episodes, which I am able to do. I feel like when I listen to myself, like a podcast episode on a podcasting app that's one of mine, I don't normally listen to my episodes, but in this case I will. And I can just listen as if it's someone else, and I'm fine with that. So I'm going to do that, listen to the episodes, read the emails, see what's going out on Instagram, and actually be able to identify what it might be like for someone to be experiencing that, instead of when it's been going out during the launch. I've been thinking like, is this going out at the right time? Is it saying the right thing? It's been all through the lens of not thinking about the person on the other end. Even though I am, it's still with this like, does this look good kind of mentality, instead of really thinking about someone who's reading this. What are they hearing? Is it saying all the things they need to hear? Is there anything that might have been left out that would be helpful next time to include? And like, I just haven't really thought of it in that way and really experienced it. I've thought about it as a creator and experienced it that way, but I haven't stepped into the shoes of the person on the other end. So I can do that for this launch. Also letting the team make mistakes and self-correct, that if I feel like I need to, like if I see something that was done and it wasn't done as planned, that I want to, like my urge is to jump in and send a message and say, hey, I just caught this, just so you're aware of it. And that little behavior has not allow me to trust the team as much as I want to, because I'm not allowing them to show me that it's not needed, because I'm like always, well, not always, but I am at times, if I'm like catching things that were missed or whatever, that then it might be that they had also, and this has happened so many times that I'm like, hey, this thing happened. They're like, yeah, we know. And here's what we're doing. And so it's just been like, without me not doing that, I haven't been able to see that it's not needed. So that is something as well. And as I said before, being able to discern when is it that it's a mistake, quote unquote, and that I will, it's the best move to give them the opportunity to self-correct. And then at the end, when we're doing our launch debrief, I can say, hey, I noticed this and it didn't get corrected or whatever, or like, did you do something about this, and kind of getting that. Or is it something that I need to, in the moment, make sure they know about and have a conversation with, and being able to discern the two of those, which will just come from being inquisitive, knowing and like having grace with myself. There'll be times where I think it's a big deal and it's not. There'll be times where I think it's not a big deal, and in hindsight, maybe it was. But being open to being on that journey. So reviewing how things are going. So this is still me being in a high value cycle. Reviewing how things are going to inform the next launch, and how I could be more clear in my instructions to the team. I could be even more compelling in the content. So instead of thinking about, just this narrow focused view of this launch, but really thinking bigger picture, what could we do in the next launch and the launch after, and that kind of thing, so that when I'm soon creating the content for the next launch, that I can have those things in mind. Also coaching myself. So as you can see, heavily self-coaching and getting coached during this time on the thoughts and feelings, creating the results, not the actions. I've already kind of mentioned this, but instead of I know I still believe to some level that Instagram influences the results of the launch. And I intellectually know that's not the case. I've had successful launches where nothing was done on Instagram. And I have witnessed many people have very successful businesses where that's the case as well. And yet my brain is still somewhat believing that. So coaching myself on that, doing the hard things like that I need to do. So an example of that is our terms and conditions for the program, just reviewing them and working with a lawyer on them. So that is something that, I have a law degree, so I am equipped to be able to look at things like that. I am not a lawyer, but I can read stuff like that, but also my brain's like, later, let's do it later. And so that actually is something that came up for me when I was doing my weekly review of last week's power planning, that I had that in there kind of, and I had just put it off. So it's getting done. And also being direct with the team from a clean place. If there is something I need to communicate, that I'm self-coaching first, and then I am not kind of dancing around things, like you're still being kind or whatever, but to just be direct and not people pleasing. So a low value cycle, basically when I'm getting in my own way, what are some of the actions that will alert me to that? The first is checking Instagram/emails or whatever with the mindset of finding what has been missed. And from this kind of lack, scarcity, like I need to check everything. Like it's like this checking that I was talking about before, that I need to check in on things to make sure they're being done right. And I want to be, looking at Instagram and the emails and that kind of thing from the viewpoint of being on the other end of it as a podcast listener, an email subscriber, and, a follower on Instagram, not as the nitpicky creator who is just looking for all the problems. So another one is picking up my phone, or basically just anytime I remember something I need to do, I just remembered I need to message my friend about XYZ, or I just remembered that I need to buy this thing from Amazon, or I just remembered that I need to go and make lunch or whatever, to just sit with that urge to do it, write it down in my list, I always have a notepad next to me when I'm working, to write it down and to do it later. Okay, next I have on my list is slacking the team which is messaging the team when I notice something not done the way that was planned without self-coaching. So I've got to self-coach first, and I'm going to be creating for myself a little set of questions that I need to ask myself before I reach out about something to the team. Being disengaged from the launch and turning a blind eye, in the sense that I'm just like in this sit back, wait and see mentality of like not paying attention to the emails that are going out, not being engaged with what's going on, and just being like, well, I'm just going to check out and be busy with other work stuff, or just be focused on personal life stuff that I'm really, if I am disengaged and sitting back, it is a little alarm bell for me that I am in my own way. Another one is doing launch tasks last in the day. So this kind of relates to what I was saying about being busy with stuff, that yes, I do want to be working on the content that will go out after the launch and having that finalized and prepped and ready to go. But I still need to prioritize checking in with the team, doing the launch tasks, I'm not doing emails or anything like that, but I'm doing the self-coaching first and anything that might arise from that first, and checking in to see if anyone has messaged me on the team about anything, replying to that, and then doing the other things later. Usually I do my team communicating at the end of the day, so I can just sit down and create and get my stuff done, and then I do that with more my leftover mental energy. But during this period, it's prioritizing the launch and not letting myself stay busy with the other stuff and then be too tired to do it properly, and then letting myself off the hook in that way. Not power planning and not following my power planning is another one. Being in wait and see energy about sign up numbers and the launch in general. Checking out if signups aren't where I expect them to be. So I think this is like, I want to put an asterisk next to this. And you might be able to relate to this, that you are all excited about whatever you are selling or promoting or offering, and then it's not going the way you want it to in terms of signups, and then you just kind of completely check out. And that's a protection mechanism. We are avoiding looking at it and like telling ourselves, well, it didn't really matter anyway. And it's very easy to justify that, oh, the money didn't matter, or actually, this is going to be better because XYZ, to just be like, this is me trying to turn a blind eye because it's uncomfortable to be leaning in and not getting the result I want. Like, it's what I talk about with when we put in a full effort, it feels so much more vulnerable than when we half-ass something. So I'm just going to be onto myself about that. I will be updating you about that on this episode as time goes on. To scroll Instagram, that kind of thing, to just be wanting to do something mindless. And that is another way of buffering, escaping. Showing up for peer coaching calls without a clear question or area for coaching. So just kind of, still showing up, but just dialing it in the sense of like, oh, I don't really know what I need to get coached on, or like not being honest with myself or them about what I am needing coaching on. Using my self-coaching curriculum to have those coaching calls be the most impactful, and really being vulnerable and sharing the stuff that I would find embarrassing to share is a pretty good place to start. So I have another one, is eating while mid-task. So I don't know if you can relate to this, but if I'm doing an uncomfortable task, sometimes I'm like, maybe I'm hungry, and I'll just go and eat something like right in the middle of the task when I'm not hungry. So got to pay attention to that. Skipping self-coaching and not directing myself with my self-coaching. So this is very similar to the peer coaching. But if in my self-coaching, I just turn up, I'm like, I'm just going to like have a look at my current thoughts that I'm thinking right in this moment, and then coach myself on anything that comes up. That is, yes, helpful to do it that way. But also I want to be using my self-coaching curriculum, which by the way, I talked about in episode 334, how to create your self-coaching curriculum. So if you don't know what I'm talking about with that, go and listen to that episode. But to, yes, have a look at my thoughts, clean up anything from that, but then also direct my mind to areas of my business or things in the launch that I might be wanting to not intentionally think about, and getting myself to think about them and giving myself some coaching on that. Also, if I notice myself in any of these low value cycle actions to coach myself on that. Also, as well, if I notice I'm in any of these, which I will be in the high value cycle as well, that I self-coach and really investigate like what's going on with that. What am I thinking that's helping to create that, so I can double down on it. Self-coaching isn't just about trying to fix the unhelpful thoughts. It's also recognizing the thoughts you have that are helping you to create the results in the life you want, and being able to really delve into that and uncover that, and so you can double down on that and do more of what's working. So doing that as well in my self-coaching. Taking a day off in avoidance is something I want to be mindful of. So I have obviously clean rest in my calendar. I practice what I preach. But to just notice if I'm like, well, there's nothing to really do today on a work day, so I'm just going to take the day off. It's not to say I can't decide that a day that was a work day is actually going to be a clean rest day, but to just be inquisitive with myself about that and make sure it's not me checking out because the numbers aren't where we want them to be, or because it's just too uncomfortable to see things being done if they aren't being done the way I want them to be, that I just am trying to avoid and check out. I also have skipping my workout or not being committed to my workouts. What else? The last one, creating launch Instagram stories without self-coaching first. So I have committed to like all the content for the launch was created during that period that I talked about in the first part of this series, and that I wasn't going to be adding all these extra bits to compensate for my lack of belief and wanting to feel in control. And so it doesn't mean that I can't write a new email. I can't edit an email. I can't add a post. I can't go on stories. I can't do a live or whatever. But I do need to self-coach on that before I do it, especially if I feel like there's, a rush or an urge to do something. I definitely need to self-coach. So yeah, I'm going to be doing a lot of self-coaching. So that is what I wanted to share with you in this first update. And during the launch period, I am planning to record an update every day during that. Like when I did last time, and I recorded myself checking the numbers live and chatting through that. And then during this pre-launch period, I will probably do a few updates and just share some of the self-coaching I'm doing and what's coming up for me. And yeah, so I will talk to you in the next update. Okay, so today is the 22nd of April, and I'm going to keep this little update to 5 minutes long just while Lydia is napping. But I wanted to jump on and just chat about a coaching call I was on yesterday where I was getting coached because it was really helpful, and I've had a few realizations. This is the joy of being coached. It's so helpful to have someone else looking at your brain, because when you are in it, as much self-coaching as you do, it is still really challenging to see it objectively, and to have someone else look at how you're thinking and all of that. It's just so helpful. So what I wanted to share is yesterday, the 21st of April, I was on a call in my mastermind. We were in our little breakout groups that we do every few weeks, and Stacey was actually leading our group. Normally we have someone else, but Stacey was there, Stacey Bayman, who is the leader of the mastermind, and I got coaching. I requested coaching on really with like what I had, basically sharing the self-coaching. This is the best kind of coaching, when you have self-coached and then you take that to a coaching call, because then you are able to get that next layer. It really, I don't know, I just find the quality of coaching is just increased. So that's why we have the self-coaching curriculum for you to figure out what you need to get coached on, and then self-coach and bring that to calls. But anyway, I self-coached. I shared that in the last update about this realization that I was either being all in and micromanaging, or I was just leaned back, disengaged, and just waiting and seeing. And so I was telling that to Stacey and just saying, like, I realized I was in an all or nothing mindset about it. And she was like, well, that's really interesting, because I take the approach that you described as the all, but to me, that's not my experience. So how are you thinking about it that to you, that experience of being engaged and leaning in feels like, actually, it's not the engaged and leaning in, because my conclusion was basically that I need to not be in this like checking and nitpicking and micromanaging kind of thing, that I just needed to be engaged, which she agreed would be a really helpful emotion to be in. But she was like, well, how are you thinking about it that it feels to you like this extreme thing to just, be seeing how the launch is going? And so on the coaching call itself, I feel like it was helpful, but it was also 5 a.m. for me. And so my brain was a little bit slow. But anyway, after sitting with that after the call, which was really helpful, because she was like, it's about self-trust for you. Like, why aren't you trusting that you can be looking at the launch and making the right calls? And I realized after thinking about that, after the call was over, that how I'm thinking about it in a way that Stacey isn't, this is my conclusion, that my theory, that I am thinking about when I am directing the team and making decisions, that there's times where that's a good thing and times where it's meddling. And Stacey just, in my hypothesis, doesn't think about it that way. And she just sees herself as a leader. And she's like, you just need to do work on your self-concept, your self-image as a business owner, as a CEO, when it comes to making decisions, looking at your self-trust, like being able to trust yourself. Because I was saying to her, like, my conclusion was to self-coach before I reach out to the team and just check in and make sure that I'm not meddling. And she was like, why would you need to self-coach? And like, that to me is telling me that you're not trusting that you can just make a call. And that was so helpful. Like, I just definitely did not see that that was going on. Maybe it was obvious to you, but I didn't see it. And so that has been really insightful and helpful to just notice that. I think, like, as well, upon even further reflection, that I think it still feels so uncomfortable to just have everything done for the launch. And that, yes, I can be engaged and listening to the podcast episodes and reading the emails and all of that, but it doesn't take much time to do that. And I think I've kind of been like, cool, well, I'll do all this self-coaching just so I can feel like I'm doing something, and to just recognize that, yes, I'm going to be doing self-coaching, but I probably don't need to do as much as I had told myself I do. Like, I can just trust that I will know when I do need to reach out to the team and when it is actually something we will just work on for the next launch, that I don't need to overthink that under the guise of self-coaching. So that was a really helpful distinction to have made. And for sure, I can see different ways that lack of self-trust in myself as a leader had been coming up. And it was interesting to think about that too, because I hadn't recognized that, because I felt like my self-image as a leader in the business has been strong. But when I have this subtle story that there is a right way and a wrong way to be with the team, and that if I am like, in my head, I've just subjectively saying, well, this kind of communication is me meddling and disempowering people and not letting them do their thing. And then if I do it in this other context, so that's fine. I'm just going to, at least for this launch, let go of the idea that it is possible for me to meddle, and it is possible for me to, to just be in that, like, that's even a thing. And I'm just going to be curious about that and see where it leads me. And I think it's safe to do that I'm not going to become this like nightmare leader or boss. And just, I don't know, just trust myself that I can make the call that needs to be made, and I can do that, and I can do that without all this self-coaching. So anyway, Lydia is now awake. I'm going to wrap this up, but I will talk to you in the next update. Today is the 26th of April, and I have just gotten off a peer coaching call with one of my peers in the 200K mastermind, and just wanted to share what
came up on that call. It was so helpful. And again, I feel like this is the power of like self-coaching is so incredible and important. And then having someone else to help you see your brain that you can present your self-coaching to just makes such a difference. So as I said, today's the 26th of April, and I have just spent the last 3 days at the coast with Lydia and Cotton. Steve went away for a Bucks party. And so we went to the coast, and I didn't do self-coaching really there at all. And I feel like I'd said I had committed to doing self-coaching every day. And I think though, since I have recognized maybe my work is not to do as much self-coaching as I had thought, I don't know. Anyway, so I didn't do self-coaching while I was away. And today is my first full day back home, and I had a peer coaching call lined up at 7:30 a.m. for myself, and I have another one tomorrow at 7:30 and then another one the day after at 9 a.m. So I'm getting all coached up. So what came up for me on that call was we were talking about how I wanted to get coaching on what had come up when I got coached by Stacey the other day, which is about self-trust, my self-image as a CEO. And I was talking about on the call today, my thought that I hadn't even recognized I was really having, and it's probably going to seem so obvious since I teach people how to get out of their own way, that I'm having a thought of I could sabotage this. And so this question of, is it self-sabotage to do this or not to do this? I have that line of thinking a lot and that line of questioning a lot. And to just notice that that in and of itself is me sabotaging myself, if that is a thing. That when I am believing that I could sabotage this, the feeling that comes up for me is like distrust, and that like I can't trust myself not to. And then the actions that I take when I'm feeling that way are to check, to question, to ruminate. And that's when I'm asking questions like, for example, is it self-sabotage to re-record the podcast episode, or is it self-sabotage not to re-record the podcast episode? Instead of just deciding and implementing, that I'm then in this question of that. And then the result, so if we're thinking about the self-coaching model that Brooke Castillo from the Life Coach School teaches, our thoughts create our feelings, feelings create our actions, and actions create our results. The result is that I sabotage myself and slow myself down. And what was mentioned on this coaching call that was so helpful is that, like, to think of self-sabotage not in those terms specifically, but to instead think of it as self-protection. And why am I needing to protect myself? Why does that feel compelling to my brain to want to slow down, even though consciously I don't want to slow myself down? And I was saying that something that feels really true for me is that I do believe that I can have the same impact and like same level of impact that my mentors and people I really truly look up to and admire, I can have that same impact. But because I've had them on a pedestal, which I just mentioned, like looking up to someone, that is an indicator we've got someone on a pedestal if we use that terminology, that I've had them on a pedestal. And so I have denied myself being on the pedestal with them, if that's a thing. Like, just bear with me with this analogy, but I have kind of kept myself apart from being at that same level because they're on a pedestal, and I'm kind of perpetuating that, like, if I want to keep them on a pedestal, then I have to not be at that same level. I think that's something that's going on. I'm sure there's other beliefs in there as well. And that I was saying that it feels like, this is the analogy that came to my mind as I was getting coached, is that, you know, when you're on a spin bike, so like a Peloton bike or whatever, and you're pedaling really, really hard, you're red in the face, sweating, but you're not moving anywhere, versus when you're on a bike outdoors and you are moving. And what was being pointed out was that I'm spending not all my time in this thought of I could sabotage this. I am spending a decent amount of time having my own back, making decisions, implementing, doing the things. Like, that's evident in the results that we have in the business. But then it's like I'm riding the bike
And then I'm just like, wait, we're going too fast. And then I still want to feel like I'm pedaling. So I then get on the spin bike and I'm pedaling on that. And I'm like, okay, well, this is a bit boring. Let's get back on the full bike and go off and like actually create momentum. And then it feels like my brain is thinking this isn't safe. We're going too fast. We're going too far away, whatever. And so we need to get back on the spin bike. So we're still being busy, but we're just not going fast or going anywhere. So that was really interesting to see that, and that just that line of questioning, like I have identified, and I think I've mentioned it in this, that checking stats, checking things that are being sent out, like checking, or like anytime I'm checking something, I need to just check in with myself for a minute and I don't know, that like this is why I want to do this. Like I'm still in the process of like coaching myself and getting coached on this. So I don't have any crystal clear thoughts to provide you with. And this is how it feels as well when you're in the middle of it. And this is why I love doing this kind of podcast episode instead of it being like, here's, what was happening and here's the outcome and whatever. It's like, this is me working through it. So anyway, all of that to say, I don't know I don't know, but me checking in with myself when I'm checking, is that me not trusting myself? That's a question that I currently have. But when I am questioning, ruminating, overthinking, checking, that could be coming from the model, the thought, I could sabotage this. And something that was so powerful because it's shown up in so many different ways in my life is to not let myself try and deal with troubleshooting a circumstance until it's actually a circumstance, like a fact. I spend a lot of time kind of preempting things and preparing so that things will be okay if that does happen. And I think I'm not alone in that. But for example, and this is an example I was sharing on that call, is that like hearing about this and it being recommended that like I can still I can handle things really powerfully, but it doesn't have to be in this way of like, currently the way I'm approaching it is I don't trust my future self to be resourceful and resilient enough to handle whatever happens, that I need to prepare now so that the circumstances are perfect so that my future self could do it. And it's so interesting to be thinking about this because I obviously talk a lot about the future self, but I hadn't even thought about like it being possible not to trust my future self, which obviously though that is what is happening when we don't trust ourselves. Like we're not trusting future us to do stuff, but I hadn't even thought of it that way. So that's illuminating to see. But an example that I gave when I was getting coached on this was, and I've talked about it, I think in these episodes, that we want to have another baby and I want to have the business like for when Lydia was born and I was pregnant with her, we had the business still being completely operational and helping our PGSDs and doing all those things while I was heavily pregnant or in the first trimester or having time away to give birth. And then for the next baby, I'd like to be able for us to be able to keep selling and like doing all the business activities during that time. And so I have been spending a lot of mental energy preparing the business to be pregnancy proof, but I've been doing it in a way that has been disempowering when I could do the same thing, have the same intention and it be in an empowering way. But that I have been basically assuming what it would be like for my second pregnancy, which I don't know, most people have a different experience for their second baby than for their first, including with the pregnancy. But I've just been like, well, this could happen. And so we need to prepare and I need to have like all this content prepared and like everything prepared so that I can handle that when it happens, instead of deciding it from a place of like, regardless like of what's prepared ahead of time, I can handle that. My future self is resilient and resourceful enough to like deal with that, troubleshoot that. And then what do I want to prepare just because I can, not from this place of I need to do that in order for my future self to be able to cope. So that is something that's really helpful to think about. And also just to bring in something else I've been thinking about, which I feel this is such a, like, one of the biggest ways my brain likes to indulge in this, like, is it self-sabotage or isn't it, with Instagram? And I have talked about Instagram quite a bit on the podcast. And I think for me with Instagram, it feels the most exposing, vulnerable platform, even though it's interesting because on the podcast, I just share all the things. But I have a belief that like people would only listen to the podcast if they really wanted to hear it. Whereas I have a belief that with Instagram, that people who don't want to experience it or whatever could come across it. So I think that is not a fact. It's a belief. And that belief is impacting the way that I think about it, obviously, and the way that I'm showing up there. And so I have for years, literally, since I would say 2014 when I started my account 8 years ago, I have been in this questioning of like, oh, how to, like, what feels truly aligned and authentic for me to show up on that platform, and like just being in indecision about that, and like thinking that there's this perfect way to do it and that I need to figure that out. And so recently I've been thinking about Instagram, and part of this has come from preparing content so that when I do get pregnant again with the next baby, that everything's prepared, because I wouldn't be able to prepare anything in the moment because I won't feel well enough, or whatever story I'm telling myself. But I have been thinking a lot about Instagram, and I've done episodes on, like, I did one at the beginning of 2021 of why we don't have an Instagram strategy for 2021. And then once I had Lydia and I was easing back in, I found Instagram was actually a great platform to be able to like write stuff. And I felt really connected to what I was creating. And so the last few days, particularly like when I was away at the coast, I listened to Big Magic by Elizabeth Gilbert, which I know if you enjoy this podcast, you've probably read that book. Almost all of our PGSers, when they sign up, they're like, Big Magic, because we have a little thing in the introduce yourself section of like, you know, share these certain things. And one of them is like, you know, a favorite book or whatever. And I'd swear half of our PGSers say Big Magic. So anyway, I was like, okay, so many PGSers mention it. I need to read it again. I had read it, I think when it first came out, I read it in like the end of 2015, I believe. I hope I'm getting that date right. I hope it was out then. I'm not sounding like a complete idiot, but right at the end of 2015. And then it resonated with me, but not a whole lot. And I was like, I don't like this. I don't know if I like this idea that like your creativity is outside of you and this muse comes to you. And then anyway, I listened to it again, or I read it the first time. I listened to it on Audible the second time. And it was so just, it's an incredible book. And I love the way that Elizabeth Gilbert reads, and it's just so soothing and calming and incredible. And I was thinking about that in terms of creativity. I started listening to Linchpin, another book I've already read by Seth Godin. And that is a book, like one of our company values is to be a linchpin. That book was so impactful on me when I read it. And I was like, that message in Be a Linchpin is so complementary to Big Magic. So if you haven't read Linchpin, I highly recommend that book. But I was thinking a lot about Instagram and how I want to show up and resistance I felt to doing it. And basically in terms of getting the content prepped that I want to have. And it's just been this whole thing. Like I've spent a lot of just noticing how much mental energy I've spent in doing things. And so just to recap, in case it's interesting, I was like, okay, so we have the launches for PGSE at certain times. I want to create all the content ahead of time. So then I could mark out in my calendar, okay, these months or whatever, like these certain weeks, I'm going to be doing the PGSE content. The PGSE launch content. And then there's going to be other times where I'm creating the content that goes out between launches. So podcast episodes such as this one. I'm going to be creating the emails, Instagram posts, the whatever. And so something that's really helped us behind the scenes is having an Airtable view instead of it just being this running document of where all the emails are. We still have that, but also having in Airtable where it's got like outlined, this is the subject line, this is the date of the email, and check marks for like, this has been written, this has been scheduled, this has been sent, etc. And just, I guess, having a bit of a system around it. So anyway, I applied that to Instagram and I came up with different kinds of posts that I wanted to do. For example, one where it's PGSD wins and sharing a PGSD win, and then elaborating or like basically teaching on something that's come up in that win. So an example was a PGSD adding buffer time to their calendar, and then the post itself in the caption is about buffer time and what it is and how to use it and that kind of thing. Post where it's like a quote and something about that, like one of my quotes, and then a post on business and perfectionism, one on perfectionism. Like basically I just made up these 7 categories, one on promoting the podcast, and kind of put them in a calendar of, okay, this is the kind of content that will go out on each day. Nothing groundbreaking here. This is what a lot of people share. Anyway, so I was like, okay, but I hadn't actually done that before. I was just like, still had been in a mentality of like, okay, I just need to put out stuff like content. What am I going to say? And it being so vague made it challenging to create things. That's the story I tell myself. Anyway, so I had come up with like all this structure and this plan around it and started creating in terms of that. And also, meanwhile, Daisy was working on doing the Instagram posts for the launch, like turning a lot of our emails and things into posts. And we've been going back and forth about how, like, basically what we want those posts to look like and making sure the message stays the same from the, like, what I had created to when it gets translated into a post and different things. And this had also brought up for me a lot of question of like, am I meddling? Or is this me being a leader? And this goes back to this questioning of like, I could sabotage this and me being in that action of questioning things. So anyway, Daisy and I were going back and forth. And then I got that coaching from Stacey the other day. And basically I was like to Daisy after that, I was like, okay, I know actually what decision I need to make, which is I need to just actually create the vision and like articulate things instead of us going back and forth and me trying to articulate it in this, less methodical way where I'm just like, no, not that, do this instead. Oh no, not that, do this instead. That I actually, it's more helpful for me just to sit down instead of trying to be so far ahead of myself, that I can go from not posting on Instagram consistently to creating 3 months of content at once and then having someone else create all the graphics, which is a bit all or nothing to me, to instead just slow down for a minute, do a month's worth, me actually like pretend that I'm me, and then not pretend that I'm me, be me, and then also pretend I'm the other person and kind of experience that and iterate the process and then like hand it on. So anyway, that's been going on. And then on the weekend when I was listening to that book and different things, and I did write a few posts actually when I was away, because I was just thinking like, how do I love to show up on Instagram? And like, I love to just like the quotes and riffing on them, and like instead of having to write in a structured way or kind of trying to sound not like me and sound more like Stacey or like whoever else I'm trying to sound like subconsciously, to just actually write the way that I feel like I really come alive and has so much heart in it, and to trust that I will, if I write that way, I will actually say what needs to be said, because I've had a belief that I could miss something if I just let myself do that. And also within that as well, that I have been, I don't know, I guess like with all of this, just thinking like there's a right way for me and a wrong way for me to show up on Instagram, and I need to figure out the right way. Anyway, so I was thinking about that and how I would just love to show up, and what really feels like me being the most alive on that platform, in the way that like on the podcast, I have decided what format I want to do. It's one that actually works for me. I'm not like, okay, I need to read off a script and say these certain points and whatever. It's just like, this is what feels easy to me. It also feels very vulnerable and scary and needs a lot of courage because I'm just chatting, but it feels like, I feel like there's a lot of heart in the podcast, and it really connects for that reason. And I don't know, a lot of other reasons too. But with Instagram, when I've been in my head and very heady about it, in the sense of like it needs to be this kind of formula and the algorithm and all of that kind of thing, I think it's taking me away from my creativity. Anyway, I'm just sharing all this to let you know I've been thinking about it, and I just feel like me even questioning this, thinking about it so much is just a sign of this thought I've had of like I could sabotage this, and I've been thinking that way with Instagram. And so then yesterday I was like, well, maybe I just go back to doing all quotes and talking about that, and like I loved doing that, and why did I get away from doing that? And I'm never like, I'm so inspired to sit down and create an infographic ever. I've never had that thought. But I am always with my writing and my quotes, and I think in my mind now I've created these like two separate things and being probably again all or nothing about it in terms of thinking like that there's this like inspired, fulfilling way, and then there's this other way. And yeah, I was planning today before I got that self-coach or that peer coaching this morning. I was like, okay, I'm just going to go away and like go to a cafe and give myself some creative time and like envisage what that would look like. And I think actually I'm still going to go to a cafe once I finish recording this, but I'm just going to decide on what I'm going to do, and then I'm going to do it. And I'm not going to let myself be in this question and this ruminating on it. And I know for sure my brain likes to be in this questioning of strategy as a guise for basically like lacking self-trust, and that I'm wanting to feel like I'm doing things the right way. And that anyway, when I was thinking about it, if I had, so when did I start writing those quotes? I want to say like 2016 or 2017. That, and this isn't beating myself up, but just noticing the opportunity cost, that if I had just decided how I want to do things, which it took a lot of courage for me to be like, I'm going to write a little quote and I'm going to put my name at the bottom of it. And I'm going to give myself permission to do that, because it's so much more common now. There are so many people doing it now. But back then it wasn't really a thing. So anyway, I gave myself that permission and I did that, but then I would waver in it and I wouldn't be committed. And I just let myself go into this ruminating and questioning, and maybe I should do it like this person because they're creating these kind of images and I should do that too. And what about the algorithm and whatever. That I think it, like when I was thinking about it, obviously I hope just hearing how I can be in the middle of something and all of this can be helpful, because I'm definitely in the middle of this right now. But just deciding what I'm going to do and what would it look like if it was easy, knowing that means there's going to be a lot of times that even with the easy format that I choose and making that right for myself, that it's going to be uncomfortable. There are going to be days where I have a lot of resistance. Like I think I've been subconsciously asking myself, like, what can I do to show up so that I never experience resistance or like vulnerability or feeling exposed or whatever? And obviously there's no answer to that question because there's no way to put yourself out there without risking that stuff. And so I've been like jumping from different strategies, and there's so many people that sell Instagram strategies, so that's felt very validated to be thinking about it in that way. But to just decide, and when I was thinking about like if it was easy, instead of having like these 7 kinds of different posts, I would just be like, there's a quote post, there's a post about PGSD and like the tools, the philosophy, the celebrations of PGSD is, and then what was the other one? And then there's like coaching stuff on perfectionism and business. So it's basically like the 7 but combined into 3. And instead of having all these different infographics and things like that I really don't like, a lot of people like, they look great, but what I feel like it creates a lot of it's very time consuming to do it, and creates a lot of back and forth in terms of like getting a system set up where someone else can do it, and it just, I don't feel like is necessary. And it's back to this question I've been asking myself nearly a year ago. It was like, if all roads lead to Rome, which just choose a road and start walking. And I was actually also listening to Matthew McConaughey's book, Green Lights, which I'm loving. He is a great narrator. The audio book is amazing. And one of his little, like he has these little like quote things throughout it. And one of them was something along the lines of like, often the most important thing isn't what you decide, but that you decide something and you commit. And I was like, yes, that is 100% what I need to do. And to not let myself spend all this time and like, I need to figure out this perfect way of showing up, and to just decide what I'm going to do and then give myself a time period. This is just so I can notice if I'm questioning it, because it's going to sound, this is so important. When we question this stuff, it sounds very like logical, rational, reasonable, strategic, considered. Like if my brain's like, actually, we need to show up on this way in Instagram or in this way, that's just my brain wanting to be back in the questioning and ruminating. So I'm going to go to a cafe. I'm going to make this decision, and I'm going to do it from a place of not like, I could sabotage this or I could make the wrong decision. So which decision should I make? But I'm just going to decide what I want to decide. I'm going to make it right. Yes, I'm going to think about it, but it's not going to be from this energy of I could make the wrong decision. It's if every decision I could make here was going to be the right one, what one do I want to make and why? And then doing it. And then I would say, it's April, to not let myself question the Instagram strategy until at least, I would say, I want to say like 6 months, because I was thinking about, I don't know if I finished this thought, but I was thinking about if I had just started, once I started those quotes, if I had just stuck with it and self-coached on the resistance that came up around it, instead of just chopping and changing my strategy, I was like, this is how I want to do it. The same with the podcast. Like I've just been like, I just do chatty episodes. And even when people say you ramble, it's not clear, whatever, I'm so committed to doing it in this way that I just keep doing it this way. And I do my work to get better at doing it this way. And I just do it this way. And I never, ever spend time thinking about, oh, what if I did this kind of format or this kind of format. I just make decisions, I implement them, and I don't have any ruminating. So that's what I'm going to do with Instagram as well. Going to make a decision, not be in this question of I could sabotage this, and also not be in this place of like, I need to get it perfect now so that once I'm pregnant, we can just roll it out. Like it's my future self can handle it. And I'm going to decide today what needs to be decided for the business, and do that from a powerful place and like not slow myself down. So that is what I'm thinking about. This has been a long update, but I just felt like I needed to chat that through, and yeah, just give myself a little self-coaching this morning when I get to the cafe, and to be decisive. But I think just also getting into and fleshing out my self-image and self-concept as a CEO who isn't someone who is questioning and ruminating and checking. And it doesn't mean that it's not keeping others accountable in the business or things like that, but it's all about the energy that it's being done from. So I think spending some time intentionally thinking about what I want that to look like, and knowing that I'm in that probably half the time currently. So it's not a matter of it's this like made up imagined thing. This is so often the case with self-image. I'd say like 99% of the time, we already spend some time in the self-image we want. And it's just a matter of like paying attention to that and noticing that, and then increasing that percentage. So it's not about like getting to being that way 100% of the time, or it's not worth trying at all. But like, okay, if I was thinking about being in that instead of 50% of the time, 80% of the time, what would that look like? So with that said, I'm going to wrap up this here. I feel like I have perhaps talked around in circles a bit, but I hope with these episodes, again, that you can see what it is like to be working through something, instead of just always getting an update of like, here's a reflection on something that happened in the past and the breakthroughs I had and the realizations I had, that this is like, in the moments of having them and like working through them and piecing it together. And yeah, it's fun. Like this is what I love about coaching, particularly self-coaching and being coached by others, is that it just opens up so much growth that would otherwise not be seen. Like the potential of that would go unnoticed. So, okay, I will talk to you in the next update. Hello. So it is still the 26th of April. And since my last update, I actually didn't go to a cafe. I decided instead, it's quite a rainy day, to just sit out on the deck and kind of make it like a cafe environment for myself instead of commuting somewhere and just basically thinking of a cafe I could go to that has a nice indoor area. So anyway, I just decided to sit out on the deck, and I was doing some self-coaching, and I've just been doing some more now. And I have had such a realization, and I just wanted to share it. And I'm going to then, after this, do my power planning and my weekly review as well from last week. I'll do the weekly review first and the power planning. And yeah, I just wanted to, anyway, share what I've been thinking about and realizing. So where I will start, I guess, is I sat down and I was doing like a Q&A with my future self, which is how I like to, one of the tools I like to use to coach myself. We talk about it quite a bit inside PGSD. And as I mentioned in the last update, and going on and on and on about Instagram stuff, that I have been very busy thinking about the Instagram stuff. And I was recognizing, like, if I wasn't so busy thinking about the Instagram stuff, what would I be doing? What would I be thinking about? Oh, I would be actually engaged with this launch. And something that, like an analogy that came to me when I was thinking about this, was a pilot flying a plane, and that I'm committed to the goal, which is 60 PGSDs, and that this is going to be me landing the plane, focusing on the 60 and making sure that happens. And I was doing some Googling about planes, like just for 2 minutes, just to see if there's anything else that would help with this analogy. And it was really helpful. So I was reading this thing about how when a pilot is flying a plane, and who knows if this is accurate, but it's helpful. When they're flying a plane, the plane is on autopilot. And someone was asking this question of like, can a plane, if it's on autopilot, can the pilot just not be there and we have these self-flying planes essentially? And the answer that whoever it was giving was that while yes, it is on autopilot, there are still things that can happen along the way when you are flying. That means that adjustments need to be made, and, you know, things need to be happening in real time that might not have been foreseen by the autopilot, like when the autopilot was being set up, or just something that wasn't expected, so it didn't need to be accounted for. Anyway, something along those lines. So that really made me think about, with this launch, I am the pilot. And what I have done when I created all the content for the launch ahead of time, the emails and everything like that, that basically, in this analogy, that was me building the plane and then taking flight. And now that, like, you know, I've already programmed in the destination. And I love thinking about this analogy because whenever I fly anywhere, I'm just always amazed that you can fly a plane from, like, here in Brisbane, for example, and you can land in London, England on a tiny strip of cement. Like it's just insane. And you can get exactly there. And yeah, so anyway, when I'm thinking about that analogy, I am thinking about the 60 PGSD, that is where we are landing, and that I've already built the plane. The plane is in flight. And instead of me being the pilot deciding not to be on the plane at all, or me being the pilot who's like, I don't want to use autopilot, I just want to do everything manually, I'm the pilot with the plane on autopilot, and I am coming in and doing my reviews, like seeing what's working, what isn't working, anything that needs to be done differently, and doing that in a very dramatic free way. And I was kind of realizing that I think my flavor of drama, like, I don't have these big are like dramatic looking freakouts. But I think the way my brain, especially in these situations, loves to be in drama is engaging with this question I was mentioning in the last update about, is it self-sabotage or not? And spending a lot of time ruminating on that. So when I think about there being a flight, that this launch is a flight and I'm landing the plane, that really creates such a sense of commitment for me. And I was saying on that peer coaching call this morning, like I really feel like committed and it's done. And I think I do feel that way. But it was in this kind of like, cool, well, I've built the plane and it's taken flight. So I believe it'll land, but not being like, when am I truly committed? Like I was thinking about, for example, with getting this house that we're now in, that we renovated, the house built and doing what needed to be done on our end. We didn't do the renovation works, but we were having to make a lot of decisions, going back and forth with the builders on a lot of things, all of that. There's a lot involved, and that it was like we were committed. And that didn't mean we just sat back and did nothing. We were so committed that we made the hard decisions. We stuck to the deadlines. We, came to, like we had a site meeting when Lydia was like 9 days old. So we came with her and the baby carrier and did the meeting. And it was like we were committed, which meant we were doing the hard things. And I think it's such a good example too, because we had already decided a lot of things ahead of time. And instead of just sitting back and saying, that's fine, we were coming to site, making sure everything was being done according to plan, looking for opportunities to make things better. We ended up doing so many variations throughout the renovation because once it was underway, we could see actually, let's move this wall, but we didn't change where any of the walls were. Almost every single wall in the house changed in the original renovation plan. So we did that. So there wasn't really anything left to change, but we changed a lot of different things. Like as an example, we were going to only get new windows for half of them and leave the other ones, like the ones that were staying the same, leave the old window in place, and the new areas that were being created having new windows in there. And once the renovation was underway, we were like, actually, it's going to look so odd. We're just going to invest the money to get all new windows. And so things like that was like us being the pilot who was just, making sure the plane was going to land. It's not to say that if we'd had the old windows stay, that something would have gone horribly wrong, but the result we wanted was the house. We had a certain vision for it, a feeling when we were in the house. And so we were doing the work along the way to make sure the plane landed where it needed to land, when it needed to land there. And so when I think about the launch that way, it really makes me feel engaged and committed, and I want to say excited, but that's not actually the feeling. It's just this sense of willingness and creativity and resourcefulness. And I was just doing some self-coaching on it just now, really recognizing that to do that, something I think needs to happen is for me to let go of this question of, am I self-sabotaging? Which is the question I was talking about a lot in the last update. And that when that, as I said, that is my drama, is how my brain likes to just stay busy with that question and think of it in a very intellectual kind of way. But what I wrote down is, what's clear is that when I'm asking the am I self-sabotaging question, it's really me saying maybe I can't trust myself. So this launch for me is going to be a container for me to practice self-trust and being the pilot, landing the plane, and trusting that in terms of self-sabotagey kind of stuff and getting in my own way, that I can get savvy to that when I'm doing the evaluation for the launch. So we do a launch debrief and look at everything and decide what worked or didn't work, what to do differently. And that's how it influences, how we show up next time. And so instead of me needing to evaluate everything in the moment and having these thoughts about like, maybe I'm leading myself astray, maybe I'm missing something, maybe I'm self-sabotaging, and that just keeps me so spinny, to instead just experiment with being decisive, trusting myself to not have all this, existential back and forth about self-sabotage, but to instead just decide, implement, and review as I go, in the sense of, okay, is there anything else I need to say? And then after it, I can review and say, actually, I think in hindsight, I wouldn't do it that way again. And next time I'm going to do this differently. But I think when I am constantly judging it in the moment, it's so hard to trust myself when I'm feeling so judged. And so this is going to be a container for me, this launch. I'm so pleased that the launch is starting tomorrow, because I had been feeling like I don't even feel like I'm in a launch, because it's basically like I'm the pilot and I'm having a cup of tea, in the hangar. I'm just like sitting at the airport and my plane is off, and I'm going to, hear reports back. Is it flying or not? Did it get there? But I'm kind of just sitting back here helpless, not doing anything, or like, I believe it'll get there. But instead, I want to be the pilot in the plane who is present. And I think with this question of the Instagram stuff, which I will talk quickly to that in a minute, but with the Instagram stuff, that is a question that I've asked myself so many times. So that alone is a sign that my brain loves to buffer and be busy with that. But with the Instagram stuff, and I had reviewed actually this morning after I did the update, my high value and low value cycles and the list I had for that. And one of the things I had in my low value cycle is buffer with checking Instagram. And then I've added in to say / changing Instagram strategy. That is me just wanting to be busy with that instead of just being with the launch and increasing my capacity to have and my self-image as a pilot who lands the fucking plane. So I'm just really feeling really empowered and willing and leaned in. And yeah, instead of feeling like, well, I'm not really in a launch because I'm the pilot who's just hanging out at the airport with my flights, left, and I've built the plane and it's it's with someone else now. It's just like doing its thing, basically thinking like I have this self-flying plane. That when I think about the Instagram stuff and it was like, cool, now I'm busy I'm just sitting at the airport killing time. So I may as well focus on my Instagram stuff I'll be, have coming out later on in the year, as in like in May. I just wasn't letting myself actually be in the launch, and realizing that I don't think I've ever let myself be in the launch in that way, and just really be, experiencing the content as it comes out, as if I'm a consumer, having creative ideas and, just being engaged, seeing that everything is on track, correcting if it isn't, because when I've done the work at the last minute, I couldn't be doing any of that because I was so busy just trying to be in belief and to write the emails or write the posts. And now that that's done, it's just showing me how my brain is like, I haven't yet experienced being engaged in a launch in this way before. And so that's what this is going to be. When I was also going through the low value cycle stuff, I just noticed as well that one of those items, and it was so helpful to have this list written, because I was like, okay, I can see I'm in a low value cycle right now. And again, it's not a matter of like always being in one or the other. But I have as one of my actions that would indicate I'm in a low value cycle is not power planning and not following my power planning. And then I looked at my calendar, and because it was these like big vague blocks of like open cart, clear calendar, whatever, like is what I'd written in it. So I knew that I didn't have anything particularly scheduled so I could be engaged with the launch, and that now it's the launch time. I actually need to be clear about what that is. I need to get clear on and decide about my check-ins that I'm doing. Like I did this for the last launch. What time of day am I checking the numbers and doing my little update for the podcast? What do I need to be looking for? How will I know if it's on track? So for example, with a flight, if you're going from Brisbane to London, you would say, at 3 hours in, we need to be flying over X city, and you'd have your idea about what's on track. And just because you're not on track doesn't mean you're not going to get there. And it might be, for example, okay, we need to speed up what, I don't know, my analogy might be falling apart here, but when it comes to this, it's actually laying out like, okay, what does on track look like? Like, what numbers would I want to be seeing for me to say this is on track, and I'm still just going to be, the pilot and let it be on autopilot mode. And then what are the signs going to be in terms of the numbers, objectively speaking, that I would say, okay, this is like, I need to do something here to correct and course correct. And also at the same time, thinking about if there's anything I missed, not in a like something's missing sense, but like, what else could I say? If I'm experiencing the content as if I am on the other end of it, listening to the podcast episodes, reading the emails, what question? And like, I can tell my brain hasn't practiced doing this because it feels like I don't really even know what I'd think, like how to consume my content as if I'm truly on the other end of it, not just me judging it about how I'm perceived as a creator, but me truly being on the other end. To think like, oh, what might I be wondering? What questions would I have? What else is going on in my life? Just really being in someone else's shoes and creating from that space instead of just thinking, which I have a lot about myself as a creator and consuming what I create through that lens. And on the topic of the Instagram strategy stuff, I basically before was just like, okay, well, if I knew what to do with the Instagram strategy, what would I do? And so I have done that now. So it's just very basic. It's so funny as well. It's just so much more clear than it's ever been. Just by being like, okay, cut the bullshit. If there was no self-sabotaging, just what would you decide and make a decision? So I just decided there are going to be the quote posts. Then we're not going to do any like infographic-y kind of ones anymore. It's just going to be like, I just made these templates of, so big quotes, or then like these 5, they're very similar, but 5 different ones where it will have like the title, basically as if it was a blog post kind of thing, like a title on it. So one of the ones we've done before is 5 signs you need to work on your perfectionism. So that's on the cover, and then you slide through. And then we have the PGSD wins graphic, which I created the other day. And then the other ones would be for the podcast promos. I'm just going to do a video chatting about the podcast, and that's it. And it's basic, a very basic graphic design, nothing fancy happening with colors. It's just decided that's the parameters. And I decided as well, I'm not going to deviate from that. I know I'm going to want to, I already know I'm going to want to, but I'm not going to deviate from that for the remainder of 2022, because like it just doesn't pay off to spend time in that like questioning of like making all these like tiny little tweaks and then missing where the big tweaks that will actually, like, they might not take a lot of effort, but the things that are needle movers, I'm missing out on spending time on the needle movers because I'm making these little tweaks to non-needle moving things. But yeah, the big takeaway from me was I'm the pilot. Even if the plane is on autopilot, I am making sure this plane is landing with everyone safe. Like, we are getting there, and I am the pilot, and I'm not like, just imagining why I'm saying that. If the pilot was like, oh my goodness, am I missing something? Am I missing something? What is it? Like, if they were in that kind of energy, they would not be the pilot you would want to have flying your flight. You want the pilot who is looking at everything. They're not like sitting in the back row of the airplane scrolling through Instagram, and they're not in the cockpit having this frenzy about, oh, like, you know, is it self-sabotaging if I turn us slightly to the left, or should I just stay on track and I'm going to do some self-coaching on it and like be in that kind of energy? It's just like, I'm the pilot. I know what I'm doing, and I'm going to land this plane. And then maybe after the plane lands, the pilot might do some reflection and say, actually, next time I would do whatever. But for me to, and I think this is just goes so much to self-trust, is that if I am judging myself all the time, and if I'm self-sabotaging and all the time, which is kind of me being in that identity of I am someone who sabotages myself, because I wouldn't be thinking that thought if I didn't have the identity, the self-image that I am someone who gets in my own way, which is so interesting. So there's that. That could maybe be something we work on self-image wise in PGSD, because I am sure I'm not the only one with that. But having this questioning of am I self-sabotaging is just like, we have to be self-aware. There's a time and a place for that. And also then we just have to be decisive and implement and trust. And both of those things are true. It's not one or the other, it's both. And so this is my work for this launch. And when it came to as well, like if what is clear, and so I'd written about that self-sabotaging question, and that when I think about just releasing that question for the remainder of the launch and just actually being committed to landing the plane, instead of thinking about, oh, well, is it my growth? Like, and this is the thing too, I was thinking like, even if, and there will be, all going to plan, a launch where maybe it's happening because we're sticking to the dates that we have. Maybe it's happening and I'm like giving birth, or I'm like vomiting in the toilet, or whatever. Who knows what happened? Like, life can throw curveballs, whatever happens. But even if I'm not the pilot, there will be a pilot. So I've been trying to prepare the business to be this self-flying plane when it will never be self-flying. Like, there will always be a pilot. It just might not be me. But there will always be someone who is checking in on things, and that doesn't have to be meddling. If you can check things without it being this self-sabotaging, meddling kind of situation. And so what came up for me, and I mentioned this, I think in the first episode in this series, is that when I was creating the content, I really wanted it to be that I created all the content by the 27th of March, I believe it was. And then that's done. Basically, my whole theory now, I'm thinking about it, is that I'm going to, build the plane and set it off to fly. And then I'm just going to sit in the airport and watch it go and see what happens. And I'm not going to create any Instagram stories or any extra things. My work is just to, pick up those things for next time. I think this relates back to the coaching I was getting from Stacey the other day that I mentioned, that in the mastermind, that basically I hadn't even realized that I was thinking about it this way, but that like being the pilot in the plane is not being like, there's not a problem with that. And I had kind of made it into this problem and thinking like I should have a self-flying plane by now. And so I just need to, let my plane self-fly, and I can, course correct later, but really recognizing that there's always going to be a pilot in the plane, even if it's not me. And if I just release this story of like, am I self-sabotaging if I record stories now versus not, that I would just, like, if I'm just focused on landing the plane, and I can trust myself that when I'm doing the evaluation that I will be able to reflect on this at a high level and get the lessons and get the growth, then I would just record the stories. And I wouldn't be recording stories every single day necessarily. What I would do is tomorrow when I'm working, I would record a bunch of stories that can be going out every day over the launch, so that if there is a day during the launch where I'm not feeling in the mood to chat on camera, because that's bound to happen at some point, or like type things out or whatever, or if Lydia's had a rough night, that like I would do the work now to prep that. And then that's not me being like, now I need to have this self-flying Instagram stories playing, but I would do the prep work like I've done the prep work for this launch. And then I would be evaluating what's going on there. I'd be looking at questions we're getting in our inbox and just different things like that. And the content that's going out, like what came up for me as well is I would reread the emails that are going out, because I can barely remember, like I know the vibe, but I can barely remember what even emails are going out and that kind of thing. And I hadn't even planned to reread them because I was just like, well, my plane's already flying and I'm not even in there. But I would just be engaged with it, which before today I hadn't really known what that would look like. And I hadn't realized that I needed to let go of this question of, is this self-sabotage, to be able to access what that looks like for me. So yes, that is where my brain is currently. And I feel very, I don't know, just decided and just letting go of this question and just knowing that I'm just going to experiment with letting go of that question of, am I self-sabotaging? Am I getting my own way? Whatever. From now until the end of next week. And then after the launch, actually, I am having, so launch finishes in Australian time on the 4th. And then I'm going up the coast for a wedding that's on the 5th. And then I have a week off until my next work day is the 16th. So I think that's going to be really helpful as well, just to have that time off. And I mean, it's always just nice to do that. But yeah, the other thing that I noticed in my like low value cycle actions was that I had take a day off in avoidance in my actions. And last night to Steve, I was like, I just need to have a day off, which I hadn't even realized until I saw it in this list of like, oh, okay. Which I didn't take today off, but I was like, it was a lot going away to the coast and all of that. And I just want to have a day to hang out with you and Lydia and Cotton and do nothing before the launch. And really, I think that was me just wanting to avoid looking at my brain. So now that I'm looking, I'm like, okay, well, I don't like, this is the question too about like, when is it self-sabotage to rest versus push through? And I'm not like, I really, if I trust myself that me resting and even asking this question is like the self-sabotaging thing I don't want to do, but that was me wanting to take a day off in avoidance, and I can trust that and keep on moving with that. So yeah, this is what my work is, and I'm going to really be like that. I hate to think that myself from a month ago didn't trust that me in the launch could actually be the pilot in the plane. And I don't want to like set it up like, that kind of thing, but I'm showing myself that I can be the pilot in the plane, and I can be not the pilot in the cockpit who's just like freaking out about, is the plane actually going to land? Are you sure it's going to land? Or we need to check and check and check, and let's check again that we're on track, and again and again. Like, you just do your thing, you know ahead of time, okay, these are the things we need to check, that's done, boom. And then if I want to do any other stuff in my workday, if I have extra time, to be doing super thinking and to not just be like, cool, check, done. Now I'm going to go to the back seat of the back row of the flight and sit on my phone and do whatever. Or not even necessarily that, but I'm just going to take time off and not be engaged. That if I have work time planned, and again, this is like trusting that if there's a deviation from this, that's okay. And I'm going to trust myself on that and not ask, is this self-sabotage? But that I am like, if I'm wanting the plane to land exactly where I had said it would land, just everything like showing up from that place and knowing, like, I really believe, I feel so committed, and I really do believe the plane is going to land there. Like, I don't feel like I have drama about it. And the drama is the self-trust of it. And I think the capacity to have that, it feels like it's not in alignment with my self-image to have this goal where we'd make hundreds of thousands of dollars, and to just achieve it just feels like my brain just wants to be busy because that feels new and unsafe and uncomfortable. And so I'm just being the pilot on the plane in the cockpit who is letting the plane be on autopilot, like not trying to go, well, I need to be busy, I'm going to take it off autopilot, put it on manual mode, but to be, just willing, resourceful, resilient. Like, if we hit some turbulence, I'm not freaking out. I'm the pilot. That's part of flying. So I'm going to do my power planning now. I will come on here and record a little update if there's anything noteworthy. This episode is going to be quite long though. Sorry, not that that's a problem at all. But if not, if there's nothing noteworthy that comes of the power planning, then I will record another update soon. But the cart is opening tomorrow, which now I just feel like willing and committed and involved and like I'm actually in a launch, which is fun and new the way that I'm experiencing it. And also I was listening to one of the old coaching calls from 200K, and it's just, this is what I love about like coaching calls being available, like past ones. And I know PGSDs say this all the time about they listen to a past call from like a year or so ago or whatever, and it's just like exactly what they needed to hear when they needed to hear it. And I just had that when I was listening to, well, basically anytime I listen, but that was one of my high value cycle actions during a launch period, which is, staying in touch with the tools and concepts and everything that I'm implementing through the mastermind content. And Stacey was just talking about, like, it was exactly what I'd said in the first update about like people who want to create inspiring stuff from the heart on Instagram, which is literally what I'd said. And she was like, there's a place for that. And also like that creates inspiration and not transformation. And to transform people and to have them buy and to have them get the ultimate result, with buying and signing up being the vehicle for that, in the sense that then they get, they're fully committed. They have all the tools, all the support, etc. Wait, where was I going with that? Oh yeah, that also like the thing that creates that transformation is someone being walked through a transformation and really having it clearly laid out what their problem is now and what the solution to that is and the process of that and the result of that. And that might not feel flowy and inspiring for you to write, and that might feel like it might take a lot of mental energy. And just because it's not pouring from your heart, like that isn't the experience you're having when you're creating it, it doesn't mean that it's not creating transformation. And that was exactly what I needed to hear. So when I was going through like what I want my Instagram to be like, it was just like, okay, well, yes, I'm going to have some stuff that I write where it just feels flowy and it's exactly what I talk about, or I'm like fleshing out an idea with my writing and that kind of thing. And then there can also be the content where it might not feel flowy and like from the heart for me, but I'm solving a problem. I'm helping my people feel seen, heard, and understood, and all of those things. And just because it doesn't feel like flowy from me doesn't mean it's not important to share. And yeah, so anyway, that was just exactly what I needed to hear. So that is where I'm at. And yes, I will talk to you in the next update. Today is the 27th of April and I have just done some peer coaching, which was so helpful. And also on this call, I kind of went to it feeling like I'm feeling in a great place after the realizations I had yesterday following my peer coaching and the self-coaching and all the things. But I was like, you know what? I think it would still be helpful to chat it through and share my self-coaching and see what else we could discuss and I could get coached on. And it was just, it was so good. So with my peer coaching today, the couple key things for me that really came up was I was asked like, okay, so if I'm this pilot in the cockpit, what is like out of 10, what level of belief do I have that if things aren't on track, that I have the ability to course correct, so to speak? And when I rated it, I said, I feel like it's about a 4 out of 10 and I think that's like why I not wanted to be in the cockpit because it feels like it's more comfortable to believe like, well, if I had been there, it would have done better. Or like if the plane goes down, I don't want to be going down with it. So just recognizing like I'm maybe at about a 4 out of 10 that I could create the results and land the plane if like get it back on track. And what he said to me on the call this morning, my peer, was that like how fun that you're a 4 out of 10 and that this gets to be your work for this launch and you get to practice this skill, and that this is, your thing that you get to learn and develop. And I love that he said that, and that it was like, it's such a growth minded approach to things, that like, how fun that this is a skill that you get to learn, and that like trusting that what you've already created is going to create the result. And then so even if you're not doing, like, you don't feel like you're doing a great job at developing this skill of course correcting and whatever, that's kind of just like, that's okay. Your result isn't dependent on that. And this is just a container for you to practice that. So that was really great. And also, when I was talking about like, and I hadn't even realized this, but I was thinking about it like, well, if things are on track, then I just, I'm in the cockpit, so to speak. I'm going to keep using that analogy. I'm in the cockpit, and I'm just making sure things are on track, but that's it. And then if they're off track, then I'm going to course correct and get us back on track. And I was asked like, okay, so the goal is 60. What if you were thinking every day, like doing the super thinking around, what would I need to say today? Like, if we were aiming for 120, how would I solve for that? And being in that question as well of like, if someone didn't sign up today, what could it be? Instead of working from this place of it's not working, so I'm going to course correct, from being in this place of like, it is working, and how can I course optimize, really gets my brain going. And I think this is just a new skill for me that I haven't had a lot of practice in, just being in this place of sufficiency and it working and solving from that place. And which is so fun, because like last week when I was coaching our PGSDers, I brought different PGSDers onto the call, and we just focused on what's working for them. And it's just also my work as well, as is the way of it always. But just focusing on like, just, I guess, creating emotional safety for myself that I can believe. Like I was sharing that I feel like there is a belief I have that if I believe so hard in it working, that I might miss something and be blindsided by the fact that it isn't working. And to just recognize that when I'm focused on it working, and that's when I'm going to be the most resourceful. I'm going to have the most awareness around what needs to be done that isn't being done, or what's being done that doesn't need to be done. And so, it was just so helpful to have those questions of like, how can I make this work for 120? And to be thinking about it that way. And the goal is still 60. Like, it's important to me to be focused and committed on the 60, because the last launch that I did, and I shared this in my launch update that I did from the last one, the debrief, that I had been like, well, the goal is 100, but we don't really need 100. And like, I just hadn't been committed to the 100. And I want to be so committed to the 60, and thinking about 120, and not that 120 need to sign up this launch and now that's the goal for the launch, but I'm solving for 120 and knowing that that's going to help fill my next launch as well. And it just helps me stay in that mindset of like, it's working and how can we optimize, rather than if I'm in this mindset of like, I only need to course correct if it's off track, then it invites this thinking of like, well, how do I really know if it's on track or off track? And yesterday in my spreadsheet, I looked at the last launch and how many numbers we had on each day, which was basically like the most on the first day and the last day, and then kind of middle of that in between. And so I kind of mapped out, like, very roughly speaking, what numbers I would expect to see each day to total up to 60. And that then invites this thinking of like, well, it still might be working, but it's just going to be, maybe everyone in this round signs up in the last 48 hours. So do I need to course correct, because we might still land the plane? That it's like, well, if I'm just solving for 120, and if I'm thinking about how can I course optimize, and yesterday I was thinking about, okay, what do I want my days to look like? And I was doing my power planning, which I think is where I left off with the last update, was just before I did that. And basically in my power planning, I've just got like time for the launch check-in, a team check-in, super thinking, and then like buffer time to implement what comes up during that. And with the what was recommended, which I think is a great idea, is So I'm going to do my launch check-ins. I think I'm going to do it in a third part instead of having this all in two parts, because the episodes, I love a long episode, but I think it might be more helpful to break it down into like pre-launch, pre-launch, launch. But I do want to do where I do like the live check-in each day. I enjoyed doing that last time, and I think it's helpful to do that. But what was recommended was like each day that I like go in and read the emails that are going out that day, and like the Instagram posts, and like consume the content that's going out that day. And then I do my thinking, like before I check any numbers or anything, I do my super thinking about, okay, what might need to be changed or need to be different or more of or less of or whatever. Like how can I say the same thing more simply, more clearly, with less words? Is there a better story that I could share, and that kind of thing? That I do that thinking before I check in on the numbers. And so I'm not then thinking like what I do that day is a response to the numbers, which is why I had been wanting to check in first thing in the day so that I can respond to the numbers and like course correct. But it's so helpful to think about like, yes, I'm still going to check the numbers, but I am going to do my super thinking about what needs to be said or like what I'm going to create and all that before I check in on the numbers, and just really be in that mindset of, regardless of the numbers, I'm optimizing the launch and not having to be dependent on things being off track. So those were the main takeaways that I had today from the coaching, which was, it's just so helpful. So what I'm going to do after this and today on my calendar, my plan, is that I'm going to be doing some super thinking. Basically, that just means journaling, and not from this place of like it's not working, but really thinking about like what is working. I'm going to have to, I think, flesh out maybe some questions I asked myself during super thinking time, but like coming up with lists of ideas and like going beyond, I guess it's like super thinking because it's going beyond the way you'd normally think and the specificity with which you normally think, and like creating more ideas, not because the quantity is important, but just like basically after super thinking, I kind of think of it like the gym for my brain, that I want my brain to feel tired because I've been thinking about things in a new way, in a more thoughtful way, and that kind of thing. So that's all my update for today. And I'm just feeling like, so the doors open tonight, Australian time at 9 p.m, I believe. Maybe it's actually at 8 p.m. I need to check the conversion because of the daylight savings time and whatever. But the doors open today. And so I think this will be, I'm going to make this the last update in this episode. And then the next episode, I'm going to be doing my open cart updates, because there's going to be 6 or 7 daily check-ins. So we'll make that a separate episode. But yeah, that's the plan. And even though I've got like a lot of buffer time and super thinking time and things in my calendar, to just be really committed to continuing to use my power planning. And I also am doing a Peloton class every day. I'm really loving Kendall Tools classes. So I'm going to do the Peloton class after lunch or at lunch and be committed to that. One of my low value cycle things was if I am skipping workouts, which I noticed that I had been last week, and I'm not doing that this week. So yeah, that's on the plan today as well. And then pick up Lydia this afternoon and hang out. So that's the plan. And I'll wrap this up, this episode, with this update. And yeah, I hope it's been helpful to hear about my thoughts during the pre-launch period. I feel like I've had a lot of important breakthroughs and realizations, and I'm very leaned in and engaged with this launch now. And I just feel like it's the best place to start it from. And then tomorrow morning at 5 a.m, I have the 200K call, and then I have a peer coaching call at 9. Then I don't have any more peer coaching booked until Monday, which I think will be fine. But I will also, if I need to get some peer coaching, reach out to some people in the mastermind and book something in. But yeah, okay. I'll talk to you again soon. Okay, so today is the 28th of April. So that means that we are officially in the open cart period of the launch. The doors opened yesterday, last night, Australian time. I haven't checked the numbers yet. I am just going to give an update on some peer coaching I just got and then a little recap of yesterday. And then I'm going to do another update in a little bit when I check the numbers. I'm just going to do some coaching before I do that, some self-coaching. But I have just gotten off another peer coaching call. So I've just done one every day for the last 3 days, and I don't have another one booked in until Monday, which I think is going to be perfect timing. And it was so helpful. And so if you haven't listened to the previous updates, the previous episodes on the pre-launch and the pre-launch, definitely go and listen to that because this might not make a whole lot of sense. But I was just getting coached on feeling like it's not safe to be in belief, and that I'd noticed that I'm feeling so uncomfortable being in this belief of it's working and we're going to hit our goal and it's done, and like just being in that line of thinking, my brain just wants to go back into, no, it's not. Why would you think that? We've missed something. It's going to be so embarrassing when you realize that that's not the case, like that kind of thinking. And so I was getting coached on that, and a few really helpful things that came out of that was really just getting that when it comes to being the pilot in this plane that I've been talking about and thinking about quite a lot, that I can actually enjoy the ride, which is something I hadn't even considered a possibility. But also this analogy was given to me, not directly related to a plane. And then I was like, this so applies, is to just let myself sway around when it comes to my belief that if I'm currently feeling like I'm a 4 out of 10 believing that if we don't have the perfect start to the launch, then I'll be able to create the result anyway. That if my belief level's at 4 out of 10, I've been kind of telling myself, well, now I need to be at a 10 out of 10, even though yesterday I was like, oh, I just know this is my work. This is my container to develop that skill. And then immediately my brain's been like, okay, but we should already be there by now. Like we should be at that 10 out of 10, which I hadn't even noticed. So it was so helpful to have that pointed out to me. But to think about when a plane is flying, it sways around in, the wind channels and whatever happens up there. And turbulence is a thing. And the turbulence doesn't stop the plane from getting to where it needs to go. And it is expected. And when a plane is in turbulence, like the pilots don't freak out. It's part of flying. And so it's just been really helpful to see that like my belief swaying around, it's okay if like that, and it is part of flying, and that it just is something that like my brain hasn't had a lot of practice in having a lot of these it's working thoughts, and that feels new and uncomfortable. And I was saying that I like have had this belief kind of just riding along in the back seat, kind of going unnoticed, but informing a lot of things, that it's safer to be small when it comes to the business, and to have a smaller business, and to have like fewer people I'm helping and fewer people who follow me and all those things. Like it means I'm less exposed if there are fewer people interacting with me. And so obviously that impacts how I show up in the business, in my personal life, like in so many different areas, this belief of like small is safe, or like quiet is safe, or like something along those lines. And so something that has come up a few times in the peer coaching that I've heard myself saying is it just feels like too powerful, that I feel so powerful, and then that feels so unfamiliar that it's like I want to go, it feels more comfortable to feel helpless or like in self-pity than it does to be feeling powerful. And when I like get an inkling of feeling that power, and I don't mean power in this kind of like manipulation, whatever kind of way, just like really feeling that I can create my reality and I can create incredible things and I've got this, like that kind of feeling of power. that is something that I'm trying on. And it's okay if my belief in like the beliefs that create that like sway around a bit and there's some turbulence. And it also makes me think like I can feel resistance to checking in on the numbers this morning in terms of how many people have signed up, and that I'm assigning a lot of value to how the launch starts, and that it needs to have this certain kind of start in terms of numbers, which I think is like 5 signups on the first day and then 10 on the second is what I've got broken down. And I think that's just because of the time zone stuff, that the first day isn't a full 24 hours anyway, that I am telling myself that it needs to start a certain way to end a certain way. And when I think about there being this turbulence and that being part of flying, that it helps me to have more belief in my ability to land the plane regardless of any turbulence, so to speak. And it's just really helpful to see that, and to also something, and we talk about this in PGSD in the module on self-trust and about creating emotional safety. And one of the ways to do that is to like think about our inner child and parenting that inner child in a way that's really supportive, not dismissive, and also not in a way that is agreeing and like amplifying the fear. So if my brain's freaking out about like not feeling safe, that if I'm like, no, you should, that doesn't help. And if I'm like, well, yeah, it's totally unsafe. Like if you think about if a child doesn't feel safe and you say like, yeah, you're right, you are not safe and I haven't got you and you're not going to be okay, not helpful. But if it's like, yeah, you might feel scared and that's totally okay and valid to feel scared, and we all have feelings and feelings like this, and you're going to be okay and I've got you, and even if bad things happen, we're going to be okay. Like that kind of support and like giving that to ourselves is something we always have access to. And so I had not even thought of that in relation to this launch, and just seeing that I can have the turbulence and the swaying, and I can also be mindful that of course I'm not going to be in a 10 out of 10 belief the whole time in terms of my belief around my skill set in terms of landing the plane, even if we don't have a perfect start or whatever. That, yeah, I can just be okay with not being in the 10 out of 10 the whole time, and let that be a thing. So anyway, that's my little update that I wanted to share. And yesterday I just felt so proud of myself and so empowered, and just like after the coaching I got yesterday, and just actually being like, oh, I do know exactly what to do with my time in this launch, even though all my content is already created. Like, of course, like I'm going to be the pilot in the cockpit, and I'm thinking about 120 signups and what I would do for that. And so I like went through the emails and I was like, I'm really happy with these emails. And I had a look at what we're going to be posting on Instagram, and I was like, oh, I actually feel like there are things I could be saying differently that's going to be so much more powerful and compelling. And so I was like getting one of the emails that's coming out later, and I made that a post to go out for the doors open. And I just felt like being able to be in that level of thinking, which was not available to me when I was doing things at the last minute, or when I had, this is originally I had planned to like do things ahead of time and then just kind of check out. And I'm so glad that I did the self-coaching, got peer coaching to notice that and to be all in on this. And now that I am, to just be like, oh, I get to just like delight in our current PGSDers, delight in the PGSDers who are joining us. Like this morning I listened to the coaching call that was yesterday in the PGSD, like inside PGSD, that Michelle did with Mahima and Jenna. And I listened to it on my run this morning. And I was like, oh, like this is just the best coaching and we have the best community. And I was just like having such amazing thoughts about it all. And it's just felt so empowering. And then my brain's like, oh wait, but what if this doesn't work? And it's just like, okay, it's okay that my brain goes there. But yesterday, like I was telling Steve last night when we went for a walk, like I just feel so proud of myself. And like I was just sitting in that feeling, which was so incredible, to let myself be in that and to just really be proud of not just like, it's so great to feel that way when it's not just like, cool, we achieved the goal and so I feel proud, but like I feel so proud of who I'm becoming and who I am today. And that even though I still like, there's so many ways I want to grow, I can still be so incredibly proud of myself today and what I've accomplished and who I am being and how I'm showing up in the business and how I'm showing up for our PGSDers and the team and my family and all these different things. And so it was just really incredible to be in that, because we perfectionists tend to think, well, no, I can only feel proud if I'm perfect. So of course I'm not perfect, so I can't feel proud. So that was really nice. And just, I feel so excited about this launch. I really don't think excited is the right word, but I feel so engaged and committed with this launch. And if I just think about like this next week, so the launch closes Australian time on Wednesday in the afternoon. So I have one full week. I'm going to have Sunday like doing no work except just my numbers check. And, you know, if something comes up, I can do some stuff in Lydia's nap time. But otherwise, it's a full day off on Sunday for me. Probably going to do some meal prep stuff for Lydia and just hang out. But I just feel like if this next week is me just like course optimizing and getting to delight in and like enjoy the ride and be okay with the turbulence and practice not freaking out in the turbulence, I think it's so good too. Like how you do one thing is how you do everything, like how the work we do flows over elsewhere. That when I'm on a plane and we are in turbulence, my brain does not like that at all. And if I'm watching a movie, I have to turn it off. If I'm reading a book, which I like to think I'm someone who reads books on planes, but I'm not. I just like watch TV shows or whatever. I just can't seem to get myself to read on a plane. But anyway, whatever I'm doing, I literally just have to turn off whatever I'm watching, put down whatever I'm reading. I put music in. I put like music that feels really comforting. So it's usually like Disney music or something like that. And I just sit there when we're in the turbulence and I turn a lot of the planes, like the bigger planes when it's an international flight, and you can, you know, choose a setting on instead of watching the movie or whatever, you can watch, like this makes me think of the last international flight I did where it was to London and back, and I had it set up so anytime there was turbulence that I would go and look at, you could change the settings so you could see like basically like as if you were the pilot. It wasn't a real video but a virtual video or whatever, and you could see what height they were at and like all the little dials and things. And I feel like it just gave me more of this sense of control, which I did not have at all. So I was like tried in some way to be like, well, at least I'm aware of what's going on. Like, oh, we're climbing really fast or whatever. And it also makes me think of, you could have this setting where you could literally, there was a camera on the back of the, like the tail of the plane. So you could see the plane and like what was around, and I could like check that and see like, okay, there's just clouds around, or like it's clear skies, nothing's on fire or whatever. But my brain currently freaks the fuck out in turbulence that I can't concentrate. I have to give my full focus to just like that moment. And I look at people who are watching movies and reading when we're in turbulence and I can't fathom it. And I know all the things. Like I know turbulence doesn't make a plane crash. I know it's part of it. I know like, oh, it's just bumpy and enjoy it and whatever. And my brain still freaks out. And I think like part of it is just letting it be okay that my brain freaks out. Because if I'm not okay with that, I'm not going to be able to solve it if I'm resisting it. But anyway, I think this work is going to also help me with that, because it's the same kind of way of thinking. So anyway, enough about the planes and the flights and all those things. And I'm going to do my super thinking. Oh yeah, so this is actually what I wanted to mention. The super thinking I did yesterday was so powerful, and I just wanted to share a little bit about what that looked like. There's so many ways to do super thinking, and I had mentioned in my last update, like I'm not really sure exactly what to do in super thinking, which was a lie, not true. What I did yesterday was I just wrote down like, what is like our PGSD that we're wanting to call into the program and have sign up in this round, what are they experiencing right now? What are their thoughts like about PGSD, about other things that are going on in their life? Like, where are they at? What are they up to? And kind of just entering what's going on in their mind. So I did this huge brain dump of all the things they could be thinking. It's just made up, but it's still helpful. And so one thing that they might be thinking is like, I'll put a reminder on my to-do list to sign up and I hope I remember to do it. Or, you know, I just need someone or something to keep me accountable. I know my business would be more successful if I just got out of my own way. And there are other thoughts like, yeah, they're just a whole bunch of different kinds of thoughts. And then what I did is I used a self-coaching model. So Brooke Castillo's circumstance, thought, feeling, action, result. And I just focused on the feeling line and put some of those thoughts in, but notice like what feelings would create someone signing up versus what feelings sound great but wouldn't. So for example, someone feeling excited is not going to end with them signing up. Like if they just stay in that excitement and don't move into a different feeling. If they feel convinced, willing, undecided, inspired, hopeful / uncommitted, confused, unsure, curious, like those feelings can be great and helpful, but they're not actually feelings that has someone go to the PGSD sales page, click on sign up now, go and get their credit card, type in the details, click submit, you know, go to the thank you page, read the email, introduce themselves in the forum. And so it was just so helpful because I'd never really noticed that the feelings that I am creating during this launch, and it's for the people, just so we're all clear, for the people who want to join, who it's a good fit for. This isn't about convincing. This is about talking to the people who are already a yes and then just helping them get out of their own way so they can be a yes. The feeling that creates a sign up is committed. So a version of a thought that might help create that feeling is I'm signing up for PTSD today, no matter what, or just I'm signing up today, I'm signing up now. Feeling is committed. The action is, as I said, visit sales page, etc. Go and get your purse, get the credit card, whatever. The result is they're signed up. And also to get to that thought of I'm going to sign up, which is a decision, they would need to before that feel decided or sure or determined. Like this is for me, this is for sure my next step. I'm going to do it. And then the result of that is they make a decision. And then from that decision, they feel committed and they sign up. So that was really helpful. And then from that energy, I read the emails and I looked at the Instagram posts and I was thinking like, okay, if we're solving for 120 clients with this launch, what would I be creating? Do we need to say? And I could just see that, that there were just not gaps, but like optimizations that we could do and that I could be much more leaned in. And it's been helpful for me to think about like, so I've done all the podcast stuff. We've had the procrastination series. Today, the interview with Natalie went out. And then in a few days, the interview with Erin and Naomi and Estelle is going out, which will be incredible. So excited for everyone to hear that. But now what I'm thinking about is if just Instagram and just my email list sold out this launch in the 120 spots that are going to be 60 sign up now and 60 later, then how would I be showing up on Instagram? How would I be showing up on email? And I think that's so helpful for me because I've been thinking like the podcast sells out my launch and then this is just like, you know, the cherry on top. And maybe that's helpful to think about when I'm in podcast creating mode, but when I'm in the mode of doing the emails and the Instagram, if I think like, well, the 120 people, if I just assume they're all watching me on Instagram and they're all like seeing what I'm posting, even if they're not liking it or commenting on it, it doesn't matter. They're seeing it. They're watching my stories. They're reading the emails, but particularly if I find just with Instagram and then that can influence what I'm saying in emails. But if I'm thinking about like they're there and this is going to be like, even if they haven't listened to any of the podcast episodes, just what I share alone on Instagram is going to sell 120 people, 60 of which are going to sign up now, then it just makes it like this fun experiment and not like I have to like figure out this perfect thing. I was finding yesterday when I was thinking about it, I was just feeling like, oh, like I already have a base here that I've created and that I worked with Daisy to create, and we turned like quite a few of the emails into posts. And now I have that, and I have the space and the time in my calendar to be thinking and super thinking that I can be like, cool, and how can we make it even more compelling? And it's just been really fun and kind of new to use my brain in this way, and to just like be really creating from a place of sufficiency. And yeah, so okay, I'm going to do my create my plan for the day of what I'm going to do once I do the check-in on the numbers and my next little podcast update, so that I know exactly what content I'm creating, if anything, and what that's going to look like. I think today, because I'm not going to work Sunday, I'm not sure if Steve's going to have an overtime shift tomorrow, like different things. And I have Lydia's swimming lesson in the morning tomorrow. So I'm going to look at the content that's going to come out today. Like I've already looked at that, but relook at that today, tomorrow, and the next day, and then create a plan for that. And yeah, just notice like, what else could I say that I haven't said? Also, okay, I know I'm really going on here, but yeah, that's fine. So we had a 200K call this morning that Stacey was coaching on, and it's so perfect. Like every time I go to a call, I'm like, this is going to be exactly what I need. And it always is, probably because I'm thinking like, this is exactly what I need. I'm just going to hear what I want to hear, and it's going to be perfect. So a lot of people are getting coached on launching and different things around that. And a few things that I took away was Stacey had said to someone, like, write a list of things you would love to tell your people, and just like write those emails and then put them anywhere in your sales sequence. So that's something I'm going to super think about. What's the most important thing they need to know today, which is what the coaching I got in yesterday, that was really bringing up that question. So it was just nice to have that reminder. And then something that I thought up. So what I like to do as well when I'm writing my like notes when I'm on a coaching call, which I don't do if I'm listening to like replays or whatever, but if I'm like there live on the call, I will be writing notes and be engaged with that fully. And something that came to mind was like, what do they want to know about the other people inside PGSD? And just like, I think something that we all do as humans is we want to fit in. We want to know it's like a group where we will be welcomed and supported, and we're not too advanced and we're not too junior either for the room. So just like, that was something that I'm going to do some super thinking about. And yeah, I have a whole lot of notes here about different things, but I don't like, this is what I do too, just as a side note, when I take notes, I don't have to do anything with like any of the notes. I'm just like taking the notes because it helps me be engaged. And then there might be a couple things that I'm like, cool, I'm going to explore that in my self-coaching or whatever. And that's it. Like, I'm just trusting it's in my subconscious, and that's enough. So just in case you like take notes when you're like listening to a PGSD coaching call or from books or different things, and then you're trying to do something with all the notes, I just want to invite you to consider, you can just trust it's in your subconscious. You've gotten what you need to get from that. And if there are like one or two things, maybe three at the most, that you want to take away from that and do something with, then do that. But to not overwhelm yourself with new ideas, and to write down your own ideas instead of just that ideas that are being presented by other people, to like see what comes up for you and to write that down as well with equal, if not more, importance. So, okay, really wrapping this up now, and I will be back soon when I'm checking the numbers for day one. Okay, so it is still the 20th of April and it is 11:46 a.m. I'm about to do the number check-in, which I am feeling excited to do. So I will just talk you through a bit of the self-coaching that I have just done. And it was so helpful to do that. I'm so glad that I did, because my brain was definitely telling me that I didn't have enough time. Well, not even really that I didn't have enough time, but more just like, let's just get on with checking the numbers and all of this. And I'm just so glad I took the time to have a look at my brain and Yeah. So what I did was I looked at my high value and low value cycles. So I've talked about them in the previous episodes. Basically, just the high value cycles. This is a concept Stacey Bayman teaches in the 200K Mastermind. I think also maybe on a podcast as well. But the high value cycle, basically, it's like when we're being growth minded and we're doing things that serve us. And then the low value cycle is when we're doing things that don't serve us, or being fixed minded, that kind of thing. And so I had written down earlier, I don't know, what date is this? The 18th. On the 18th of April, I wrote down what actions tell me I'm in a high value cycle and what actions tell me I'm in a low value cycle. So high value cycle was stuff like self-coaching, checking in on numbers and Instagram and that kind of thing at designated times, holding space for emotions I'm feeling and processing them, power planning and following through with it, that kind of thing. Low value cycle, checking Instagram and emails and trying to look for what's been missed, picking up my phone as soon as I remember to do something, not power planning, doing launch tasks last in the day and like deprioritizing that and being busy with something else, skipping self-coaching, that kind of thing. So what I did first was I took the self-coaching model, and in the action line, for a few of them, I wrote down actions that I've been in that have been low value cycles. So an example is check Instagram story views and likes. Like I've noticed since the launch started that I haven't done this heaps, but I usually don't do this really at all. So I have trained myself to not be checking. So I do notice when I am, and just seeing like how many people have viewed stories, how many likes, or what's the engagement like on the posts that we have and that kind of thing. And so I was investigating like, what am I thinking that led to that? How am I feeling? What am I trying to create or avoid by doing that? And I did that for different actions that I've been doing. And I noticed that the feeling for a lot of them that was creating a lot of these low value cycle actions is avoidant or disconnected. And so this relates back to what I was talking about in the last update about feeling safe in belief, and that I just think I'm avoiding feeling exposed, feeling unsafe. So I did a intentional thought creation, basically directing my mind to find helpful thoughts around how does a $1 million per year business create more safety for me and my family versus a 300K business. So it's kind of 300K. My business is more than that, but that's in the US dollars. But even just writing that down when I did, I was like, oh, like what's the real difference, if any? Like it was just so helpful to see that those numbers aren't far away. But I've been like in my mind thinking my business will be so different at $1 million per year compared to now, where in Australian dollars, it's between $400 and $500,000 per year. And just seeing that, yeah, it's not really that far apart. I already technically have $1 million, like I've already made over $1 million in this business over the period of the business. So anyway, I found some really helpful thoughts and that were kind of around like, you know, any threats that might come from having more resources can be completely handled by those resources. And then just, yeah, thoughts around, like, I think I have some fears around like losing friends, but not even like when I think it through properly, but just this like vague fear of like, what if people don't like me when I'm different, even though it's like, I know that that version of me is like more me, because it means I'm showing up actually as who I am in the world and putting myself out there and being courageous and doing those things instead of hiding. Like the hiding version of me, the small version of me isn't the real me. But anyway, so I was doing some thought creating around it being safe to hit $1 million per year in revenue, because I feel like this, like, it feels like with this launch, if I achieve this goal, $1 million this year in Australian dollars, and my goal, that's my goal for the year, which is 750,000 US. It feels so done if this launch is done. And so I think there's just like me needing to create some safety there for myself around like it is safe for that to be done. So then I did some super thinking. I definitely did not want to do this. My brain was like, let's skip this. We can do it after we check the numbers. Let's just check the numbers and stop putting that off. But I was like, no. We are doing the super thinking. So I will do some more later on too. But I took one of those prompts that I'd mentioned that came up on the coaching call this morning. Like, what would I love to tell my people about PTSD? And I'm going to write 3 emails after I do this update. And so I wrote a whole list of ideas, like a full page worth of ideas of what I would love to tell someone who is thinking about PTSD and is going to join PTSD. Like, what can I tell them so that when they join, they feel so supported and so welcomed, and like they know what to expect and they do commit to signing up and all of that stuff. So I got my brain to come up with a whole lot of ideas, which was so helpful because it really as well helps me to further believe that I can really create the outcome of the launch, because I'd been thinking like, well, I've already given this my best when I created the work ahead of time, and so I have nothing left. And to just see like my brain can come up with solutions whenever I ask it to, even if I think I've already exhausted all of the solutions that I have. So that was really helpful. And then I also did a intentional thought creation because I was like, okay, I still feel like scared in a way to check the numbers, and like I'm kind of preempting that there's going to be 0 signups and that if that's the case, then I'm kind of helpless to change that. And so I did an intentional thought creation. I actually put on first a song that really just helps me feel connected to myself and empowered. And that song is Angel by the Wings by Sia. So I put that song on and I just like sat with myself and my feelings for a minute and kind of just, I was out on the deck with my cup of tea and it was raining, and I just was like sitting there with my hands on my heart and just breathing. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to do an intentional thought creation on how there's no launch circumstance that I couldn't turn into 60 client signups. So that even if I check and it's 0, that I am totally empowered to create 60 signups. And also, like, side note, it's okay if we didn't get 60, but I feel like my work here is to be so committed to the 60 and to not let myself off the hook with like, well, it's okay, we tried our best. And I realized this morning as well, when I was, after the last update, I was in the kitchen making a cup of tea, that I was thinking about how this work I'm doing on my perfectionism handbrake, I really hope these episodes are helpful to hear me like working through this next layer of it. But like with being all in with this launch, it really feels like, and I've talked about this often, how we have this fear of like, I'm scared to give it my best in case I find out my best isn't good enough. And then that will confirm my inadequacy. And if we withhold effort, then we never have the opportunity to find out that our best isn't good enough. We can say, well, yeah, my worst wasn't good enough or my half-assing wasn't good enough. But of course it wasn't, because it wasn't my best. So if we give it our best, that feels so vulnerable. And so that's really what I'm going through now, is I'm giving it my best. And when I've been thinking like, well, I've given it my best, there's nothing more I can do. Of course, that's like, it's a very fixed minded way to think about it. And it doesn't help us to go all in. So I did this intentional thought creation around how there's no launch circumstance I couldn't turn around. And so when I just answered the question, like, what do I know? I have the best peer coaches that I can ask for help coaching and to help me find any resourcefulness I can't access on my own. This is also why I love PTSD, that you have access to everyone else in the community to help you when you're going through your stuff. My brain always has new ideas when I ask it. If people haven't heard it, sorry, what have I written? People haven't signed up, it's just because they haven't heard what they needed to hear, and I know how to figure out what that is. And then I have got, this continues with the plane analogy. I'm a fucking badass pilot and I can land my plane anywhere I want to. And I'm flying this plane. It is not flying me. I create the weather and I can always get through bad weather. So it's like the paradox of it. Like I create the weather, like I create the results, And also there's no result that I couldn't get through, and just like supporting myself and being with myself through that is what I'm currently practicing. So I am now going to go in and check the numbers. So I hope it is all set up properly. I checked before and like a few days ago, and it all looked good. So we have 3 signups. Let me just double check I'm seeing this correctly. So 3 signups. And also this time, so we only from now on have pay in full for PGSD. We don't have a payment plan option anymore. So actually, I feel like wait, let me think of like I'm just trying to like talk through it. But thinking about how I feel, that I feel like cool, it is working. And I think, was I expecting there to be more than 3? I don't know. Let me look at my spreadsheet. But I can tell even just the way that I don't really know how I feel about it, that I'm not wanting to really know how I feel about it. But Carolyn, Melanie, Nicole, welcome. So we have a spreadsheet where we keep track of everything, and I had like put in the numbers that I was expecting day by day for the launch to total 60, and it's just made up, and it's just based on the breakdown that we had for the last launch. So the last launch we had 50 or 51 in total, and we had 6 people sign up on the first day. And this time we have currently so far 3. I'm not sure what like in Airtable where it flows through, the dates are a bit different to the Australian days. Anyway, I can't even remember what time zones it's in, but we're going by what's the dates as it comes up in Airtable. So for the 27th, we have 3 signups for PGSD. And yeah, I think like I feel, I guess like that's pretty on track in terms of where things are at. I think I wanted there to be more, probably. Well, obviously, if I'm scared of not being able to like be with the feeling of it not being as many, that I just want it to be like a high number, and then I can just be in belief. And I think this is the perfect number for it to be 3. And let me see. Oh, we also have a little spreadsheet as well. Oh, that's my alarm that I need to pump. That people, once they sign up, they can, oh, fine, everyone's filled it out. So I'm going to read that. But once people sign up, they get taken to a little page where they can share why they signed up. So everyone who has signed up has filled that out, which is so fun. So I'm going to read that and delight in that. Welcome them into the forum if they have introduced themselves there, and just like continue. Like I feel when I think about the intentional thought creation I did before of there's no launch circumstance, I can't turn into 60 client signups, and I'm going to enjoy the launch process, and I'm going to be with the people who are signing up and not just thinking about like the next people and like 3 is great, but where are the next ones and where are the next ones, to just like truly practice being in the belief of 60 and solving for 120 signups, but being in the belief of 60 and delighting in it all the way there, instead of believing in 60 but not letting myself feel good about it until I get there, which is a sign that I'm not really believing. Because if I'm not feeling good until I get there, then I'm thinking that it might be possible that I don't. So true belief looks like enjoying the journey, which is why I love all this stuff like that. It's always a win-win. So yeah, I'm going to go into the forum and see if they've said hello there and reply to them in there. And then I am going to write these emails and also have a look at the Instagram stuff. I'm going to listen to the interview with Natalie that went out today. I've already like listened to it once when I recorded it, and then again when I reviewed it for it going out. And yeah, so I'm going to do that. And I still have a few episodes of the procrastination series to listen to, just so I am thinking about what the person on the other end of it all is listening to. So yeah, that is my plan for today. I am working until 5, and then I'm going to go pick up Lydia and hang out with her. And so what I have been doing as well with Instagram, we're trying to get Daisy access to my Instagram, and it hasn't worked. It's great they have security. That means you can't just have all these people logging in or whatever. But I have been the one doing all the posting, and because the emails have been going out at like 9 p.m. or 8 p.m., that I have been posting things later in the day. So what I'm going to do from now on is to make sure that any posts we have, that even though the email is going out at that time, I'm going to have all of my Instagram stuff done during my work hours. And I'm not going to be going on Instagram or checking anything launch related outside of my working hours. And I think that is a boundary in terms of clean rest. It is really going to help me come up with my most resourceful, innovative, connected, delightful ideas during this launch period. And that is something that, like, if I look at my power planning from the January launch, and this is really what had me like doing the work ahead of time for this launch, is that like every day I just was kind of like putting out fires and creating all the content at the last minute. And even though my power planning, it's not exact, I haven't got, like, it looks like all my time, like I had a lot of clean rest time, which I did have a significant amount of clean rest time. But I know as well there were times where I was like, it was 8 p.m. and I was trying to upload a story, and we had so many internet issues, and there's nothing wrong with any of that. Like, I did the best I could, and I learned so much from that. And at the same time, that really taught me that this launch, I want to make sure, like, when it's work time, it's fucking go time. And doesn't mean I'm hustling. That means I'm like doing my super thinking. I'm showing up. I'm letting myself be seen. I'm implementing my ideas. I'm involved, engaged. And then when it's rest time, it's as if it's like any other week. And like tomorrow morning, I have Lydia's swimming lesson, and I'm not going to be checking in on anything launch related before that. It's just going to be our normal morning together. We go to our swimming lesson. We do that. My friend is going to be there tomorrow. She's doing the same lesson as us now. So chat to her, hang out, come home. And then once I'm home, check in and do my stuff. So yeah, just like practicing really truly like being all in my work hours, and then being all in on the clean rest in my clean rest hours, and like deciding that ahead of time. And if I need to make little tweaks and adjust that, I can. So yeah, okay, that is my plan. And I will talk to you tomorrow when I do my next update. Hello, so today is the 29th of April. It is 1:09 p.m. I have Lydia on my lap. I'm just sitting at my desk. We have Sophie the giraffe, if you know, you know. And I am just going to quickly check in on the numbers. We have been at Lydia's swim lesson this morning, and then went for a coffee with a friend. Just getting home now because Lydia didn't sleep when we were at the cafe as was planned. Slept in the way on the car ride home. We had to drive around for a while and we are now home, and we have a delivery coming today that I need to be ready for, and it might come when Lydia's napping. So anyway, I am checking in now, and I feel like, so I haven't really checked in on anything at all launch related for nearly 24 hours, I guess, because I finished work yesterday at 5. And when it comes to how I'm feeling about the launch, I feel like when I'm reflecting on yesterday, like I am still, or was still, making it mean something about me, that I was feeling so much trepidation around checking the numbers and like basically checking if I'm good enough kind of thing. But I'm feeling like last night I was just like, okay, today, as in, no, what was I saying last night? Tomorrow, which is now today, I am just being in a day of receiving and just soaking in
like not having to be in the doing energy, which I feel like I was in quite a lot yesterday in like the what isn't working and how can we optimize it. And even though it was from a good place, Lydia's got a pen now. She's got it on the desk. So if you can hear that, maybe you can't. But anyway, just got to keep going. So yeah, I was just focusing today on just like being in the it's working, it's done energy, and to really focus the rest of the launch on creating from that energy. And the irony being that, I don't know if I've mentioned in this update already, but like my last PGSD coaching call that I did, I presented a challenge to our PGSDs that when they're doing their weekly review for the next 4 weeks following that they only do the sections relating to what's working and to skip the ones about what isn't working, just to help train your brain to focus on that. And so that's really what I'm going to be doing for the remainder of the launch, to be resourceful and problem solving from the place of it's working rather than from the place of it might not work, which is where I kind of feel like I was yesterday. So yeah, I've just been like being busy in my normal life today. And also I listened to a launch debrief episode, like an old one from Catherine Zankina, Manifestation Babe. And this is probably one of the biggest reasons I do these launch debriefs, because not specifically the ones from Catherine, though I do like her ones, but any launch debrief kind of episodes I can get my hands on, I love, and I often listen to them multiple times at different stages of my business. So I hope that these episodes are helpful and comforting and all of the things in the same kind of way. So I listened to that. I listened to a few coaching calls in the 200K mastermind. They were exactly what I needed, as always. And were really about just like how our brain wants to be focused on, like the one I was listening to was talking about how our brains have negativity bias. And when it comes to the negative, it's like Velcro for our brain. And when it's positive, it's like Teflon, as in our brain wants to stick to the negative, it's not working side. And when it does go into it's working, it just like doesn't want to stay there for long. And so I'm just practicing that for this launch. Okay, Lydia wants to get down and crawl. So we'll see. The office door is open. So, okay. I might leave it on my lap for 1 minute. We're going to do a quick check, Lydia. So we are checking in now on the numbers. I am going to the tab to see where they are at. And I'm not really planning to do any other work for the afternoon. Yes. Okay. So the numbers, there have been no more signups since yesterday, from what I can see. 3 signups. So I feel like, I don't know, I feel fine about that. And I think it's not from this place of like ignorance kind of thing, or like blind hope. But just like this is the work that I am doing. So I don't know. I'm double checking that that's correct, which I believe it is. Okay. Lydia's now in the corner with a postage bag that needs to be sent off. Okay. So I'm going to wrap this up, but I don't know. I feel like this is just my opportunity to practice being in it's working, trusting the work my past self has done, the work my present day self is doing, that the belief work and self-coaching I'm doing now, especially with an it's working focus, matters. That it's not like, well, the work people are experiencing was created by my past self, so it doesn't matter what present day me thinks. That it does matter, and I'm just going to practice being in that energy. And the best way to practice that is when things aren't working. Because when things like quote unquote aren't working, when it feels like things are working, it's so easy for our brain to just kind of think we're in belief when we're not really. So this is my work. So anyway, Lydia's crawling down the hallway. I will update you tomorrow. Okay, so me again, obviously, but it is still the 29th of April. It's like 10 minutes since I recorded that last update. I went and got Lydia from down the hallway. And then as I was thinking about it, because I feel like I just thought about it so quickly when I was trying to catch Lydia. Hello. Is that with having 0 signups, which is surprising to me because that is not what I'm expecting. That is not where my belief is at in terms of the number of signups that we would at least have on the second day
And given as well, the breakdown means that some of the numbers technically from the second day or from the first 24 hours that we would have at least 3 more signups, given that we had 3 on the first day. So I am surprised that we have 0. And so I don't feel like in panic about it or anything, which I feel like is from the mindset I've been focusing on this morning. But I just sent a Loom video to Daisy, who is working closely with me on the launch. And if you are in PGSE, you know Daisy, she's a community manager, and asking her and telling her as well that I like to get her to do some super thinking on why that's the case, and to come up with ideas and theories for that based on it's working, but not also being like, well, it's working, so it's fine, and yay, go us, and like we're doing a great job, pat on the back, let's just keep going. And not from this like it's not working energy, but to be like, okay, it is working. And because we know it's working, we had 0 signups on day 2. So what are our theories about that? And is there anything that we need to correct for or optimize for or consider? Like, what are we getting in the support inbox? Like just different things like that. Is it just that there wasn't an incentive to sign up after the initial opening and everyone's thinking, well, you know, it's April now and the doors don't close till May, even though it's the beginning of May, like that's ages away. I'll just wait. So to be like, when I think we're truly in this sufficiency and belief in it's working energy, that is when the numbers aren't where we think they should be, we lean in and do the work to problem solve for that. It's not like, as I was saying in that first update, that's why I really wanted to record this little bit as well, because I didn't think I fully thought it out before I wrapped up that update, is that it's not just like, cool, I feel good about 0 signups, great, and I'm not doing anything else today, close the laptop. It's like, cool, I feel fine about that because I know that it's working, and I'm in belief about that. And because I'm in belief about that, now I'm going to be doing some thinking about the causes for that and if there is anything we need to do differently, or maybe there isn't something, but to just be like actively engaged with that question and to be looking at the numbers, looking at the data, to be just coming up with theories. And we're going to cover it like when we do our launch debrief as a team and we know where the final numbers land, we will be able to evaluate. But also every time, I was saying this to Daisy, like every launch, the way that the numbers play out during the launch differs. It's not like every day the first 24 hours, it's a certain percent. And then, the last 24 hours, it's like 50% of the people. And then like, it's not like that. When we look at the numbers that we have, when we've done the data on it, it's different every time. And a lot of times that's because like the last time PGSD opened, it hadn't been open for 7 months prior. And now this time when it opened, it was open a few months ago. So maybe there's less incentive for people to sign up right at the beginning. I don't know. But I am going to be doing some super thinking on it when Lydia is napping. If I don't have time to do it when she's napping, I will do it this evening once Steve gets home from work. And I will probably be doing some thinking about it as I'm just going about the day with Lydia. But yeah, I think it is really important. Like when I really think about truly being in the energy of it's working, and there are 60 businesses, 60 business owners, 60 families essentially as well that we want to help with this launch with our goal of 60, and that every single one of them is worthy of us putting in the effort. And really it isn't about the money, because like my day-to-day life does not change regardless of whether we have 0 signups or 60 or whatever. At this point, it does not impact my individual finances, but it does impact the lives of those 60, and also what we are demonstrating as a business in terms of getting out of your own way and what that looks like in terms of marketing and just like on so many levels. So I'm committed to the 60 and to problem solving for that. And also for me to practice, like this has been my work for this launch, to practice being in the, being in that belief and energy of it's working and solving from that place rather than solving from an it's not working place. And what I was saying before in the part 1 update from today is, what was I saying? Now I was just looking at literally making sure that she wasn't eating something she should not be eating. But what was I saying? I can't remember. But yeah, my work for this launch is, I think, like practicing that belief, being in that belief. And also, that's what I was going to say. Today is about, and this rest of this launch is about receiving and not having to be doing in order to feel worthy of receiving and to feel busy with work. And so then I feel like, well, cool, like the numbers are flowing in and that's fine because I have been busy and so I deserve it. That I haven't been busy and it's not anything to do with me deserving it. It's really to do with what our PGSDs deserve for their futures and their businesses and their life. But yeah, to just be like practicing receiving without having to be giving at the same time. It's like how when we receive a present from someone, unless it's like our birthday or something, like say if someone gives you a Christmas present and you don't have one for them, you feel like, oh, I need to give them something at the same time because it needs to be that like equal exchange in the moment. And it's just like letting myself receive without having to be giving in that same moment and just like being in that receiving and yeah, allowing it to feel easy. I like to feel uncomfortably easy. And I can just feel that when I was thinking like, cool, now I'm the pilot in the plane, in the cockpit, that I was like, cool, now I can be busy with all the buttons and whatever. And I just kind of had to catch myself on that when I was thinking about it last night of like, okay, this is, yes, we are course optimizing, but this is not about me being busy or like filling my whole day with self-coaching or like tweaking emails or things, to just like make sure there's a decent amount of things that don't get tweaked. And I just am seeing like little bits and pieces that I can add and doing that. But yeah, not trying to just now get into this busyness. So that is something as well that I think is so important regardless of sign up numbers, but especially with a goal like the goal that we have. So that's what I'm practicing. That's my work. So I'm going to do that super thinking later on. I will probably update you on that tomorrow when I do my check-in, and we will hypothesize about it, make a plan of action if one is necessary, and go from there. And yeah, just keep believing that it's working because it is working, and solving for it from that place. So, okay, I am going to go now and I will talk to you tomorrow. Okay, so today is the 30th of April. It is 9:30 a.m. I got a little sleep in this morning until 7, which was so nice. And then went for a run with Lydia, had breakfast with her, and now I am sitting down to work. And I just feel like I'm in such a incredible place mentally when it comes to the growth mindset. And I'm just feeling like I've never really, not that I've never felt this way before, that's been dramatic and all or nothing about it, but I just feel like I'm really in that growth mindset in terms of I've got this, I can create the result that I want to create, that I can be resourceful about it, that me being able to get the result that we are aiming for isn't a reflection of my value as a person. And I think that's the biggest thing. Like that's what the growth mindset is really about. When we're in that growth mindset, we don't see our results as a reflection of our self-worth. And that is why we're able in the growth mindset to be so resourceful, to be so resilient, to be so courageous, because we're not making it mean anything about us. And I'm really feeling that way about this launch. And that, yeah, I was thinking about it last night that with this whole like doing work at the last minute versus ahead of time, that I think I felt entitled to it working because I did the work ahead of time. And that felt like a lot of growth for me to do that I felt like, well, it should work. We should hit our goal. And Yeah, there was just a real sense of entitlement there that I hadn't even really noticed. And I'd been in this mindset of like, well, I don't want to have, like, thinking about that analogy I've been talking about with being the pilot, like, I don't want to have to fly the plane because I've already spent all this energy and effort, like, building the plane and like doing all the things that I just want to not have to fly it. Like, it should be able to fly by itself. This kind of, as I said, entitlement, I feel like it really is the best word. And by the way, when I'm thinking about it like this, it's not in this, like, I'm not in any shame about it or beating myself up about it. And I can really feel that I just feel like I was saying to Steve, very problem solving, like that I could feel that I do know what I'm doing. I do know that the demand is there. P.S. That's just a belief. Like, it's easy to say, well, easy for you to say. I could easily believe the opposite of that, but I have been working on cultivating that belief. And I really am feeling like my belief in my ability to have a, something that's happening in an event or whatever, start a certain way, but end in a different way is something that I really haven't, I haven't practiced that skill set very much before. And I think that's why it has been, I have had that desire, one of the reasons, to leave things until the last minute, because it feels like if I create things ahead of time, I'm not going to have influence over the result, because once it starts, then that's it. Instead of recognizing you can create ahead of time. And that does not mean you're abdicating your power. In fact, like, I can really see how having created all the emails ahead of time and the Instagram posts and that kind of thing, that even though there are ones that we're going to be changing, that it really allows me to like have that high level view of like, okay, here's everything we'd planned to say. What of this, like, there's a lot of emails that were going out later in the series that I'm going to move up and send out like today and tomorrow. And then I'm going to be writing new emails to go out towards the end. And it's so much easier to be in that problem solving mindset when I can see like what was going to be going out and how I can optimize and iterate on that, instead of like, well, I don't know what I'm creating, so now I have to kind of create from scratch. Like, it's easier to spot the problems when there is something to spot problems with. And at the same time, it's also not this, like, I'm not thinking about like the emails and the podcast series and that kind of thing, like they aren't good enough and it's not going to work. It's like, it is working. And what can I say that I hadn't realized that I needed to say that they need to hear? And just thinking that through and saying that. And I think when I think back to the launch that we did around this time last year, where we weren't getting the result that I had anticipated, that I wasn't in this mindset at all. And I was very much in self-pity. I was thinking I was spending a lot of time thinking about what to do differently, but I wasn't really. Now that I know better what that feels like, that I was more so in this, like, it's not working. This is a mess. This isn't going to, like, we're never going to get there. And what can I do to try and compensate for that? Instead of really being like, it is working. And now what do we do? And not being entitled about, because I did that work ahead of time and that was so much growth for me. And it took a lot of mental energy to do that and discipline to do that. And that doesn't mean that just because I did it ahead of time, that it's going to work instantly. I kind of think about, with power planning, how we talk about, like, just because you are putting in your power planning, your hypothesis as to what you think will get you to your goals, and you are following through with that, and you're doing the scary things, it doesn't mean that that is necessarily going to get you to your goals. That's just a theory you have. And the best way to get to your goals is to come up with your theory, test it, review it in an objective, self-compassionate way, iterate, and keep doing that. And it's like, just because you could actually get yourself to follow through with your plan doesn't mean the plan was going to work, but you are in a better position for having followed through with it than if you hadn't tried it at all. So I think it's that same thing here, that again, I had really been in this entitlement around, I've done the hard thing. Like, it's kind of like if someone's done like all these workouts that were really challenging for like a couple of weeks, and you're like, oh, I've been working out so hard and eating so healthy, I should have the body I want by now. It's like, no, that's not how it works. And so yeah, it was so helpful for me to just notice that feeling of like, I don't want to have to go in and write new emails, and that's a lot of mental energy. And instead I've just been like, I love writing. Like, I love talking to my people. I have so much I can say to them. I have so many more ideas that I could say to them, and I have the time to do it as well. Like, I've created the time, and that's so important to mention. Like, it's not just like time's fallen in my lap. I have created the time. I've had the conversations I need to have with the people in my life so that I have the focus I can give to this. And it's also not like now I need to spend all day, every day doing it. So like yesterday I had Lydia for the day. And so I like did my check-in, and I checked in with Daisy, which was so fun because I had talked to her about the super thinking, and she was like, yep, I've already started that. Here's a task. Here are my ideas. And so we've been going back and forth on that. Or we went back and forth a little bit, but then I stopped my work day at I didn't really have a work day yesterday. I did like an hour or so when Lydia was napping. I did the check-ins with the podcast. And then after she went to bed, I did about half an hour of super thinking. And there was an email last night that went out about power planning, and I added some power planning testimonials to that. And that went out. Then I closed my office door. That's something I've been doing as well throughout this, is like when I'm done, I close my office door. I log out of my business Instagram account into my personal one, just so like if I do open it, it's not it's harder for me to just kind of go down that path. But yeah, I've just been like, last night we just watched the new, maybe they're not new, but the Ozark second half of the most recent season. We started that. Just been, went for a walk with Lydia yesterday afternoon. So I've just been like, when it comes to work time, working, getting shit done, using my brain. And then also like yesterday, I was really thinking about that I need to rest my brain so that tomorrow I can really be thinking and executing at a high level. And I'm going to have the whole day in terms of like basically from 9:30 till probably 5 if I want it. But I don't think I'm going to need that much time. It's really just about me sitting down and like using my brain, and it's not going to want to think, it's going to want to just like indulge in things, and to just keep redirecting it and to be focused on, this is the outcome we're creating. I've got this, we've got this, the demand is that this works for our best client. They're already a yes. And now it's just a matter of communicating that so that they know that now is the best time. This is this is for you. This is who else is in there. There's like all these different things. But yeah. And when we were doing this thinking yesterday, just to share a couple of things that came out, but actually maybe I'll share a few more things, because this is kind of how I was doing it yesterday. And I am going to continue doing this after the update and then implement what has come out of this. But identifying like our best clients, the ones who like already signed up, why did they decide to sign up early? Like, why did they decide to sign up at the beginning of the launch, and identifying their way of thinking? And then our best clients who haven't signed up yet, why haven't they? What are the thoughts that they are having? And so it's not just like, okay, here are 3 things. I wrote maybe, I don't know, 15 to 20 different things that are just made up theories that I have. And they might be accurate, they might not be, but I'm just testing, like getting my brain to come up with all these different ideas instead of like, here are the 3 right. Like I've written down all these ideas that I'm like, I don't really know if that's the reason. So I've got like, they're still listening to the podcast episodes from the procrastination series. They can sign up later. So they just decided that they will sign up right at the end. And then I have other ones about like, they don't know the difference between the PGSD process and power planning, or like how that fits in. they're still deciding if now is the right time for them or if they should join the next round in July or like what they've got going on in the next 3 months. They don't know who else is inside PGSD. They're not sure if they need to learn some more about marketing before they sign up or so they're not so overwhelmed about it. Just different things like that. One of the ones I am going to definitely address with an email is like, why now is the best time of year to do this? And I want to mention this too because when I was talking about it with Daisy and she was saying like, oh, the last launch was January, everyone's so excited about the new year. And so I'm just curious that if we, as we continue to launch, if we just notice that in January we have higher sign up numbers. And I said, I refuse for us to be in that way of thinking, that it is, that's kind of like, and it's so easy to say, well, of course that makes sense. And we're probably going to have higher numbers in January. But if we believe that, that will be true because we believe that, not because it is true. Like we will create that by subconsciously being more committed and more all in on our January launches and being in more belief about what we can achieve than we are later in the year. So I was saying to her, like, no, we are being in the belief that like every time we launch, we hit our goal and we invite in the number of people that we want to help with that round of the PGSD process. And how can we frame it? And because now is such a perfect time of year, like it's always a perfect time of year to work on this. And we just need to help them see that and give them coaching around that through the emails, through the Instagram posts or whatever, so they can really get, it's not going to help me to wait till July. It's not going to help me to wait till next January. Like this is the right time for me. And so that work is on us instead of us thinking like, oh no, it's just like the calendar year that creates that. Like time is made up. Like January is just a concept. New Year's resolutions, just a concept. And so, that is something that I'm going to be writing an email on today. And then I had a look at the emails from the last launch and was looking at, okay, like this set of emails with the podcast series and Instagram posts and things created 50 new clients for PGSD. So what about these emails do I think was compelling? Are there emails that we can reuse? And it was so interesting to just look at it with that lens because I had reviewed all these emails before writing the ones for this launch. And I was kind of like, I don't think, maybe there were a couple of emails I reused and tweaked a bit, but I was kind of like, oh yeah, there's so much room for improvement here. And I'm excited to write new ones. And now looking back at it, like there are actually some things that I've touched on here that I do feel are important that we haven't covered in the new one. And I am going to add in some of those. So as an example, what is one of the ones? Number 5. Anyway, I'm just flicking through it now. But so there was an email we sent out last time about why PGSD is for business owners. And we just wanted to be like this email, the intention behind it at that time was to just be really clear that PGSD is for entrepreneurs. It's not for students. It's not for, other people who have perfectionism and want to release it, though the process still works. But this is really about specifically we help people with how perfectionism comes up with business and entrepreneurship and achieving business goals. And like, that's very much what we're focused on. And we want to make sure that everyone in PGSD is a business owner. That doesn't mean you have to be making a whole heap of money. Like it's so important. If you have a business, you're a business owner, even if you're not making consistent money in that business yet. But that email was really about PGSD is for business owners. And so I kind of been like, well, that's not what we're talking about in this launch anymore because we've made it clear. But there was actually a lot in this email that I think is still really important for people to know about business and perfectionism combined and who else is in PGSD and that kind of thing. So I had, just basically dismissed that email. But now looking at it again, I'm like, okay, cool. I think we could actually use that email and just being in that kind of like, also, sorry, the one about how power planning makes you actually be a good boss for yourself if a good boss is such a thing, like that just being your own boss, like being proficient at that doesn't just happen by itself. And everyone talks about how amazing it is to be your own boss. Not if you're a bitch to yourself with your calendar, not if you create these insanely long to-do lists. Like this email is about, imagine if you had a boss who told you exactly what to focus on in your business each week. They hand you a plan that's taken into account your family commitments, your health goals, your day job. They've considered what time of day you work best, how long it actually takes you to write your weekly email newsletter, and the way your motivation fluctuates throughout the week. They might have even accounted for which phase of your cycle you'll be in, or given you space to work on dream projects you haven't had time to start. They've only included the tasks that will make a difference in your business. They've given you extra buffer time in case something unexpected comes up. All the deadlines they've given you are achievable. They tell you that you can change your plans whenever you need, and they've given you plenty of clean rest, so it's easy to stay focused when it's time to work on your business. When you're power planning, you'll be this boss to yourself. Like that email, I'd been like, no, like we don't really need to have that. And I think for this launch as well, I've been very focused on like talking about the PGSE process and introducing that. And I feel like I have actually done that enough with the podcast series that I did on procrastination, and to still be like, I'd kind of be like, well, I don't want to talk specifically about power planning anymore, but I think there's so much value in that and really spelling it out, because when you sign up for PGSD, you set your growth goal and then you spend your first 3 months being all in on power planning and doing that imperfectly and all the things. So yeah, it's just like, I don't know if you can hear it, but I just feel in such a different mindset to what I have been before. And I like to talk about how there's like the fixed and growth mindset on a spectrum, and we're never just like fully in the fix or fully in the growth. And we're kind of always moving closer and closer to being in that growth mindset. And sometimes we feel that and sometimes we don't, but we are always moving closer to it. That I feel like with this, like I've really just, I've just moved that next bit along, that I can feel that difference. And it's just been like, I think with the number of signups, I've been thinking that means like I need, in terms of my own like ego and how I think about myself and that kind of thing, that I've wanted to some degree, like, and I can tell this from how I was feeling a bit nervous to check in on the numbers on the first day, that obviously I was making it mean something about myself, or I wouldn't feel that way, or I was making it mean that I wouldn't be able to change the result. So of course then I'm going to feel nervous about it, because I'm thinking like my destiny is sealed. So when it comes to that now I've like losing my train of thought when I go on these tangents, but that's okay. But yeah, really thinking, this is what I was going to say about wanting to feel like, well, I'm this kind of business owner, and that's evidenced by the amount of money I'm making, but really just getting that if I know my goals over the next few years, like they're going to happen, then this is really just about learning the skill set of being able to have a launch start a certain way and end in a completely different way, and me be the creator of that. And the best way to do that is to go all in on the goal. And I was actually coaching a peer on this the other day, when I've been doing the peer coaching, we like do halvesies. And so it was like what I was coaching this person, she was talking about like, well, I've grown so much, so it's, that's great and I should celebrate that, and it's kind of okay that I haven't achieved the goal. I was like, yes, and you still need to be committed to the goal. You still need to be all in on the goal, and we need to make sure we're not using growth as an excuse not to be all in, and to say, well, I've grown and I've learned a lot, so it's okay if I kind of just, don't put in this last bit of effort because I've come so far. To be like, yes, I have come so far, and I'm going to honor myself by continuing to show up for myself with the goal and being all in on the goal. It's not like you either grow or you achieve your goal. They like going all in on the goal. And this is why we have the growth goal. Like going all in on the goal is what gets you to grow. It's not either or, and you're choosing one or the other. And so really getting like my maturity as a entrepreneur, a business owner, that comes from having this skill set that this launch is allowing me to develop, of having a result and changing it, rather than things just, creating the work ahead of time or the launch stuff and it just works effortlessly, like that is not as mature a business owner as someone who can create, and then if it's not going to plan, who can turn that around. And so that's the skill set I'm developing with this launch, and it is a skill set, so it means I'm still like I'm a beginner at it, and I think it's really empowering for me to think about it that way. Not that I should already be able to do it perfectly, but to just be like, this is a new skill I'm learning and I'm going to practice that skill, and it's okay if like I don't have to figure it all out within this launch, but I'm going to use this launch as a container to practice that. But I'm launching again in July. Later in the year, we'll be launching again next year. Like there's all these opportunities to practice. I'm sufficient. I've got what I need. And this is about this growth for me, and also about knowing like there are those 60 people who are wanting to be in PGSD. They're already a yes. And it's just a matter of inviting them in and to be really committed to each of those as individuals. Like every one of them that we have sign up for PGSD is so important. It's not just about, cool, well, it only matters if we get all 60. Otherwise, what was the point? It's like, no, these are individual lives. Also, I just want to, before I check the numbers, say that I heard myself. This is why like documenting your journey, I find with a podcast is very helpful, or the same when I was doing YouTube, like you hear yourself say stuff and notice like, is that true? So I noticed that yesterday, I think I said, this launch, the result of it doesn't impact my personal finances or like my day to day or whatever. And I think that is true to the extent that like I currently have food on the table. I will continue to have food on the table. Like I have a roof over my head. I will continue to have a roof over my head. Like I'm very privileged. I have a lot of my like needs as a human met in terms of shelter and all of that kind of thing. But I just noticed that when I said that about this, it doesn't impact like my personal finances. Like it does. It definitely does. And I think I just found it interesting that I said it doesn't, because of course it does. And I haven't really let myself be in that expansion of it. And I've just been like, well, like my goals that I used to have been met and we're doing really well. And so it's almost like I haven't wanted to let my brain be like, but we can have more financial abundance. Like I can have more financial abundance personally, and I have bigger goals. Like I just think I haven't, like Steve and I are always talking about the properties we want to have and like all these different things, but I haven't, I think, really gotten specific and clear with that. And so it doesn't feel like having more financial abundance does impact me, because I haven't like thought or committed to, or, done super thinking around what that actually looks like. So I just think that's not my work for right now, but yes, it does impact me personally. And it's about helping other people as well. And this is just, I think, always so important, because if we don't think of it this way, then we can block ourselves from making more money. If we think once our needs are met, then it is greedy to keep selling, because then it's like, why would we need more? But we're selling for the benefit of the customer, not for our benefit. And it's okay that we benefit from selling. So I just want to wrap up on that. Okay, let's check the numbers. So in terms of the numbers, and I think I checked again last night, which was outside my designated times, but I also just was, I don't know, feeling fine about it. But when I was going, talking to Daisy about things, which we haven't actually been on a call together. That makes it sound like we have. We just send Loom videos back and forth. But we had 3 signups, and I think, so we had 3 signups on the first day, 0 on the second day. And I think, just to like tell you where my belief has been when I've been thinking about it, that I can feel that I'm still comparing it to the past. I'm like, well, we had 15 sign up in the launch this time last year, and we're definitely going to have more than that. Like I just have a belief that we'd have at least that again. And I feel like my belief is at about 30, that I feel like even if we didn't change anything, we'd have 30 people sign up. And that's work that I need to do to be like, it's 60. And I can feel myself, I know when I'm in that belief that it's not going to be the 60, that I find myself like with my calculator, calculating like the number I think times the price, and then seeing what that will be, because I'm like kind of thinking like, well, this could happen and that could happen. And then initially when I was like, it's 60, I wasn't doing that. And if I had the thought to do that, I was like, but why would I do that? And I just didn't. So I think my belief is around 30, which is really interesting. So that I would say means I'm not fully yet in the belief that I can turn this around, that I'm like, I can turn it half around. But also, I don't know if I need to spend a lot of time trying to get in the belief that I can turn it around. I can't remember what I don't think I did my update yesterday after I'd done the super thinking. I was just saying I am going to do it. But I looked at the main thoughts for me that created that result in the January launch, which is, this works for our best clients. I know what I'm doing. And what was the other one? Basically, like, I've got this. Oh, and they're a yes. Like, they want, like, it's not, there's no convincing going on. They're a yes. I know what I'm doing and this works. And those thoughts really fueled how I showed up and what we created and the result of 50. And then I think as well, like the 3 signups we had the last time I checked, those thoughts that I had created that as well. And I was listening to one of the 200K calls, and Stacey was talking about like, you might just have a thought that is going to actually create the result you want. You just haven't spent enough time in it. So instead of it being about finding a different thought, it's just about the thought that's already working for you, spending more time there. So I feel like that's what it is, that I'm not going to be spending a whole lot of time like trying to coach myself on like, why do I believe it's 30 and not 60? And I'm just going to be directing my brain to, this works for our best client. I know what I'm doing. They're a yes, like the demand is there, and that I can just turn that on. And it's not like this, okay, well, we need to get this perfect sequence of emails and that'll come on. It's like, no, it's just, I've got this, I can turn this on and this works, and they're a yes. So that's what I'm thinking about. So in terms of what numbers I am expecting to see right now, I feel like it's almost like part of me wants it to be 0 so that I can like keep going with by being resourceful and growth minded about it being not what I expected. But I would be surprised if it is still just 3 in total. But in terms of what I'm expecting to see, I guess I would expect to see at this point in the launch 6 in total. I don't know. I'm not really clear on that. But I feel like I'm thinking, there will be no more signups. It'll still be 3. And it is still 3. Let me double check that. So interesting. Okay. So this is kind of like yesterday. Like, I feel okay about that. And now as well, like having another day where there's been only the 3 signups in total, to really be just more, like not more in that mindset, but to really be in that mindset of like, okay, what is going on, that like these 3 people obviously were like, I'm totally in, here we go, I'm doing this right away. And then what are the other people thinking? And not just being in this mindset of like, well, they're going to wait till the last minute, and so I'm just going to trust and whatever, to be like, well, as I've said, what could I say that I haven't yet said, and that kind of thing. So anyway, this update is getting a bit long, so I will wrap it up here and talk to you again tomorrow. But I'm getting to work. I've got a blazer on, got my tea, got my water, got my AirPods, and I am ready to get shit done.
Okay, so today is the 1st of May and it's 8:30 a.m. So I have this morning dropped Lydia off at Steve's parents' place, and I have done a Peloton class, one of Kendall Tools' classes, one I'd done before that I really enjoyed. So I did that and I've had my breakfast, I've got a cup of tea, and now I am just sitting down to do a check-in. It's going to be super quick today because I've got shit to do. So I'm going to pick Lydia up around midday. So I really want to have the afternoon just to have some true clean rest, to catch up with a friend, to go for a walk, just to hang out. And then there's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Australian time. Wednesday afternoon is when the doors to PGSD close. And then we are going up the coast for a wedding on Thursday. Then I have time off and all the things. So I'm feeling really great. And I think I just remembered this as I'm saying it. I just need to do some processing of how I'm feeling, because I think I'm, yes, being very growth minded and feeling amazing, but I could feel last night. So we were just hanging out and watching Ozark, and I could just feel myself being like, oh, I'm looking forward to when the launch is complete, and just being able to like really switch off. And then I was thinking like, but that is available to me now. And I think it's just, there's that like some kind of undercurrent of it's not working, even though I'm not consciously thinking that there is still that there, because I can feel like that is the only reason why a launch would feel that way to any degree, is because there is some kind of undercurrent, or maybe it's not an undercurrent, maybe it is the current of inadequacy or disappointment, it's not working kind of energy. So I am, after I record this, just going to sit with myself for a minute and like feel those feelings, in the sense that I'm just gonna like let myself go there to where I really give this my all, which I feel like I am, and it doesn't quote unquote work. Like just visualizing what that will look like for me to support myself through that and to have my own back through that. And I feel like I'm doing a pretty good job at that already, but I can feel those feelings there. Also, I wanted to mention we're watching Ozark, and not sure if you're familiar with the show. It's very popular, so I'm going to assume that there's a good chance you are. But anyway, Wendy Bird is one of the characters. Love her. Laura Linney is just so good. But anyway, in the episode we watched last night, she was saying like, I am not giving up until I find out it is impossible. And I was just thinking about that, because it is obviously what I'm thinking about at the moment, and how in that show, her and Marty, they just keep figuring shit out and they're so committed, because if they don't, they will die. But they just keep figuring shit out, and they're able to pull off some incredible things just because they keep trying and trying again and trying again. And there are so many things they try that don't work, and they just keep going. And so I was just thinking about that. They're doing it from this kind of like stress, I could die energy, which isn't the energy I want to be working from. But I just feel like there have been times where I'm like, oh, it didn't work right away, so it's a failure, and now I'm just going to stop trying, so I don't feel like maybe my best isn't good enough. Like it's that protecting my potential kind of thing, that it feels vulnerable to go all in and for it to not work. But I'm really seeing it as a skill set that I am developing, the ability to be able to do work ahead of time and course correct / optimize as that is being released. And in this situation, I have the ability to do that. There might be situations where that isn't the case, but I was just thinking as I was getting ready for today, like, what's the difference? But like, you could listen to this and think, well, why would I do my work ahead of time? Because I'd rather just do it right the first time. And Sam is like redoing everything that she did early. And I was just thinking about that, and how if someone was to say that, or if I was to say that to myself, that the response would be like, if I was doing the work at the last minute in terms of content creation for the launch, I would have created at the last minute the content that I created ahead of time. And I wouldn't have been able to see like what happened when those ideas met reality, and be able to have this space in my calendar and in my mind to iterate on that, because I wouldn't have had that
awareness. Like I would just be creating that, like I wouldn't have been able to diagnose what was going on, and I would have just created the content I did ahead of time at the last minute, and it wouldn't have worked. And then it would have been like, well, if I hadn't done the last minute, then it would have been better, and all that kind of story that we love. And I had to do the work ahead of time to be able to then do this quote unquote better work. So I know we like to sometimes think, well, I'd rather just do it right the first time, so I'll just wait till the last minute. That ain't how it works. That means you're just doing the first version at the last minute instead of doing the first version ahead of time and then doing the updated, iterated, improved version later. So if we only do work at the last minute, we never get to that version. So anyway, that's just how I'm thinking at the moment. I'm going to check in on the numbers. So actually, I also wanted to mention that yesterday I had a call with Daisy, so helpful. We're just so on the same page, and I love how growth-minded we're being about it all and just problem-solving. I want to keep saying that's a thing. But we just had an hour call and we're like, okay, we're not even we're celebrating the PGSDs who have signed up. And then we are talking about, okay, what's our new focus going to be? What is the messaging that really resonated from the last launch? What do we think they need to hear that we haven't yet said? And we went through that, and it was so helpful for to hear Daisy's perspective, because she is in the forum and in the support inbox, and she's hearing a lot of things. She's also a genius at spotting patterns and remembering everyone. If you're in PGSD, Daisy remembers everything in an incredible way. And she'd be like, oh, remember this call from April last year, and you coached this PGSD on this topic, and it's just so good and so helpful. And so anyway, we had a call, we went through, okay, what's our new focus? And then we went through a plan of attack in terms of implementation, agreed on that. It was so great. And then basically what that has meant is that I have looked at the emails going out from that point yesterday to the end of the launch, and I am redoing a lot of them, or using ones that we did in the past launch that really resonated, and doing a couple of new emails. I did one yesterday about what it means to be a real business owner, because we identified that we are getting a lot of questions from people who have a business and have a real business, but don't think they do. And so they don't think they're ready to make the most of PGSD, because they're like, well, I'm just, I'm not far enough along. So I did a email and Instagram story about that. And what else? Oh, and then just really changing the focus to being about power planning, doing the things you need to do, and using language that our PGSDers are using a lot, and the people who are, contacting us, and the language that's being reflected back to us, just making sure we're using that language. And the power planning episode that was going to go out tomorrow with Erin, Naomi, and Estelle, I moved it forward to go out today. And yeah, we're just changing the way that we're talking about things. It's not really talking about different things, but it's just changing the way that we're doing it so that it really resonates. And so yesterday I wrote the email that went out last night, and then the ones that are going out today, and then we have the one for tomorrow morning. So today I have 3.5 hours, and I am going to write out the rest of the emails. So a lot of them are repurposed emails that I'm just making tweaks to. I am really going to just be focused on getting it done, and Daisy is going to be repurposing things for Instagram. And yeah, that's the plan. I wouldn't expect in terms of sign-up numbers. So I'm not really expecting there to be many more signups in the last 24 hours, because we haven't implemented the new plan. And I can feel myself when I sent the email yesterday that was the first in our new plan, I was thinking, I can feel myself somewhat thinking okay, now this needs to start working right away. And so I've got a peer coaching call tomorrow morning at 7:30. So I'm going to do my check-in before that, so I can get some peer coaching if I need, there's always something to get peer coached on, or coached generally, but I'm going to do my check-in before that. So that calls at 7:30. And then I am, just going to give it a minute to see about the new messaging, and also just being committed to that being the issue and or like the diagnosis in terms of the messaging, and to just, we have a new theory, we have a theory about what would resonate more, and to just like go all in on that instead of being like half in, half out. Like I feel really committed, and like last night I was holding space for, we can have 60 signups on the last day. And I have had more than 60 signups in a day before. And my brain must be like, oh, but that was at a different price and for a different thing and whatever. But I do know that's possible. And that even if it hadn't happened to me, that other people have had that experience. So I'm really just holding the space for, if I am in, I feel like in the words of Wendy Bird, have some fucking faith. But if I am in the faith of it, then it doesn't matter what the numbers are today, because like I'm holding space for that. And as I've talked about throughout this, that doesn't mean that I'm just like, cool, well, I'm in faith about it's going to work out, so I'm just going to do nothing and just be in faith. It's like when we are the most committed, that is, and in the most faith, that's when we do anything that does need to be done. And so sometimes being in faith will look like just sitting back from the outside, but you just know, cool, I like everything is in action, and now I'm just like, it needs to play out. And then there are times when faith and being in belief looks like changing things, updating things, iterating on things. So anyway, I better check the numbers because I said this was going to be brief, and now it has not been so brief. But I am looking at the sign up numbers. So we were at 3 in total, and it is now loading. And we are still at 3. Okay, that's fine. We're going to our plan of attack today. And also we are now in the, like as of this afternoon, it's 72 hours to go. It's so crazy how with this launch, it has really felt like there's so much time in the launch window. Like in previous launches, it just felt like there's not enough time and like, holy shit. And this launch, it's like, oh, we still have a full 72 hours to go. And like all the marketing we've done, we haven't really been talking about like why you would need to sign up now instead of like at the last minute. So yeah, that's all fine. And I am committed to the 60. I am showing up today. I'm just going to put my AirPods in, get shit done, get these emails written, check in with Daisy, see if there's anything I need to, because I've said to her, like, I'm writing these emails, we're, working together to get them scheduled. I want your feedback about what you feel like is resonating. If there's an email that you want to talk to me about, then we are going to like bump an email forward, like bring a different email forward, and then we'll have a discussion about that one, and just really using our brains. Like I want to feel at the end of this that I really gave it my all. And this morning when I was doing my Peloton class, I was like, I really want to push myself, got a new PB. Yes. But I was like, I just want to be in that experience of feeling like I gave it my all. And that's what I did this morning. And it feels so good to be in that. And I got a PB by like 3 extra points or whatever. Like it was only just, but it felt like, I was thinking about this too. Anyway, I'm not going to go too much into this, but how on the Peloton, it gives you like, if you're doing a 30-minute class, your PB for a 30-minute class, and you are kind of able to see the whole time what you are, like the score you're currently at, and then what your PB, if, to be on track for your PB, what score you'd have to be at that point in the class. And I was thinking about how people are like, okay, well, you don't want to put pressure on yourself, and like, just don't set goals, don't have numbers. They're too pressuring. Like the work is learning, and this is what we do in PGSE, how to have the numbers and to not feel the pressure. And so during the class, I like checked in about every 5 minutes. So I didn't have the leaderboard section open the whole time. And I was like constantly like, am I on track? Am I on track? Am I on track? I was like, okay, check in, cool, I'm, at the same level or a bit ahead or a bit behind or whatever. Then I'm going to put it away, give it my full effort 5 minutes, check again, reassess, and like trusting that I don't have to check in on the number all the time. But also knowing like when I did check in on the number, I was able to be like, this is great, let's keep going. And there are times where I'm nowhere close to the PB number, but to still be like, to be able to be with numbers without pressure is so powerful, because numbers are so important in business. And so often we can be all or nothing about it. Like, well, you either need to have numbers and be super pressuring yourself, or not set any goals so you can relax and, be in flow and alignment. But it's like having the numbers and not putting pressure on yourself, and being able to be growth minded about it, to show up fully, to not make that number mean anything about you. Like whether or not I got a PB in my Peloton class this morning, I have done enough work around fitness and the growth mindset that I don't feel like that means anything about me. And I just feel like that was awesome because I gave it my best, and that's why I feel great about it. And there are times I feel like the same feeling and I haven't got a new PB. So yeah, anyway, side tangent. Okay, I'm going to wrap this up so I can get shit done, and I will talk to you tomorrow after I have done I might do 2 check-ins tomorrow, one before my peer coaching, one after my peer coaching. I will see, but anyway, chat to you soon. Okay, so today is the 2nd of May. It is 7:30 a.m. I'm just about to jump on a peer coaching call. So I just wanted to come in and check the numbers before I get on the call so I can get coached as required. And for the sake of this episode, I have been doing the live updates. So we are still at 3 signups, which is actually quite surprising to me at this point. So anyway, I will get some coaching, and we are nearly at the 48 hour to go mark. So we're less than 72 hours out. We've still got a couple of days left. And yes, I will wrap this up so I can get on my call, and then I will come back and give you a full update. Okay, so it is still the 2nd of May. I have just gotten off my peer coaching call, which was so helpful. Holy shit, so helpful. So I am just going to chat through what came up. Also, someone else has signed up for PGSD while I was on that call, which is fun as well. Thank you, Courtney. Welcome. So on that peer coaching call, what I am taking away from that is really what I was getting coached on was like why I decided to create new launch content, like why I created the content around procrastinating working and those new concepts, and talking about the PGSD process in the way that I'm like, why did I choose to create new content and write new emails? I repurposed a few, but for the most part, it was all new content. Like, why did I choose to do that instead of like that last launch created 50 clients? And why did I choose to not just take what worked and double down on it instead of completely changing it and like gutting it? And that was just really interesting because she was pointing out that then now at this point in time as well, I'm fixing something that doesn't need to be fixed. Like it's kind of just me repeating that the last launch didn't need to be fixed. And then I like tried fixing it. And then this launch doesn't need to be fixed. And I'm trying to fix that. And she was saying like, is this just like undercover hustle? Which I was like 100%. That is my work, to just let things be easy and to not be in this mindset that I have to just create from scratch. And that I'd been thinking about like my growth is that like this year we're launching 4 times, and throughout that process I'm going to like get clearer on like what PGSD is all about and how to articulate that and the way we're going to do launches. And I was just saying like, it doesn't feel like the launches are at a place where I can just repurpose them, which is just so interesting to think about now, because like, it's not this, like you either repurpose it fully and just like in my mind I've been like, well, that's kind of dialing it in. And so I need to be engaged with it and like create and use my brain.
And yeah, that I can repurpose and double down on what's working, and I can still like, go through the emails and make tweaks in the sense of like not to change it or fix it, but like, for example, the emails that I sent out in January, we didn't really share testimonials or that kind of thing. So like adding testimonials as an example, instead of just completely changing the content and changing what it's all about. And it was just so interesting to have that pointed out. And I was asked, like, do I have evidence that you can keep something the same, like the circumstance the same, and get a better result from it the next time, or a different result? And I was saying, like, I don't really have evidence of that. Like, my brain isn't seeing evidence of that. And so I'm thinking that every time I do things, it needs to be like, if I just keep it the same, it's not going to work, I guess, is a thought that I have. And so to instead be thinking that that it is working, and I'm going to keep what's working instead of like gutting it and whatever. Like, I'm just going to keep what's working and then, make edits or whatever from that point of view, rather than this worked, but if something else is going to work better, it needs to be completely different. So that is really what I've taken away from it. And so I was saying, like, okay, well, what I'm getting, so she was saying, like, do you just need to like let the ship sink, so to speak, and let it play out and just do the debrief and like take the loss and learn from it? Or do you feel like you need to actually show yourself that you can turn it around? And I was saying that I feel like before I've been like, the ship's sinking and holy fuck, it's sinking, and I'm such a terrible I'm trying to think of who would steer a ship, but I'm just like, basically like, it's a Titanic, this is a disaster, and it's all my fault, and I'm not a good person, like that kind of shame spiral about it. And that instead, this is like me showing myself that I want to be able to show myself that, to use the Titanic analogy, that I can actually say, oh, look, there's an iceberg ahead. Let's steer the ship away from it and keep going and get to where we want to go. That I think it's really powerful for me to show myself that I can do that, because before I've just kind of been like, well, it hasn't worked instantly, so now I'm just going to, go into a pity party shame spiral about it and try and fix it from a place of it's not working. And obviously then that doesn't end up with it working, because I'm trying to fix it from a place of it's not working. So that I feel like it's really powerful for me to not just let the ship sink, so to speak, and to do what I can, like do my work to be committed to the 60 and to see that through. And so what my conclusion was that I came to is that, so today I am going to just repurpose the emails. I was going to repurpose the emails from the last launch and edit them, but I'm just going to repurpose them and coach myself on editing them. Just going to repurpose them. I already saying that I can feel that I'm going to need to do my self-coaching, because I'm like, oh, but there'll be little things I will want to tweak. Just repurpose and spend today, like give myself today. So I'm going to, like, if I want to do any Instagram stories or whatever, I'm going to record that. I'm just going to, today is my day to get the rest done. And then I always say, like, okay, so what do I do with the other days? Because I feel like I don't get that many work days. Like, I have a story about my work time being scarce and that I get 3 days a week and I love working 3 days a week, and that I want to spend that time working. And like, can I in that time then create the Instagram content that's coming out soon? Or like, and she was like, well, why don't you just repurpose things and, have someone on your team repurpose the stuff for you. And then like, you just spend those 2 days, you're getting married next month, like just being in that. And like, I was just like, oh, that feels so uncomfortable to think about that in that way. That like, I want to be doing something. And that was the whole point of the coaching, is this like undercover hustle.
and procrastinating of that. I just feel like I want to be doing something with my time, and that thought had me redoing the launch content instead of just taking what was working and then adding some testimonials and whatever. And that when I think about the year and we have planned out when the launches will be, I'm like, cool, this whole month I'll be creating the launch content. And this whole month I'll be creating the launch content, and like making it this whole big thing instead of just being like, okay, well, like, and this is what I'm going to do for the next one. I'm just going to repurpose, like evaluate my launch and take what's worked and repurpose it and embellish it and not let myself create things from scratch. So yeah, I can just feel I need to to get my mind on board with that, and that I want to, like, I have these reasons of like why I wouldn't want to do that. And that's exactly like what's created this result, is me thinking it has to be different for it to work better. That something the same. And I feel like I've done a lot of work on that. Like, instead of thinking, oh, it needs to be a new program or whatever, that I have been practicing letting some things be the same, like the PGSD process content, stuff like that I've wanted to change. So I'm like, I'm just going to practice letting that be the same and change the way I'm thinking about it, which has been, that's what I was saying on the call, like particularly with that just changing the way that I was thinking about it has dramatically changed our PGSD's results with it and how they're interacting with it. So yeah, I'm going to do some self-coaching and sell myself on why that is the best course of action, and sell myself on like the next 2 days. So doing all my launch stuff today and the next 2 days, just letting myself be. And because I was saying like, but I have, a week and a half, like 2 weeks basically off after this launch. I can do my wedding stuff then. And I was like, no, but I can feel like the resistance I have. And this is like the work we do in PTSD when it comes to clean rest. It's like, but I don't want to. That it just feels uncomfortable to be like having something that like I want to be feeling like I'm doing something to control, or I'm like, I don't know, that I'm controlling something at least, that even if I'm not directly working on the launch, like I feel like I don't have too much resistance around like today is just my day to get the launch stuff done. Maybe because that was basically the plan anyway, but today I'm getting the launch stuff done and then that's it. But then I was like, but then I can spend my next 2 days like getting ahead with my Instagram stuff and whatever. That if instead I'm just like, this is, which I mean, now I'm talking it through, that the reason that I was like, I want to do the Instagram stuff today and tomorrow is because I am thinking that I need so much time to create the content for the next launch. So, I mean, yeah, there's a lot for me to self-coach on there. But I think what I'm going to do, I haven't had breakfast yet. I'm going to go have breakfast, sit out on the deck, have a cup of tea, have some water, and just like let myself be for a minute. Then I'm going to come back. I'm going to set a timer for 30 minutes, sell myself on the plan that I have, create the launch content. And then if I have any time left in the day and I need any more self-coaching, I can do that then. But I just don't want to spend like my whole morning doing all the self-coaching and then not just create the launch stuff. So I'm going to do 30 minutes, set a timer, sell myself on the plan, and let myself feel uncomfortable about not working the next, like I still check in with the team and like make sure everything's like, I'm not the pilot getting out of the plane. And like, to use that analogy I've been using, like I'm going to, put a parachute on and I'm going to just leave the plane and let it fly itself. Like I'm still there, but I'm not having to, be tweaking all the dials or whatever, or be like mapping out a plan for the next flight, that I can just be in what I've created and practice being in that receiving energy and that it's working, it's done energy. So yeah, okay. That's my plan. Gonna go have some avocado on toast, have my tea, do my self-coaching, get shit done, and yeah. Okay. This is when you know, like, I feel like sometimes when I get coached that I'm like, okay, I'm on board with that. Yes, I see it and I can like implement it really easily without having to like self-coach after and telling myself on my, like, that is not just like, okay, I'm going to do this because this is what this other person said I should do, but like doing the self-coaching to make sure I know it's my plan, not just a plan that I was given. And then there's this kind of coaching where I'm like, I need to sit with it and self-coach on it. And I think especially this kind of coaching, I'm like, this is what I need. This is the like discomfort people talk about. I talk about when it comes to personal growth of like that when we feel uncomfortable and like, you know, there's something we don't want to do, like with creating all the work ahead of time, all the content ahead of time for this launch. I'm so glad I did that. And on this coaching call, I was asked like, you know, what are the wins been from this launch? And I could easily list them off. Like, I feel like there's been so much growth from me as a coach and a creator and an entrepreneur, that creating the work ahead of time, like knowing that I have the ability to do that and executing as a team has just been like beyond what we have ever done before, and just so many things. And that now I need to coach myself on like this piece that I think if I don't embody this coaching that I got today about the undercover hustle, then I will just be like the next launch, which is probably without this coaching, what I would have done is like, okay, well, I'm just going like that didn't work, quote unquote. I mean, I don't know. I still feel like it's working. We've still got more than 48 hours for people to sign up. But that I'm just going to be like, cool, even if we hit the goal, I'm just going to create new stuff from scratch that I would have done that if I hadn't gotten this coaching and just seeing that I've fixed something that didn't need fixing. And the same with Instagram. I think I'm thinking about it like, well, I need to fix it because it needs fixing, instead of just being like, oh no, it is working. And I don't know. Okay, I'm just rambling at this point, so I'm going to wrap this up. But I will talk to you tomorrow and tell you about how it all went. Today is the 3rd of May. It's 8:50 a.m. I've just been for a walk with Lydia and Cotton, and I had pretty much the majority of yesterday afternoon off, and it was really nice. Caught up with some friends yesterday evening, and yesterday I just really got that I was using this goal and being able to turn it around, so to speak, or like course correct / optimize as a way to try to prove to myself that I am the kind of entrepreneur that can do that, and that I'm the kind of entrepreneur that can hit my goals, instead of just believing that that's the case. And yeah, after that peer coaching, which I'm sure I did an update on yesterday, I just really got that that's what I was doing, and seeing it just allowed me to, I guess, just like sometimes when you have the self-awareness, it's enough alone. It feels like to just be able to drop a belief that you've had, and other times the self-awareness you have and you are yet still holding on to the belief. But in this case, I feel like just seeing that I was using this goal because I really felt like it was coming from a place of sufficiency, and that I wasn't trying to prove anything to myself with this goal. And then just seeing, oh, it wasn't that I'm trying to prove to myself necessarily a certain amount of money that I can make, but that I have the ability to turn things around. I have the ability to hit my goals, that like anytime there's this proving energy, that is coming from a place of inadequacy and not being insufficiency, because we don't need to prove anything when we're insufficiency. So I think, and I just wanted to offer as well, that if you in your self-coaching and your journaling, if you are noticing any kind of proving energy, whether it's to others, to yourself, to your coach, to your peers, whoever it is, that is just something worth investigating, because I think there are a lot of different ways it can come up. And that doesn't mean that if we do notice that, then we should make ourselves wrong about it, but to just be curious about it and interested in it. So anyway, yesterday I just got pretty much the emails from the last launch and put them into this launch without really editing them at all. And yeah, got the like any content that I needed for while I'm away, got that, like repurpose some things so that that's going out. So yeah, that's what I did yesterday afternoon. And yeah, I finished up around 2:30. So anyway, I haven't checked in on any numbers or anything since yesterday, though Daisy did mention that someone else, this was like sometime yesterday she mentioned this, someone else has signed up and they were paying on multiple cards so that it wouldn't have shown up yet on the thing. So I do know that there should be at least 5. And it's interesting just thinking about where I think the numbers will be at. And I kind of just feel like, I don't know, I'm still holding the space for the 60 and just welcoming, like just being in that receiving and welcoming and inviting energy, even though most of what's going out over the next, there's basically like just less than 36 hours now that it's open. Even though that's all pretty much being created, that I'm just being in that. So I am going to check the numbers. And then my plan today, I'm not really doing any work. So I'm just really going to be checking in. I will be checking in to see if there's anything that does need to be done. But yes. Okay, so we are at 5 in total. I'm just looking at to see if that's the one Daisy mentioned. Okay, so we're at 5. So we still have the emails going out. I would be expecting that there are more, but also celebrating the 5. And yeah, I'm going to go look in the PGSE forum and see if they've introduced themselves. And I just feel like at this point in the launch that it's really just about being in the, I don't know, just like just being in sufficiency and grateful for everything, like the 5 new PGSDs we have so far, the PGSDs we already have in our community, the like life that I'm able to live, the coaching that I'm able to do, what I'm able to create. Like it's just so fun to and feels so good to think about like me from, I don't know, even like 2 years ago, that my life today would just be like incredible to think about. And especially like, yeah, just my personal life as well, that like the house renovation's done. Lydia's here. Like this time 2 years ago, I was like, I just want to be pregnant. And yeah, we have Lydia, we have our house renovated, just living in the most beautiful setting, like full time in my, like there's so many things that it's so easy to normalize. Yeah. So today I'm just being in that energy of like, I've done my part and I'm still showing up and being engaged and doing the things, but also I'm not going to be just trying to be staying busy to try and like manhandle the result or like feel in control of it. So yeah, okay, that's my update for today. So I will do another update tomorrow, which will be probably about like 6 hours before cart close. It's so interesting just how long this open cart period feels when I'm not having to create everything at the last minute, that I'm just like, it's still going. Whereas it before in previous launches, for the most part, has just felt like it's gone super quickly because I haven't felt like there's enough time to get everything done. And because there's been so much time, just because of the way I've changed and grown and am thinking about it, that it just feels, I don't know, there's just this abundance of time. And it's crazy to believe that we're still not even in the last 24 hours yet. So I'll do another check-in tomorrow. And then I will do a final check-in after like all the numbers are in. We close the doors to PGSD. If you're not familiar, we don't extend the dates. We don't let people in once like the doors are closed. When we say it's closed, it is closed. We don't have people join between launch periods. It's open when we say it's open. It's closed when we say it's closed. So I might do it on the 5th. Anyway, I will do it sometime definitely before my break. Otherwise, I'm just going to probably forget it. But that's not true. I won't forget, but I want to be able to just give my last little update, and I will also be doing a launch debrief, but I feel like these episodes have enough in them that I don't need to share all of that. I might, depending when I do that, I might just share a little update about my key learnings from this launch, but I feel like I've shared so many of them already because I've just been learning so much along the way. Like this feels like I just did, I was reading through the Perfectionist power-ups and we're putting some of them on Instagram. And one of the ones is something along the lines of like, to ask yourself, we love to ask ourselves, like, how can I make sure this doesn't fail? But to instead ask ourselves, how can I set this up to be the most growth inducing failure I've ever experienced? And I definitely don't feel like this is a failure, but in the, like, it hasn't been on track in terms of my expectations. And I have like grown so much more than if we had like just achieved the goal right out of the gate. So I just think this has been such an example of that, and of, yeah, just the power of being willing to be all in and to investigate your mind and the perfectionism. Oh, there's been so much of that with this that I feel like I have released. So yeah, okay. Anyway, this episode I'm sure is going to be so long once all these are pieced together, but that's all good. And I really hope this is helpful. So I will talk to you tomorrow with my last live numbers check-in, and then yeah, we will take it from there. Okay, so it is the 18th of May, a little while since my last update, and I just wanted to share a bit of my launch debrief, the final result that we had, and my key takeaways. And I feel like this launch has been such a success, especially in the sense that I have been able to see something about my mindset and my beliefs that I had not seen before, and that I probably would not have been able to see without having gone through this experience. And that is going to have us create so much more, be so much more helpful for you, and to really coach at a higher level, to help you get out of your own way at a higher level, like all the things. I'm just so excited about it. So I want to share with you a bit of my debrief from the launch and a couple of key takeaways that have just made, like, I don't know, my mind is just blown, and I've just been sitting in curiosity. So I did this debrief a couple of days ago on Monday. So today is Wednesday, and I had the week before off. So basically the launch wrapped up. We went away to the coast for a friend's wedding, and then I had the following week off. And so I sat down on Monday and I did my launch debrief it's so important if you are doing any kind of promotion or launch, or if you're not, if your business model doesn't look like that. This is why in PGSD we have the quarterly reviews. So it really gives you a point to do that. And we have our weekly reviews as well. But I recommend creating a little container for yourself. So even if you're like always selling So say maybe you sell a service and it's always open, that like at the end of every month that you come in, or at least every quarter you come in and you do something similar to this. The reason that I at the moment have been really loving launches to grow my own selling skills and coaching skills and self-awareness and all the things is because it does create a nice container, but it's so important that we make the most of that. And I know for sure, so I have at this point probably launched at least I would say 20 times over the course of my business. And I would say I have only started actually evaluating launches in the last like 5 times that I've done them, or maybe 10. But I did so many launches where if I hit the number, which didn't happen that often, amazing. I was on such a high and I didn't like kind of sit down to dissect why that worked. And so my brain just jumped to conclusions of like, oh, it was the email sequence, or it was some particular part when I know for sure I missed so many things because I just let my brain default to what it thought the reason was. And then when a launch didn't go well, I didn't sit down and evaluate without judgment, without shame, and having self-compassion and curiosity and objectivity. I didn't sit down to actually look at, okay, why didn't we get the result that we had planned to get? And what were the contributing factors? And because I didn't do that evaluation, what ended up happening was I just made it about me and that I'm not good enough. And it really put me in this like helplessness and unresourcefulness, if that's a thing, in the sense that I was just like, well, I didn't work. I don't know why it didn't work. I don't know what to do differently next time. I just need to be more committed and more motivated. But I didn't actually have any clear strategy. And your strategy for your next promotion comes from evaluating your previous one. And so I just wanted to share a bit about the evaluation process. I don't know if I did the debrief as part of the last launch series that I did, but I hope this will be helpful and will give you an idea about what to do. And so I talk about there being just as a basic framework for evaluations, what worked, what didn't work, and what to do differently. And that can be helpful. But what I'm actually finding is that a framework that was given in the 200K mastermind I'm in, that was mentioned in the January event that I went to, has really helped me to be a bit more specific with things. And so that's what I'm going to be sharing. I can't remember if what I'm actually sharing is my tweaked version of that or if it's actually the same as what was shared. But anyway, I just wanted to mention that's where it has come from. And it is really like, this is how like even having wrapped up the launch, having done so much self-coaching, peer coaching, journaling, all the things about the launch as it went on, as I have documented in these episodes, that I didn't get this lesson that has been so powerful until I did the debrief and I was like, holy fucking shit. So the framework is my main thoughts during the launch. What's the reason our best clients didn't buy? What's the reason our best clients did buy? What I know for sure is happening. And my plan in this moment is as follows. And so it's so important that when we are doing an evaluation, that we aren't just focused on the actions that we're taking. So how many times we posted on Instagram, or the emails that we sent, or those sorts of things. It's really important to look at our thoughts, because our thoughts create our feelings create our actions, and our actions create our results. It's not that our actions alone create our results. If an action, for example, posting on Instagram, is being driven by a thought, this is never going to work, no one wants to hear what I'm saying, this is too boring, I'm being so annoying to everyone, then even the action of posting on Instagram, that's going to produce a different result than if you're thinking, they totally want to hear about this. This totally works for them. I love sharing this. I can't wait to talk about it again. Like, if you're having those kinds of thoughts, then it's going to be a different result. It's not just the action alone of posting or whatever that is going to create that. So it's very important when you're evaluating, and throughout this, I'm not going to read through the whole thing, but anytime I did talk about an action, I brought it back to like, what were my thoughts that created that action? And that is what's going to, like, the strategy for the next launch is to think differently. Like, that's always the answer. And when you think differently, that might mean there are different actions that you take. But it is so important that when we are evaluating what to do differently, and it's very easy, as I said, if we don't do an evaluation, to be like, oh, I should have posted on Instagram more or less, or done posts like this person or whatever. And it might not be Instagram. I'm just using that as an example because a lot of us are on Instagram. But we really miss the point, and we keep the same thoughts that haven't been helping us and were actually responsible for the result, and we bring them to the next launch and we create a very similar result, and then we're very frustrated because we tried a different strategy. But the strategy is changing your thoughts, and the debrief and going through your launch with self-coaching and peer coaching, so you can get coached by other PGSDers, to reach out to PGSDers in the forum and see if anyone will get on a call with you and help you. Like, it's so important. Also, obviously, the PGSD coaching calls themselves, where you can get coached by the PGSD coaches. At the moment, that's me and Michelle. So yeah, anyway, it's all about how you're thinking, because that determines the way that you are taking a certain action. And so I really brought it back to that, just to also quickly mention that in terms of numbers, we ended up with 9 signups. And that meant revenue was, I need to get my little spreadsheet out, my Airtable, the one I've been checking this whole time throughout the launch. It should tell me the number, but basically 9 times $3,330. Because we only had the pay in full option for this launch. So while that is opening, I will start running you through my debrief and evaluation. And there's one key point I really want to talk about, because I just never saw this coming. So my main thoughts during the launch, including the pre-launch period, was my growth for this. And you will have heard me say these thoughts, or some variation of these thoughts. These won't be surprising, but it's so important to kind of just go through and identify them. And also what I did when I was thinking about what are my thoughts, it wasn't just like, what am I consciously thinking, but I also looked at some of the actions that I was taking, and what must I have been thinking if I did that action, or I had planned to take this action and I didn't end up doing it. So here are some of them. My growth for this launch is getting everything done ahead of time. They heard everything they need to hear about power planning in my last launch, so I can't focus on that during this launch. I wasn't really consciously thinking that, though I'm sure I have actually said those words at some point, but that was me looking at oh, why did I decide to take a completely different direction, even though it didn't feel like a different direction to me at all, with the content of the launch. That through the process of doing this launch, I have realized that I was actually speaking to a different problem. Another thought, I had 50 signups in the January launch. We're for sure going to have 60 in this launch. This thought and flavors of this thought is what I'm going to be talking about later on. We have to share more testimonials this time. I need to write all new emails for this launch and create everything from scratch. I'm not doing any Instagram stuff. Someone on my team should be handling that by this stage of my business. Again, this is another thought that I'm going to be talking about. I can't tell if I'm meddling or micromanaging, and I have to make sure I don't do that. And I can't trust myself not to do that. I have to develop the skill of creating all the launch content ahead of time, because when I get pregnant again, I want to stick to my launching schedule. I might not feel well enough to do it in the moment, i.e. I won't trust myself. I don't trust myself to be able to get it done. Removing the payment plan option for this launch shouldn't make a difference. It's okay if I don't show up on Instagram between launches. So that thought wasn't something that I was consciously thinking, but I can tell by looking, I went back through and I looked at my posts between the launches, and there were 6. So I was obviously thinking that. I need to prove to myself that I am someone who hits my goals and can turn a launch around. PGSD works for my best clients. My best clients just and then sign up. They should be signing up. 50 signups is normal for me. So those thoughts really drove the launch. And there were other ones. When I was doing this, I had a full on list. And there was a lot in there, but I kind of just pulled out the key ones and the key themes. Also, just in terms of revenue, it's now open, 29,970. which in Australian dollars is approximately $41,000, roughly speaking. Also, I think I did this last time to share like the podcast download numbers and that kind of thing. So we kept track for all the podcast series of like downloads within the first 48 hours after publishing. Then when we opened the doors to PGSD, how many downloads there were on all the episodes. And then at cart close, when we closed the doors, how many episodes there were on all the oh my goodness, how many downloads there were on all the episodes. So I would just share the cart close numbers that we had download wise on episodes. So on episode 327, that was the first one in the procrastination series, 3,141 downloads. Then the next episode was 2,532, then 2,317, 2,124, 2,053. So those were the 5 episodes in the series. The interview with Natalie was 1,900, and then the interview with Erin, Amy, and Estelle was 1,800. So that's pretty typical. Like you'd expect that the episodes would go down in numbers. And this is so important that you could look at this data and say, okay, what went wrong in that first episode? Because the numbers just dropped off. That is normal. That is so normal. That is like, it's so expected. It's what you would expect to see. And I think in the last launch, the second episode we did had more downloads initially by the cart close. So that episode, was on a step-by-step walkthrough of power planning. So that second episode had more downloads initially, but by the time we closed the doors to PGSD, it actually fell in line with the pattern I've just mentioned of the first episode in the series having the most and then on and on. And that was because like I'd been talking a lot about power planning. I hadn't shared like the steps of power planning before. And so I knew that episode was going to be in high demand, but it ended up by the end of it equaling out to what you would expect. So yeah, I just wanted to share that because it's really important when you are analyzing numbers, and it's very important to do that because without that, our brain just makes a whole lot of shit up. But when we look at the numbers, we can also make shit up and think like, oh no, I should see. So we had 3,141 for the first episode in the series. We should have had that same number, like pretty much the same for every other episode. And that just isn't how it works. And there's a lot of people who started listening and then they decided not to keep listening, and it's not because of anything to do with me. They have life stuff going on, or maybe it didn't resonate with them. Like there's just all these reasons, and it's not a problem. And a really important part of business is knowing when something is a problem and when something isn't a problem. Like I think I have done a whole episode on that. I will have a look and see. I think it was on like normal problems versus abnormal problems, if you want to like search that. Because it's so important. Like there are normal problems, there are abnormal problems, and there are things that you might think are a problem that aren't actually a problem at all. The example with a normal problem versus abnormal, a normal problem is like, you know, for Lydia, my daughter, who is 10 months old, that she is going to pee her pants, like pee her nappy. She's a baby. That's what they do. That's totally normal. That's why she's wearing a nappy. But if that's happening when you're 40 years old, that's an abnormal problem in the sense that it's worth investigating if that is happening. But with Lydia, we're not taking her to the doctor saying that she's peeing her pants because she's a baby. So when it comes to business, it's so important to know like when is something normal for your stage of business and when is it actually abnormal and you need to do something about it. And yeah, anyway, that's a whole other topic. I've done an episode on that, I'm sure. And I just wanted to mention that because it's so important that when we analyze numbers, we don't have these like really unrealistic expectations of what we should be seeing. So anyway, I've gone through all the thoughts that I had for the launch, the key ones. What's the reason our best clients didn't buy? So this is my hypothesis, a summary of my hypothesis. And it's so important we do this because if we're like, oh, it's because they don't like me or it's not compelling enough or I'm not good enough or like something vague like that, like, okay, we're going to need to make it more compelling. What does that even mean? What does that even look like? Like we need to be specific. So what's the reason our best clients didn't buy? So here's what I've written. The launch content introduced a new problem. This is just my theory. I don't know if this is true, But you need to have a theory, a hypothesis, and then you can test it. Because if I'm like, well, I can't verify this, so I don't know, then you're helpless to do anything. The launch content introduced a new problem and focused on PTSD being the solution to that problem, rather than the problem that they resonate with. Specifically, the launch content centered around how to stop procrastinating rather than my core messaging, which is how to plan properly as a perfectionist. My thoughts that created this is they're already sold on power planning, so I need to talk about something else. And the launch content for this launch has to be different to last time. So those two thoughts had me creating different content. And another big reason is I was focused on my growth and my experience of this launch rather than being focused on theirs, meaning the content that was created didn't speak to them and I didn't say what needed to be said. My thoughts that created this, my growth of this launch is getting everything done ahead of time, and that I wasn't directing my mind to have thoughts about their experience. So it's not all or nothing. It's not like I wasn't spending a lot of time thinking about our best clients and who's on the other end. But as you can probably tell throughout this whole thing, I've been very focused on this launch being a vehicle for my personal growth in terms of creating the ability to get work done early and easily. And because I was so focused on that I really wasn't in the minds of our future PGSDers and what they need to hear and how I can best serve them. And this isn't to say not to be thinking about your personal growth and your experience. And I don't think that how I approached this launch was a problem. Like, I needed to have that growth, and that was what needed to happen. And I'm so grateful it did. And I'm so grateful we had the result that we had, because it really, like, we would have done the debrief anyway, but it really allowed me to pull out important lessons that I think, like, if we had the result that we had anticipated, then I don't know, I just wouldn't have had the same self-awareness around it. But that's always the way of it. It's not to say, well, then if you're successful, you're not going to have as much self-awareness. There's always a lesson either way. So those are the reasons they didn't buy. What is the reason our best clients did buy? So we did have people sign up. They want to plan properly as a perfectionist and get more clean rest. My thoughts that created this are: planning properly and getting clean rest is a solution to all of their perfectionism problems. I know how to help them. They feel seen and heard by the content shared on my podcast. My thoughts that created this are: podcasting is so easy for me. I say exactly what they need to hear when they need to hear it. It was actually really challenging for me to identify the thoughts I have about the podcast that have so many people sending me messages, and like every PGSD pretty much when they introduce themselves are like, the podcast just spoke to my soul. And I just was trying to identify, like, how do I think about it that creates that experience? And so that's my theory as to some of the thoughts I have, but there's a lot of like unconscious thoughts I obviously have about it as well. I think also thoughts like, and this is a thought I've had for a long time, and may be relevant if you do something similar to what I do. If you don't do something similar to what I do, it might not be relevant to you, but thinking that me talking in the first person is the most helpful thing I can do, instead of me talking in these general, like, you should do this and you should do that. That by me talking in first person about my experience, that is what's going to connect someone to theirs, because when they're listening to me talk about myself, that they are then able to have their guard down and think about themselves, instead of, we all know when someone's like, you should do this and you should do that, you're like, you don't know me. And also whenever I've tried to speak that way, it has not really on the podcast so much, but when I've tried to do that previously before starting the podcast, when I was blogging, like, this is a lesson I figured out early on when no one was reading my blog at all. And I'm so glad that I like showed up and found my voice and all of that, even though no one was watching, that when I was trying to speak in like, you should do this and you should do that, that I was really having to be so general with what I was sharing, because anything I would write, I was like, well, I don't know what their situation is, so I can't say this or I can't say that, or that might not be relevant to them or whatever. And so I just ended up with this like super plain, boring content. But when I talked about myself, I could be specific because it's about me and my personal experience. And then I can trust that that's going to attract people who have similar experiences and thoughts to me. So, and this is why PTSD is so amazing, because we have like, if you can relate to what I talk about in the podcast, you can relate to everyone in PTSD, because we're all having very similar thoughts. So that's a reason they bought. Oh, that's a reminder for my coaching call coming up shortly. And they're sick and tired of being in that their own way in their business. My thought that created this is my program gets entrepreneurs out of their own way. And so I was able to communicate that getting in PGSD, joining will get you out of your own way. Okay, so what I know for sure is happening. So there's quite a lot here. I'll just be like whizzing through it. And then I want to talk particularly about one thing. So what I know for sure is happening. My experience during the launch was that I was committed. Oh my God. Okay. I'll just read this. There's so many, like, this was such a breakthrough. My experience during the launch was that I was committed to 60 signups. And in previous episodes, I was like, I'm so committed. I really feel so committed. It feels done. So that was my experience, that I was committed, because I didn't yet have this nuance and distinction. I was committed to 60 signups, but I can see now that I wasn't committed. I was entitled. I was feeling entitled, and I didn't know the difference feeling entitled to feeling committed. So I was thinking that getting the work done early, plus feeling confident in my messaging and content, plus having had 50 in January, meant 60 was a done deal. And this entitlement took me out of thinking about my best client, their journey, and what they needed to hear. This is like, I had to go through this experience to get this. I really, going into this, like, I also, first of all, had the belief that my work wouldn't be as good if I did it early. So for me to find out that getting the work done early, I felt entitled to success, was really interesting. And I definitely wouldn't have said, like, I had no awareness around feeling entitled to a result, or be like that I should do or shouldn't do certain, like, if I shouldn't have to do Instagram posts, or I shouldn't there's just so much entitlement. And as I've been sitting in curiosity about it, I'm like, oh my God, this is like in every area of my business. I'm sure it's showing up in my personal life too, but it's just so fascinating. So I've already talked about what I know for sure is happening. I've been thinking about my launches as a vehicle for my personal and business growth, rather than my launches being a vehicle for their growth. And I was using the launch as a vehicle to prove to myself that I can hit my goals and that I can turn a launch around, instead of being in the self-image that I am a coach who hits my goals and can turn my launch around, regardless of whether that's proven in reality. Like, this is so important, and it's everything. That I was like, well, I'll believe that I can hit my goals when I hit my goals. I'll believe that I can turn a launch around when I turn a launch around. And when you try to do either of those things from that mindset, you don't do it, because it's this like proving, hustling, inadequate energy. And when it's, I am someone who hits my goals and I can turn a launch around, and I'm going to focus on hitting my goals and turning my launch around with that in mind, that I'm already that person, it's just such a different result. And so I had it, like, it's so interesting that I am having this belief that I'm not someone who hits my goals, because I've set goals, like growth goals, and I haven't achieved them. And I have achieved a lot of goals in my life, but my brain's like all or nothing about it. Like, no, you haven't achieved anything. So that I was using this launch basically to prove something to myself. And anytime there's proving, there's inadequacy going on there as well. What I know for sure is happening, I created almost all the launch content from scratch, rather than taking what worked in January and doubling down on that. I was thinking about my experience as a creator / thought leader, rather than their experience with their business and their perfectionism. So this is a theme throughout this debrief, obviously, that I was thinking about myself and the content I wanted to create, and not thinking about you. I was so focused on being the person who can get all the launch content done early that I didn't leave myself enough time to super think about my best clients. I rushed into content creation because I didn't trust myself to get it done with time for super thinking, i.e. I didn't trust in the power of my brain and the value of my super thinking, because I was thinking that that is going to not be worth the time and is going to take time away, instead of, I know for sure if I had done the super thinking, it would have revealed to me that it would, like, a way to create all the content that would have been quicker. I was keeping myself distracted with the question of whether or not I was meddling with team execution by giving direction / clarification, rather than trusting that I know when I need to say something to a team member and when I need to let them make mistakes. So self-trust has been a big thing here, and I am probably going to do a whole episode on this, but I really recognized, and I think I don't know if I talked about this in the launch updates at some point, that over preparedness is lack of self-trust. And that I have really been like, okay, like we want to have another baby. And once that happens and once I'm pregnant, I can't trust that I'm going to feel good enough to get anything done. I can't trust myself. Like, this is what I subconsciously been thinking. I can't trust myself to be resourceful enough to figure it out in the moment. So I need to be so prepared now because my future self can't fucking do it. Like, that is why I've wanted to be over prepared. And I think, like, even when I look back to, I think I talked about this as well with the pregnancy and perfectionism episodes I did, like, I was so researched. I like bought all the things. Like, I just wanted to have everything like squared away. And it was, I didn't trust myself to be able to figure it out when the time came to figure it out. And that I only trusted myself to figure shit out in the best of circumstances, and not that I could figure stuff out in less than ideal circumstances. And so I hadn't even seen that, like, that over preparedness, which to me doesn't feel like over preparedness. It just feels like being prepared. And it gives me like that sense of comfort and safety and control and whatever. I know you probably relate to this. So I wanted to mention it, that over preparedness is lack of self-trust. And even thinking about, like, the other day I was thinking about this, how like, you know, if you're having a conversation, like a made up conversation in your head that hasn't even happened, probably won't even happen, but you are anticipating a conversation and what you're going to say to it and what they're going to say and how you're going to feel and what you're going to do. And I was just thinking, like, the other day I was like going through that in my mind, and I was like, oh, this is me not trusting my future self to be able to say what needs to be said in the moment and to be able to be okay with however I feel in that moment. And once I had that insight, I was like, oh, okay. Like, it just removed all of that chatter. Not to say I'm never going to have that chatter again, but I could just, anytime my brain wanted to go back there, I was like, it's safe to trust myself. I'm considering the possibility that I can trust myself, that in the moment I can say what needs to be said. I can do what I need to do to look after myself. I can have my own back. I will be okay no matter how I feel. And then I didn't need to be in all this like over preparedness with thinking about a conversation, because I could trust myself. My future self was like, I've got you. So I didn't have to be over prepared for it. So anyway, that was like a huge epiphany. Okay. And then, so this as well is a key thing that I've mentioned, but I want to say it in this way as well. I'm going to say this whole thing in like 20 ways. So I really hope that it lands with you. I've had the belief that I do my best work at the last minute / under pressure. And I've talked a lot on the podcast over the years about, like, I have made so much progress with this belief, and yet I still have this like next layer. And also, just on this note, we get questions about like, why is PGSD lifetime access? Does that mean like it takes a lifetime? Like, that sounds like a lot. And it's not that it takes a lifetime and you have to be doing this forever, but it is that there are layers, and that as you are showing up for yourself in your business, that you will uncover your next layer of work. And it's just nice to have someone to turn to and get support and not have to be on your own when that happens. So that's why you get lifetime access to PGSD once you join. Okay, so I've had the belief that I do my best work at the last minute / under pressure, because this way I could always comfort myself with the thought that I would be more successful if I did the work ahead of time. So I've already talked about this before, not new if you're a regular listener. But this is what I had not recognized. Getting all the launch content created ahead of time created a sense of entitlement to success that I truly hadn't expected. I went into the launch, and this I didn't expect it, because I went into the launch thinking that creating the content ahead of time meant it would be less successful. Like, I had to get coached, and I've shared how I needed coaching on why initially I was like, I had to even get to believing that it could be as good as my work at the last minute, let alone being better. But in the past, and this is it. This is everything, along with the entitlement piece. In the past, I would have blamed the sign-up numbers from this launch on creating the content too early, and determined, so my strategy for next time would be that I should go back to doing it at the last minute. And I know this because this happened in university, that one of my assignments, I was like, I will give this a go and get it done early and easily. And I did, and I didn't do as well as I anticipated I would have if I did it at the last minute. So I was like, this just proves I did my best work at the last minute, and I went back to doing things at the last minute. And I know for sure that without the awareness I've had in this launch, I would have been like, well, here I was testing if my work ahead of time is as good as, and it wasn't because of the result we had. So I should go back to doing the last minute. But this is missing the entire point. So I learned with this launch that the timing of the content creation doesn't matter. It is my thoughts about my offer, my clients, myself that create the launch result. And I wrote in brackets, surprise, surprise, because like this is what I teach. This is like how it works. And yet it's still like I was thinking that the success of the launch depends on, is it created at the last minute or is the content created early? When that has nothing to do with it at all. And so when it comes to this, that I can actually now with this awareness say that it, like, instead of me saying, okay, it was that I did the work early and that was the problem. And then by doing that, I'm missing what was actually like the cause of the result. I'm falsely attributing it to the time that the content was created instead of looking at what was like the work that was created, how that was experienced by the people on the other end. It kind of makes me think like if someone is, I don't know if this analogy is going to make sense, but it's just what came to mind. So I'm going to say it and we'll see how it goes. That if someone is wanting to get fit and they're like, okay, I'm going to go to the gym at 9:00 at night after work or whatever, and they go at 9:00 and they're not getting the results they want. They're like, okay, actually the time's wrong. I should go at 5 a.m. I'm going to have a better result, instead of actually being like, what am I doing in my workouts? Like, what am I eating? Like, it's not the time of the workout. Like, if we could say the time of the workout had nothing to do with it, what else could it be? It's like with this, if we said the time that I created the content, whether that was early or the last minute, has nothing to do with it, what else could it be? Then that's when I'm able to access the thoughts that created the result. I'm able to see what was going on, have a hypothesis about it, and be able to test it, instead of having it be about like this kind of like false problem and solving for this, like get it done early or late. That doesn't matter. Like work out early or late, like it's not as important as what you're doing in the workout. And maybe you're listening to this and you're like, actually it does matter because time it, whatever. If that's your zone of genius, if that's what you teach, all good. But I'm just using that as an analogy that we can sometimes get really caught up on details that aren't the cause and make them the cause. And then we miss the real cause. So for example, with that assignment that I did early, one of my law assignments, that I had determined, okay, it was because I did it early that I didn't do as well. Or maybe it was the fucking content of what I wrote. And I don't even know how well I would have done it if it was last minute. So it was just pure speculation for me. But it's like, well, I actually missed the opportunity to learn and say, okay, and this is like, I think in a lot of ways, the downfall of school, that they don't say, hey, here's what we wanted to see for an A, and here's what you provided, and so you can do better next time. It's just like you send your exam or assignment off into the abyss. You might get it back, but you don't really get, like, the school isn't super focused on, okay, here's what to do differently next time. It's just like, oh, you passed, you didn't pass, whatever, try again later, but we're not going to really sit and dissect. Maybe that's just in Australia, but I know I've done so many exams and I never knew which answers I got correct and which ones I got incorrect. You could go and have a look at the exams later if you like made a special appointment to do that, but you didn't actually. And I think this is why we like don't have this habit of evaluating, that we haven't been taught that at school, that it's like, okay, well, you got this grade, try again next time, instead of like, okay, let's really dissect and like, let's spend the time to go through what do you know? And that's great. And okay, where do you need to work on? So anyway, that's just my experience with school. So that was such a revelation. Like, oh, when I create the content doesn't matter. And so my determination from that is I'm still going to get it done ahead of time. Like I'm not going back to doing it late. I want to be the person as a leader, as a creator, as a mother who does my work early and easily. And not because that guarantees success or entitles me to success, but because that's who I want to be. And I've been thinking about this a lot with consistency, it's been coming up on the PGSD coaching calls about like once people start being consistent, which they haven't been before, they haven't been following through, they haven't been showing up in their business, and now they're showing up consistently. And they're like, oh, but I'm still not getting the sales that I want. It's like, but consistency doesn't entitle you to success. And consistency is what gives us access to being able to figure out what's working, what isn't working, what to do differently, to create a hypothesis, to test it. It's really hard to do that without being consistent because we just have this messy data. But it's not consistency that entitles you to success, nor is it getting the work done early that entitles you to success. And I think this is why like leaving it to the last minute feels so much better than doing it early, because as I've shared, you can blame the last minute and I would be more successful if I did the work ahead of time. And I just hadn't realized that equated to me thinking that doing it early means it should work. And if it doesn't work, then basically I'm inadequate, I'm not good enough, and there's nothing I can do about it. And of course, when you're thinking that way, that if I get it done early and it doesn't work perfectly, then it's me that's the problem and there's nothing I can do about it, then we don't want to get it done early and we procrastinate, we put it off to the last minute, we overthink, do all the things. So that was just like these two light bulb moments of like, it has nothing to do with the time the content was created. It's to do with my thoughts. Again, surprise, surprise, but I really hadn't gotten that. And this entitlement, when I've been looking for like, where am I feeling entitled in my business, which is basically like, if you finish the sentence, I should or I shouldn't have to. So for example, I should be able to achieve my goals working 3 days a week. I shouldn't have to, at this stage of my business, there's a lot of this. This is a really good one. At this stage of my business, or after this many years in business, ... What is your answer after that? That can help you reveal where you are entitled. That like, you know, after I should have more clients because I've been in business for X number of years, or like things like that, that's entitlement. And I hadn't seen that at all. And when I got really curious, I in my office, I now have a glass whiteboard in front of me, which is so good. And I was writing this list of like all these shoulds and shouldn't have to's that I have for the business. And there are a lot. And that is like, I'm so grateful to be in a place with my own personal development that I'm not like, oh, and that's a problem and there's something wrong with me, and how shameful that I'm entitled to be like, oh, amazing. I now see that I have one way of being getting my own way is by having this sense of entitlement to having things be a certain way with me putting in a certain amount of effort. Or for example, you might be like, well, I've been posting on Instagram consistently for a week. I should have more engagement. I should have more sales. Like that's entitlement. So really getting clued up to that. It's nothing to be ashamed about. You have a human brain, and there's always going to be something, which I find that really helps me when I think like there's always something to work on. That when I find something to work on, I'm not like, oh, I thought I was done. Like I just know that this is the beauty of being human. So like the entitlement piece and the timing of the content doesn't matter. Just like if someone had told me that ahead of time, like it wouldn't have, I mean, I hope this is helping because I have shared like all the the bits along the way. But I wouldn't have landed, and I would have been like, I don't think I'm feeling entitled. I'm feeling committed. But I can see now from doing an evaluation, being able to be with myself compassionately, to be in curiosity that, yeah, I'm actually feeling entitled. And that because of I was in that entitlement of should, that I missed actually being committed and creating the results. So that's so invaluable to learn, and for me to have that distinction, because before commitment and entitlement felt the same. And now I know the difference in how it feels. And there are so many things, and for all of us, there are things we are committed to. And we can all find somewhere in our life where we know how commitment feels. For example, if you have a child like I do committed to her getting all the food that she needs throughout the day. And I do what I need to do to make that happen. I like often don't even have a lot of, I am consciously thinking about it, the times of the day and all of that. I feel like once you have a child, your brain becomes like this clock in your mind of always thinking about nap times and food and all the things. But it's like when you are committed, I can now see like the difference between that and then identifying areas in my business and in my personal life too, where I'm feeling entitled, and to just be able to feel like, oh, to notice that actually does feel different in my body. And it still feels similar, but I'm getting clearer and clearer as to the difference with that. And the language around it, which is really, entitlement is all about should or shouldn't have to. And commitment is like no matter what, and it's okay if it's me, and it's okay if I have to put in the effort and I have to be the one, and nothing is beneath me in terms of like there's no task too big or small. And yeah, just so much growth from that. Like, so good. So my plan in this moment is as follows. And I'm going to, after the PGSD coaching call, which is happening in a minute, I am going to finalize this, send it off to my team. I'm also going to be posting it in my mastermind group. So I want you, when you are doing this, post it in your persistence log in the forum, and share it and get feedback on it. And it's so helpful to do that. And even without the feedback on it, just publishing it, and putting it out there and allowing other brains to have a look at it and to see what might have been, because I know for sure I'm going to post this and people will be like, oh yeah, what about this? Have you thought about that? Like, so helpful. So my plan at this moment is as follows: dedicate time to super thinking about my best client, force my brain to go there even when it prefers to think about what I want to create as a creator and my experience of my work. Practically speaking, this looks like putting a 30-minute block at the beginning of my workday to super think about them, even if my brain tells me that's not a productive use of my time. You can see here, and like this is what we do with power planning. We're like preempting that our brains are going to be on board, that there's going to be obstacles, spending time every day in the PGSD forum, listening to all our coaching calls, like all of that kind of thing, which I'm already doing, but doing that through a different lens with a different thought. Create the launch content ahead of time. So we're going to do that, but know that getting my work done ahead of time isn't what creates 60 signups for our July launch. It's my thoughts, including my super thinking, that create this result. And I've given myself an extra week so I have more space for super thinking. So I'm actually getting married a few days after that, which is exciting. We are doing our final preparations for the wedding, which will be at our home. So that's going on as well in my personal life. I'm also looking after my daughter. I'm not just living in a vacuum where this is the only thing I have on my plate. Just wanted to mention that in case you're not aware, because it is, when we're entitled, it is really tempting to think like, oh, everyone has it so much easier. It shouldn't have to be this hard for me. It shouldn't be so easy for them. Like all those kind of thoughts. Focusing on my messaging relating to planning properly as a perfectionist. Let it be okay that it might at times feel boring to me to be talking about the same topic as I did in January, which I know actually it doesn't ever feel boring to me, but that my brain might try and tell me that like it wants some excitement and drama to make my workday feel more interesting. And to post consistently on Instagram between now and the next launch. We're already sending out our Perfectionist power-ups every weekday, and our emails, one to the wait list and one to everyone on our email list every week. So like that was already consistent between the launches, but posting consistently on Instagram 5 times per week between now and the next launch, not because consistency creates my next launch result, but because it's an opportunity to practice thinking about my best client and communicating to them. Let it be okay to talk about basic common sense things that I think everyone already knows. And let it be okay to talk about things that maybe like that don't feel profound to me or aren't this is a whole side thing, but as a creator, it's like easy to be in this dialogue of like, but I just want to create what I feel inspired to create, and all of that kind of thing. And like there's a time and place for that. And also having the discipline to direct your brain to the people you're helping, what is going to help them. And it might not be what I feel inspired to say. And I can capture that and I can share that still, but to still also have basic things. And I think like at the moment we're working with a sleep consultant on Lydia's sleep. And I found her through Instagram. She's the gentle sleep coach, Claire. And that she's posting on her Instagram, like, sleep tips on, all different stuff. And she probably doesn't feel, I mean, I don't know. I haven't asked her, but she probably doesn't feel inspired to talk about like, oh, I feel so inspired today to talk about wake windows. But like me on the other end, I need to hear about stuff like that. So she's sharing stuff like that. So yeah, I've just been like having that realization as well that like, yes, I want to feel creatively fulfilled. And also I need to have the discipline to direct my brain to thinking about an experience other than my own and what needs to be created that might not necessarily be what I like is top of mind for me because I'm having my own experiences and live my own life and all of that. And like these episodes are a great chance for me to get to talk about all those kind of things. And then there's also a time and place to like talk about like perfectionism and the like basics of that and all these different things and planning properly and what that looks like. And so yeah, so this is my launch wrap up. I don't know how long this episode is going to be, but I love a good long episode myself. So I hope you have enjoyed this. Maybe you've been chipping away at it when you've gone grocery shopping and then walked your dog and then you've gone to the gym or been cleaning up at home or whatever. But I really hope it has been helpful and insightful. And if you're not yet in PGSD, this is your best opportunity to join the PGSD waitlist and to join us. This is the kind of work we do inside PGSD, and we take all of the things that we intellectually know about business, about perfectionism, and we apply them and we do this work and we get coaching and we get support and we have that space to just show up as who we truly are and to do this work in that really safe environment and to have that commitment to getting out of our own way, to being around people who are doing that. And yeah, it's so different to listening to the podcast and to just like trying to piece it together yourself. I really want to invite you to join us inside PGSD if you can relate to what I've talked about in these episodes and what I talk about on the podcast generally. And if you are wanting to get out of your own way in your business, if you are sick of being in your own way, of not doing the things you know you need to do, and you want to plan properly, you want to plan in a way that actually gets your perfectionist mindset on your side and removes the overwhelm and makes it easy to spot and stop procrastination, all those things, then I want to invite you in. So samlabrown.com/PGSD is where you can sign up to join the waitlist. That is the best place to be so you don't miss the enrollment dates. If you enjoy this podcast, I recommend signing up for the waitlist for my program called Perfectionists Getting Sh Done, aka PGSD. This is a program designed to help you get out of your own way in your business. You're going to learn how to release your perfectionism handbrake by setting a growth goal for your business, planning properly as a perfectionist with power planning, and getting regular guilt-free clean rest. You'll learn the skills required to get out of your own way and be supported every step of the way to do it. To find out more about the program and join the waitlist today, go to samlabrown.com/PGSD.